Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Arvada City Council meeting for today, April 21st, 2026. It's a full house tonight. I appreciate each and every one of you being here. Just a bit of a note at the front, because we do have so many people, it will be musical chairs in the gallery tonight. And we appreciate your patience as we move people in and out. It might take a little bit longer, so thank you for bearing with us. So I will go ahead and call upon Mayor Pro Tem Moorman to give us the Pledge of Allegiance. Oh, I called us to order. So go ahead and give us the moment of reflection and the Pledge of Allegiance.
Please join me in a silent moment of reflection. And now stand if you are able to give the Pledge of Allegiance. I
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much. Ms. Rush, if you'll do the roll call.
Mayor Simpson.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Moorman.
Here.
Councilmember Ambrose.
Here.
Councilmember Davis.
Here.
Councilmember Pfeiffer.
Here.
Councilmember Griffith.
Here.
Councilmember Levison.
Here.
Next, we have the approval of minutes for April 7, 2026. Are there any additions, edits, or corrections to the record? Seeing none, those stand approved. We have some proclamations this evening. Everybody gets one. That's always fun. We're going to kick it off with Councilmember Ambrose for the Proclamation for National Crime Victims' Rights Week.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'd like to call Victim Outreach Board President Dave Pickett and Board Member Roz Cooper to the clear podium here to accept the proclamation. Thank you so much for coming tonight. I'll read the proclamation. National Crime Victims' Rights Week is observed to annually recognize and affirm the rights of crime victims and survivors, to acknowledge their strength and resilience, and to promote awareness of the importance of victim services and justice. And whereas victims of crime deserve to be treated with dignity, respect, fairness, and compassion throughout the criminal justice process, and whereas the City of Arvada is committed to upholding the victims' rights, promoting meaningful access to support services, and ensuring victims are informed, supported, and empowered throughout the justice process, and whereas in 2025, Victim Outreach Incorporated responded on-site 379 times in the City of Arvada and provided crisis and trauma services to 2,686 individuals impacted by crime or other traumatic events, most of whom were Arvada residents, highlighting the ongoing need for victim support and community awareness. And whereas National Crime Victims' Rights Week provides an opportunity to honor the resilience of survivors, recognizing the dedication of those who serve them, and reaffirm our commitment to advancing justice and healing. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the Mayor and the members of City Council that April 19th through the 25th, 2026 be designated as National Crime Victims' Rights Week in the City of Arvada, and encourages all residents to uphold victims' rights, support services that aid survivor healing, and work together to foster a community grounded in safety, justice, and compassion. Would you like to make any remarks?
Thank you very much, Mayor, Council, Chief Brady. Victim Outreach has been a partner for the City of Arvada and the Arvada Police Department for well over 12 years. And in that time, we've built a very strong collaboration in the efforts to advocate for those victims that, as Chief Brady often says, is the human behind the crime statistic. I want to take this opportunity to thank you so much for your commitment. Thank you, Chief, for your commitment. And we look forward to many more years of collaboration. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your work.
Stay. We're going to do a quick photo.
Yeah, we can take a picture over here.
Thank you very much. Next, we will call upon Councilmember Davis for Proclamation for Earth Day.
Great. Would the Sustainability Committee like to join at the podium, please, while I read the proclamation? whereas Earth Day serves as an annual reminder of the vital importance of protecting our environment for future generations, and whereas the theme for Earth Day 2026, Our Power, Our Planet, affirms that environmental progress is sustained by the everyday actions of communities, educators, workers, and families protecting where they live and work. And whereas the City of Arvada is finalizing its Climate and Sustainability Action Plan, a roadmap that establishes nearly 30 goals and more than 150 strategies to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, build community resilience to climate-related emergencies, and foster a sustainable future in Arvada. And whereas the KSAP reflects a commitment to responsible stewardship of natural resources, community prosperity and quality of life, waste reduction and diversion, and efficient community design, balancing environmental, economic, and social interests for a healthier and more equitable Arvada. And whereas the City of Arvada has demonstrated a steadfast commitment to sustainable energy practices, as exemplified by becoming the first Colorado municipality to meet its energy savings goal as a part of the U.S. Department of Energy Better Buildings Challenge. And whereas Arvada is dedicated to the preservation and enhancement of its parks, natural areas, providing accessible opportunities for recreation and environmental education through resources like the majestic Nature View Center. And whereas the city recognizes that our local climate becomes more predictable, climate and sustainability actions are essential to ensure that all Arvadans can thrive in a resilient community. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the Mayor and the Arvada City Council, hereby designate April 22nd, 2026 as Earth Day 2026, and encourage all residents, businesses, and organizations to continue their commitment to creating a more sustainable Arvada, dated this 21st day of April 2026. Would you like to say a few words?
On behalf of the Arvada Sustainability Advisory Committee and the community, we thank Council for the proclamation and echo the city's commitment to creating a sustainable future in which the community is resilient and thriving. Thank you to city staff who are already working hard each day toward this goal. Earth Day is a reminder to the city and its community members that small actions make a big difference. Whether taking the time to recycle or making efforts to reduce our household water and energy usage, we all have a role to play in preserving Arvada's beautiful green space and essential natural resources for generations to come. We encourage community members to use this Earth Day as an opportunity to imagine what a greener Arvada could look like if we all work together. Clean air, more greenery and parks to teach our kids about native flora and fauna, buildings and homes leveraging reliable and affordable clean energy such as wind and solar, busy, successful local businesses that community members visit often because necessities are affordable and they can easily walk, bike, and take public transit. This future where the community is happier and healthier is possible, not only because we let ourselves imagine it, but because we choose to take actions, large and small, each and every day to build it for ourselves and others. Thank you.
You want to come on up here for a photo? Next, we have Councilmember Pfeiffer with the proclamation for Arbor Day.
All right, one of the coolest jobs in the city forester. Is he in here? Where's he in? All right, you want to come on up here? Wait, I think I was about to hear a clap when you approaching the podium. Oh, see? I know a lot of Ians, and they all seem to be foresters, too. So I have a proclamation for you. Whereas in 1872, the Nebraska Board of Agriculture established a special day to be set aside for the planting of trees. And whereas this holiday, called Arbor Day, was first observed with the planting of more than 1 million trees in Nebraska, and whereas Arbor Day is now observed throughout the nation and the world, including here in Arvada, where the city has celebrated its annual Arbor Day tree planting with local elementary school students for the past 39 years, planting more than 500 trees in Arvada parks. And whereas trees can be a solution to combating climate change by reducing the erosion of our precious topsoil by wind and water, cutting heat and cooling costs, moderating the temperature, cleaning the air, producing life-giving oxygen, and providing habitat for wildlife. And whereas trees are a renewable resource giving us paper, wood, and wood for our homes, fuel for our fires, and countless other wood products. And whereas trees in our city increase property value, enhance the economic vitality of business areas, and beautify our community. And whereas trees, wherever they are planted, are a source of joy and spiritual renewal. Now therefore be proclaimed that the mayor and the Arvada City Council hereby designate April 24th, 2026 as Arbor Day and urge all residents to support efforts to protect our trees and urban forests, dated the 21st day of April 2026. Signed by council, or the mayor and all council.
Thank you very much.
Go ahead.
Thank you. I mercifully left my kids at home this year, so there won't be any macaroni and hot dogs comments. Yeah.
I will always remember that as one of my favorite moments of any proclamation.
They forgot all about it, and then I reminded them, and then they were like, "Oh, I have new things to say," and I was like, "No, that's not happening this year." So I have an actual speech. This year is a milestone for us. We will be celebrating our 40th Arbor Day as a community. We received our Tree City USA designation for the 35th year, and we received our 10th Growth Award. We have planted more than 400 trees and have received a Gold Leaf Award from the International Society of Arboriculture. The Gold Leaf Award recognizes communities for outstanding Arbor Day celebrations. As I look back on 40 years of Arbor Day, I am thankful for the people that came before me. It was their hard work, dedication, and passion for trees that allows me to stand here today and say, this is our 40th year. I want to take a moment to thank a couple of those people. The first person is Dudley Weiland. Dudley Weiland was a teacher at Peck when he approached the city with the idea of partnering on the first official Arbor Day celebration. We celebrated that first Arbor Day at Ladybug Park in 1987 and continued to partner with Peck for 37 years until its closing in 2024. Dudley's contributions to Arvada's urban tree canopy did not stop at participating in our Arbor Day celebrations. In 2001, in celebration of his retirement, Dudley helped raise funds to plant 8 trees at Sierra Park. Starting in 2014, Dudley and his wife Jody donated at least 1 tree every year to Sierra Park. Those donations have added 22 trees to Sierra Park. Dudley Weiland unfortunately passed away last November. He was very involved in our tree canopy and was very involved in our urban forestry projects. And I wish he was here today so I could thank him. The other person I want to recognize is Jean Scharfenberg and her family, the Scharfenbergs, who are here today for their own award. And specifically, her husband Jim, who is still here with us today, and their daughter Becky, who is also here today. The Scharfenbergs have been working behind the scenes for nearly 25 years to provide lowest-cost trees to residents of Arvada through the Trees Across Arvada program. This program has helped to distribute over 3,000 trees across Arvada residences and was truly a labor of love and passion for Jean. Jean Scharfenberg unfortunately passed away in 2020, but through the efforts of Jim and Becky, the program has continued. Thank you. The selflessness of Dudley and Jean exemplify what it means to be a member of the Arvada community. They donated their time and energy and brought their passion to the community so that others may benefit long after they are gone. Their efforts ensure that generations to come will enjoy the many benefits that trees provide our community, including improved air quality, water quality, reduced heat island effect, wildlife habitat, and increased property values. I am excited for the future of our urban canopy and to continue building off the hard work of those that came before us. Thank you.
Well said. Come on up. Thank you. Next, we have a certificate of recognition, the Scharfenberg family for the Trees Across America, Trees Across Arvada program. Councilmember Griffith, you have this one.
Thank you, Mayor. Would the Scharfenberg family like to come up to the podium? I had the pleasure of just meeting all of them, and they are lovely folks, so yes, please come up. Okay. For more than 2 decades, the Scharfenberg family has helped make Arvada a greener community through their leadership of the Trees Across Arvada program. Founded by Jim and Jean Scharfenberg, each year the program provides the Arvada community the opportunity to purchase low-cost deciduous trees, encouraging homeowners to plant and care for the trees that enhance the city's community forest. Since its inception in 2003, the program has helped distribute more than 4,000 drought-tolerant trees across Arvada neighborhoods. Through the Colorado Tree Coalition's statewide Trees Across Colorado initiative, the program promotes tree diversity and supports species well-suited to Colorado's climate and water conditions, helping residents beautify their yards while contributing to a healthier urban forest. Jean Scharfenberg, who passed away in 2020, was deeply passionate about the program and the positive impacts of trees and the positive impact trees have on communities. In the years since her passing, Jim and their daughter Becky have continued to work to ensure the program's success. After more than 22 years of service to the Arvada community, the Scharfenberg family will conclude their leadership of the Trees Across Arvada following the 2025 to 2026 season. The city recognizes the Scharfenberg family for their dedication and lasting contribution to Arvada's urban forest. And I'd just like to say, as I introduce myself to you as a fellow tree nerd, this is the coolest intro to a city council session that I've ever had, with Arbor Day, Earth Day, hearing about your family's legacy in Arvada. This is amazing. I'm so proud of the things that are going on in our city. Thank you all. If you'd like, you're welcome to say something as well.
Unfortunately, I don't have a speech prepared. However, it has been our pleasure to carry on my mom's legacy and 22 years of giving out trees every year. We look forward to it every single year. Again, it was our pleasure to do it, and although it is time for us to step back, we're happy to hear that the City of Arvada is going to continue the program.
Excellent. Let's take that picture.
Thank you so much for your family's contributions to our city. Please come up. Finally, we have one more special one this evening. We have a certificate of recognition for one of our own, for Communications Director Rachael Kuroiwa. She is the recipient of the CCCMA Program Excellence Award for her Community Conversations on Homelessness program. So, Rachael, so there you are. So for folks in the audience who've been to a meeting before, Rachel's usually the one you see taking the photo, and tonight she gets her own. So Councilmember Levisone, you have this one.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Rachel, we are incredibly fortunate and deeply grateful that you chose to bring your talent, heart, and leadership to our community here in Arvada. Your award-winning work, recognized by the Colorado City and County Management Association, has truly transformed how we engage on complex issues like homelessness. Your innovation, care, and commitment have strengthened trust, elevated community voices, and impacted us here in Arvada and Inspire Colorado. Thank you, and it is truly an honor to have you on our team.
Thank you very much, Mayor and City Council, for this recognition. And to be honest, I feel pretty uncomfortable being recognized individually because community engagement isn't about one person. It's about creating a process that makes space for better listening, deeper understanding, and informed decision-making. That said, I'm really proud of this work, and I'm proud of the process we built, and I'm especially proud of the community members who received an invitation and took a leap of faith to participate in something new and probably a little uncomfortable, a 2-hour conversation across difference. We don't have enough opportunities these days to sit down and have long conversations with people who think and see the world differently than we do. And I believe we need more of those opportunities, not fewer. But work like this never happens alone, so I want to thank Linda Haley and Don Wick for giving me the trust and permission to experiment. I want to thank Ali Sheck for continuing to champion this work, and the Arvada team members from across the organization who stepped up to serve as facilitators and note takers, because without them and their trust in me, this would have stayed an idea. And finally, to the Arvada community, if you're part of a neighborhood or a community group and would like to host your own community conversation on homelessness, just let me know. I would be glad to share discussion guides, facilitator materials to help you, because I believe the more we practice talking to each other, the stronger our community will be. So thank you again for the recognition. Yeah.
Just for some context, this is a really big award. Correct me if I'm wrong, but one in the state, whole state of Colorado, gets this award. So this is really big honor. In fact, Mr. Wick, I hate to give direction, but I'd love to see a presentation on this work when it can fit into the schedule. All right, speaking of presentations this evening, we have one. Our finance director, Mr. Archer, has the 2025 year-end financial report. Mr. Archer.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. So if you remember, on Saturday, we actually had this presentation, and so there's no additional items for tonight other than to let the public know that this year-end report is available online, and you all should have received your paper copy. So if there's any additional questions, I'm happy to answer them, but at this point, we can move on to the next item.
Saving us time. I love that. Excellent. All right. I will open public comment now for items on the 3-minute agenda, this is for items not on the hearing agenda for this evening. So if you are here for the big show, this is not your turn. That's still to come, I promise. I'm going to go ahead and lay some housekeeping rules, though, and these same housekeeping rules belong not just for now, but they also belong for later. So if you plan to speak tonight, please listen close. This is an opportunity for you to be able to approach your elected officials with your thoughts, whatever you want to say to us. We always ask that you sort of direct your comments to us. Please do not try and address other people in chambers. I realize we have a couple of controversial things here on the agenda tonight, so we really ask that you try and keep that rule of respect and decorum in the chambers. Along with decorum, we want everyone to feel safe, whatever their viewpoints are, to come to us. No applauding, no booing. I realize sometimes somebody makes a really good point and you want to go, yeah. Believe me, I get it. But we request respectfully that you honor the decorum and keep this a safe space for everyone to be able to give their thoughts, whatever your feelings about them may be. 3 minutes. We're going to try and keep it real tight tonight, you guys. We've got a lot of people here.
This room is full, the court is full, the overflow rooms are full, a lot of people are here. Speaking of, if you are in one of the other rooms right now and you filled out a sheet to give public comment, please make your way to chambers at this time. And so we always respect that you be really cognizant. The clock will be right up here. Please watch it. Please don't make me gavel you down. I know I have a practice of giving everybody a few seconds to wrap their thoughts. You hit that mark tonight, I'm going to hit my gavel just because we got to move this along. So please be thoughtful about that. And with that, let's go, guys. All right, Douglas Bates.
Hello, neighbors. Did y'all notice the drone hovering outside today? Probably not yet, but I want to call attention to one of the resolutions that's not on public hearings. I've lived here in Arvada for about 20 years. I'm a network and server engineer, and I work a lot with cybersecurity. I also happen to volunteer quite a bit with and train with Arvada PD and with the fire department and local emergency response teams, and I have a huge respect for the work that they do. I saw the presentation in February provided by Deputy Chief Reeves, and he did address a lot of the concerns about flock cameras and the like, but I understand I did have some concerns with that, and I understand tonight we have something on the agenda prior to public hearing that concerns me. It's the R26-032. It's framed as police department improvements with the Axon contract. So specifically, I'm asking you to vote down and postpone for public hearing this contract that's being reviewed. Specifically, I don't believe most people realize that we're actually contracting with Axon for adding 5 drones to be flying around the city, which probably scares a lot of people more than it does myself. And more of a concern to myself is the fact that we're also implementing a cloud-based evidence management system that would include third-party information. I specifically would have loved to have heard Deputy Chief Reeves talk about our audit being independence of our organization and Axon, but I didn't sense there was any independent audit being done, and to make sure that that audit both covers misuse as well as abuse or security concerns, cybersecurity concerns. So I know that they do plan later this week to host 3 community meetings to address concerns, but I really feel that should have happened prior to us signing off this resolution. And I know that a goal for this organization, for this city, should be to look into the ACLU's citizens' control over police surveillance. And this is something that I've linked in a written comment for you all. It's a model policy and a committee that will be formed to specifically focus on technology with the intent of trying to foster that public trust and to make sure that we are restraining ourselves, because frankly this technology is moving far faster than our legislation and our courts can manage. I'll wrap up there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next we have Jim Kreider.
Good evening, friends and neighbors. I'm speaking to you in pursuit of unanimous approval of the Arvada Sustainability Plan. I expect it to pass, but I talk tonight especially to the 1 or 2 of you, I don't know which ones, who might be considering a no vote, an abstention, in order to express disapproval of some part of the plan. I suggest that this issue is too big for symbolic votes, and we need unanimity to send a message of Arvada's commitment to sustainability and climate action. In the short term, fossil fuel use affects every Arvadan with asthma and other respiratory illnesses. In the long term, climate change drives people off their farms, spurs international migration, costs us billions of dollars, and increases human suffering on every continent and in every state. Some of you know I'm a historian by training, so I'm going to do a little bit of history, which you already know. Every era has a fundamental issue or two to confront. In 1776 America, it was their relationship with the British Empire. In 1860, it was slavery. In 1932, it was the Great Depression. If we had held office then, our position on that issue would shape our legacy. Today, unfortunately, we have 3 existential crises, according to Jim Kreider. We have artificial intelligence, threats to democracy, and climate change. You have very little power to act on AI or national authoritarianism, but you have concrete opportunities to influence climate change, especially in the face of Trump administration backtracking on climate. States and cities are taking the lead. We must take the lead. 48 local governments near us have joined Colorado Communities for Climate Action, including Westminster, Erie, Broomfield, Lafayette, and Wheat Ridge. Louisville has committed to reduce energy-related municipal greenhouse gas emissions 60% below the 2016 baseline. Westminster has committed to increase waste diversion and achieve 25% electricity savings community-wide by 2030. I could continue to list others, but I'll spare you. Your grandchildren and the kids of your nieces and nephews will ask what you did in a time of local, national, and international crisis. The sustainability plan and your vote to support it is our commitment to our descendants. We can't change national politics. We can't control runaway AI, but we can take steps to save our climate. Thank you for taking part in that.
Thank you. Next, we have Derek Hammer.
Hello, my name's Derek, and I live at 13937 West 65th Drive. I'm here today to talk about the Axon contract that is up for resolution, and I wanted to first just kind of speak into the public record some of the facts. So the contract is for $5.4 million over 5 years, and of that, over 600,000 will be spent on those 5 surveillance drones and equipment and software to support them. About 400,000 of that will also be spent on Draft 1, which is a AI police report wrapper around ChatGPT. So it's using ChatGPT to write police reports. I think there's a couple of things that I'm concerned with here. One is that right now in the legislature, in fact, on Monday, there will be a Judiciary Committee in the State House where they will be considering the SAFE Act, which is regarding the use of surveillance technologies and additional requirements that they will need to comply with within this contract. And so I think it's just prudent governance to delay until at least the end of this legislative session when we know more about what the state is going to be doing. That's May 13th, so you don't have to delay it even that much longer. And then the second thing is just that $1 million, it's almost 20% of that entire contract. I think the technologies are a little unproven. I think that the efficacy of them is questionable, and that $1 million could be better spent on other things in this city. I think there are other things, but we have lots of friends here that will speak to them as well. So that's it. Thanks.
Thank you very much. And I will note, you don't have to use your whole 3 minutes if you so don't want to. So thank you. Darlon Chang is next.
Good evening, City Council members, especially good since this is the eve before Earth Day 2026. I'm Darlon Chang, an Arvada resident in the Geos neighborhood at 6876 Juniper Court. In addition to being a member of the Arvada Sustainability Advisory Committee, which supported the Earth Day proclamation today in person, I'm also a member of the Jefferson County Sustainability Commission, which is working on securing enough funding to enable our county to meet its goal of reducing greenhouse gas emissions by 73% by 2035 from 2015 levels while centering equity. The Commission provided funding for a Youth Climate Summit for Jefferson County taking place this Friday, April 24th, as part of the 3rd annual Jeffco Student Leadership Conference. And I look forward to volunteering at the climate workshops along with my daughter, who is a senior at Ralston Valley High School. Having seen firsthand what Jefferson County is doing with its climate action plan, I ask that you vote for Arvada's Climate and Sustainability Action Plan, KSAP, next month. I understand that given current budget and staff constraints, Arvada's plan is not presently as ambitious as the county plan in reducing greenhouse gas emissions, but I believe that it is an important step forward that opens doors to getting grants and resources from the county, state, and regional partnerships. As funding is secured, the KSAP should be revised to be more ambitious and aligned with county and state goals. As a former research engineer for the oil and gas industry who saw the chaos caused by our collective fossil fuel addiction, I made a commitment for the sake of my daughter, future generations, and life on our pale blue dot in the vast cosmos to transition my personal life and career away from fossil fuels. In my own daily life, I have no need to go to a gas station because I only drive electric vehicles. I have no gas bill because my home is all electric, and the vast majority of the electricity my family uses comes from solar panels. Climate science shows that my daily life needs to soon become the norm for Arvada, Jefferson County, and human civilization on Earth to have a sustainable future. As my daughter heads off to college, I ask you to vote for the KSAP to help create climate and sustainability careers for her generation. The money that has normally been poured into fossil fuel infrastructure during my lifetime needs to be moved into clean energy infrastructure. I did not have the power as a research engineer in the oil and gas industry to move this money, but I believe that you do for the city of Arvada through a vote for the KSAP and support for making the KSAP more ambitious as funding is secured from our partners in ensuring a sustainable future for all life on Earth. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we will welcome Carol Napier.
Good evening. My name is Carol Napier. I live at 11231 West 54th Avenue. Not the first to say it, but budgets are moral documents. How we spend our money, we as individuals and you as our city leaders, tells us so much about how we prioritize caring for our children, which is the greatest indicator of our morality. Giving a contract to Axon is not a moral decision. It is an immoral act. Axon supplies Israel with technology to maintain its apartheid state, not a term I came up with, but one that President Jimmy Carter used 20 years ago. Axon also supplies technology that helps Israel in their death squads for Palestinian children. 20,000 Palestinian children killed, some of which, no doubt, were murdered through technology provided by Axon. Giving Axon is not, a contract is immoral for another reason. April is Child Abuse Prevention Month, but you wouldn't know it looking at the agenda today or the agenda from the last meeting in April. When you spend $1 million, $5 million over a course of 5 years to increase surveillance of Arvada citizens, instead of using that money to help keep our children safe, it is an immoral act. On its website, Axon says, protect more lives and more spaces. That's what they promise you. And at the best, that is misleading. At the worst, it is a lie. I challenge you to look at all of the documents that Axon has provided you and ask yourself, how is that going to help protect Arvada children? 5 out of every 1,000 children in Colorado are abused or neglected or mistreated, and 73% of the perpetrators are their parents. Axon is not going to do anything to help those children. You must say, no, I am not going to spend Arvada city taxpayer dollars on a contract that's not going to be beneficial, and it's to the citizens, and it takes away valuable resources from our children. I am asking you to be a moral person and vote against the contract for Axon. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Harry Mallon or Mullen? Mallon.
I'm here to also talk about the Axon contract. My name's Harry Mallon. I live at 11231 West 54th Avenue in Arvada. And I think the morality of it is definitely the major point, but the other point is that it's not reliable. And I am quoting from a Colorado Sun article where a policeman from the Columbine Valley Police Department showed up on the doorstep of Chrisanna Elser and accused her of stealing a package off of a porch. And his summons was based on video evidence that he said proved that she was the perpetrator. It took months of her own sleuthing and her Rivian truck's location data and video data to prove that she was not the perpetrator of the porch pirating. And I just want to say that putting $5 million of our money into this over 5 years, when it's just collecting data and more data, the vast majority of which has to do with people who are lawful citizens. It's just collecting this, and it's making our society into an information bankrupt society. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Caitlin Sullivan.
Hello, Council. My name is Caitlin Sullivan. I live in the Lake Arbor community up at 7467 West 81st Place. And I'm also here to comment on the Axon Technologies contract. Like many others, I have concerns that this is just going to continue to erode our Fourth Amendment rights, especially in a post-Patriot Act world. That usually means also that our data is going to be shared with ICE at one point or another. I have a lot of concerns about that. Additionally, outside of the moral question, I'm also concerned about the technology and the bloat in this contract. The cloud-based technology, I have a lot of concerns about it sharing a space with third-party data as well, and the security of that, and again, who has access to it. Additionally, I think it might be unwise, as someone else mentioned, it would be prudent to wait as we see what the state legislature says about the SAFE Act. We might be investing money that we then have to spend again later to comply, and I think that it might be wise to delay that at a minimum. And lastly, I'll note that I have a concern with this contract with respect to the drone technology of targeting other drones, civilian drones. I'm not convinced that that is a cause of concern, and I worry that us being locked into some sort of contract where we have to maintain a technology we won't even use is just another way to siphon money from our city, when I would much rather that money being spent, in housing, parks, and in public transit. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Nicholas Miller.
Good evening. My name is Nick. I live at 13851 West 66th Way in Arvada. I'm here to speak regarding the resolution authorizing an agreement between the City of Arvada and Axon Enterprise Incorporated. The presence of flock safety cameras around our town has already been a bit unpopular, and entering into a contract with Axon will also be bad for the residents of Arvada. Any conversation around companies like Flock or Axon always brings us back to the same underlying issue. Building a large network of surveillance to spy on Americans is wrong, and anything that we do to expand the methods of that surveillance is also wrong. A healthy democracy relies on reducing the power that individuals and institutions can hold on their own. These contracts with big tech companies further concentrate that power instead. Mass surveillance is the goal. Maybe not your goal, but it is their goal. I want to lay out 4 main points. 1, we would be spending an absurd amount of money on technology we do not want to be integrated around us. 2, This would put further strain on the distrustful feelings that many people already have towards our police departments. 3, Axon is directly connected to war crimes that have been committed against Palestinians. And number 4, this technology is not necessary to keep us safe. To expand on that last point, police work can still be done without mass surveillance, without generative AI writing official police reports for us, and without our police departments having access to surveillance drones. Police have been able to do their jobs effectively without this technology, and they can continue to do so. Companies like Flock Safety and Axon Enterprise make money off of people feeling unsafe, but evidence does not support that their products make us any safer. Instead, it makes our democracy more frail and vulnerable because it further pushes the acceptable boundary of where our Fourth Amendment rights come to an end. I insist that we do not move forward with this agreement with Axon Enterprise Incorporated. That's all.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Pat Malone.
Hi, my name is Pat Malone. I live in the Westwoods neighborhood. I was only going to speak to express my appreciation to Councilmembers Ambrose and Mormon tonight. Their very strong statement in support of immigrants was published in the Arvada Press the week of April 2nd. I've since learned that tonight's agenda includes a vote to approve a contract with Axon, so I'll rush through both. The 2 council members' statement was written before the March 31st Arvada ICE showing that resulted in a worker being followed from his Arvada work site, picked up in Westminster, and entered into the Aurora Geo Detention Center. This has been confirmed by the Colorado Rapid Response Network, known as CORN. They also verified that the individual was in America legally and has 2 citizen children. There's a dearth of courage around the country right now, and that lack of speaking out against wrongs being committed against our Constitution, our country, and the people who live in it is felt in small towns all across America, including Arvada, which does make it the business of council members who are elected to represent all their residents. It's time to forget the notion that we don't want to be a target. ICE knows where we are. They've been here. Every town in America is a target, and it's time to recognize it and stand up to it as representatives who have a population of immigrants and people of color who are at risk of being denied their civil rights right here in our town. If that doesn't fall within your purview, I honestly don't know what does. My second subject is on the plan to vote on a contract with Axon to purchase surveillance technology. I listened to Deputy Chief Reeves' recent workshop comments about the APD's policies. My concern is not that the Arvada Police Department will misuse the data, but what do we know about Axon and their security measures? Earlier today, I sent to each of you a Denver Post guest editorial that is alarming in its depiction of how Axon uses data. It says it's head of their Homeland Security program and strategy served as the acting director of ICE under Trump's first administration and has deepened Axon's relationship with Homeland Security agencies. That scares me. In addition, Deputy Chief Reeves mentioned there are 3 bills in the Colorado legislature that all address surveillance concerns. The session doesn't end until May 13th. I urge you to defer a vote on this $5 million expenditure until these bills are resolved, we have learned more about Axon, and there has been an opportunity for public comment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Glenn Fieldman.
Good evening, council members. I'm glad to have this opportunity to comment. My name is Glenn Fieldman. I live at 9135 West 49th Place in Arvada. I recently returned to Arvada, my hometown, after spending my career at San Francisco State University's Environmental Studies program as an associate professor. I also, living in California, served for 16 years on the Open Space and Ecology Committee in the city of Brisbane, where I lived, and helped write that city's climate action plan. Arvada doesn't currently have a climate action plan, but you will soon be considering one. I read a draft circulated earlier this year, and I would echo my friend Darlan Chang in saying I would like to see more urgency and ambition in the plan, but I strongly urge you to support the one that we have as a very important first step. Although climate has retreated from the headlines, there is no issue more important than stabilizing the climate upon which we, our descendants, and everything else depends. This winter and spring, we've experienced record-breaking temperatures, and summer is expected to be a scorcher. We should keep in mind that this summer may be the coolest we experience for the rest of our lives. And if we don't do enough, we will certainly look back on this record hot year with nostalgia. Scientists tell us we are approaching important tipping points, including the shutdown of the Atlantic Ocean circulation that drives the Gulf Stream, and other changes which will cost us a huge amount of money. When climate change and climate action are discussed, money is often an issue that comes up. But climate change itself is going to be a lot more expensive, and there are a number of examples. Even this year, farmers in Colorado are going broke. The ski industry is flat on its back after this non-existent winter, and it is going to get worse. And so when we weigh whether to approve measures that may cost money, we need to think about how much money action will save in the future. We are really lucky that the costs for renewable energies of all kinds have come way down, so this is doable. So I urge the city to do all it can to reduce the emissions from city facilities and to urge residents and businesses to do the same thing. It's really now or never. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Tyler Knapp.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. My name is Tyler Knappy, and I reside at 7658 Robb Street. I would like to raise the same issues that have been raised before with the Axon contract. I have concerns from a security standpoint as well as surveillance issues. But I also would like to bring back to the table the concerns that have been raised in the past around flock cameras. So flock safety has, as was mentioned, has a questionable history and in fact has been found to be in violation of Colorado law in 2 separate occasions in Denver as well as in Lakewood. And this came to light within 9 News, but also it was shown that they were actually working with Flock, with Flock to provide data to the Border Patrol, which as we know, is in direct violation with Colorado law. And there are other moral and ethical concerns. There are, in fact, 2 flock cameras just down the block. They reside in the grocery store just down the way. And I found those using a website called DFlock. The CEO of Flock Safety has actually described DFlock as a terrorist organization, which seems a little hyperbolic, but also rather large concern. And I think that as expressed with the Axon contracts as well, I think there's concerns about the surveillance, and that this is something that I think we should at the very least take into consideration, but also wait until the state legislature makes a decision on the 3 pieces of legislation that are passing through. And I'll keep it short, so thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Robin Stuteville.
Thank you. Yes, my name is Robin. I'm an Arvada resident, and I'm also speaking today about Resolution R26032, the contract with Axon Enterprise, which I'm asking to be voted down or at least delayed until there can be a public hearing so we can find solutions more aligned with actual community needs after proper and transparent engagement with community members, which I don't feel has occurred in this case. This resolution is for a $1 million contract with Axon Enterprise, a company known for using AI for surveillance and for working with ICE and DHS. We know AI can be easily abused by police departments and federal agencies, not to mention how often it makes mistakes, even when the intent to abuse is not there. We have examples of that happening already in the Denver area with the aforementioned case of someone being accused of a crime they did not do after they were identified and tracked using AI. This contract also doesn't seem to include independent audits and is contracting with a company, Axon, which embraces using AI for surveillance, which poses a major security risk for everyone, especially the most vulnerable in our community. Without any sort of oversight, there's no way to know how that data may be abused. And furthermore, there has not been adequate time or clarity on the contents of the contract for community members to make an informed decision on what is best for their community. As someone who makes an effort to be informed, I didn't even learn about this contract until yesterday. And the community meetings on this topic won't even be held until after this scheduled vote tonight. And our community deserves more transparency to decide what is best for our city before the contract is signed, not after. The stakes for our privacy and the privacy of the most vulnerable members of our community is too high. So please vote no on the resolution. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, I believe we have Claire Castle.
Good evening. My name is Claire Cassell. My husband and I have lived in Arvada for the past 10 years. Over the past 44 years, I've served as a Lutheran pastor in parish, university, and hospital settings around the country. I've done a lot of speaking in faith communities, but I've never spoken in a political arena until now. Now I feel compelled to speak my mind and to speak from my heart. I've been appalled by our current administration's deployment of ICE agents going into communities around our country and harassing, deporting, injuring, and even killing innocent citizens. I am from Minneapolis, where we all have heard about the outrageous brutality of ICE agents and the senseless deaths of 2 citizens who have Colorado roots, one right here in Arvada. Up until now, it was easier to turn our heads and rationalize that it was just happening in other places in our country. Until now. Recently, ICE arrived in Arvada, and one person was detained and entered into the GO detention center on March 31st. 2 of you, Randy Mormon and Shauna Ambrose, made a very bold statement against ICE and in support of our immigrant population in the Arvada press recently. Thank you for your courage in standing up on this critical issue. I'm wondering why the rest of you did not sign this statement and take a stand. This is not just a national issue. It's a local issue. You were elected to represent the people of Arvada, not just some people, all people. I can't think of any need more basic than the need for safety. Imagine how you would feel if you or a member of your family were an immigrant, had left your own country to find safety in ours, and now you are in fear of being deported, injured, killed for being here. I can't imagine how that would feel, but many people around our country and even here in our own community are living in this reality. In your position, you have the power and the privilege to stand with our immigrant sisters and brothers and let them know that you support them, that they belong here. We all deserve to know where you stand. In 1982, I served a small Lutheran church in Enid, Oklahoma. I was a single woman Lutheran pastor in the state and the only one in the state. I regularly had calls from other clergy quoting scripture to me about why I shouldn't be there because I was a woman. I didn't feel welcomed there. And
Ma'am, I'm really sorry, your time is up.
Yes.
I'm really sorry.
Thank you for your service.
Thank you very much. Next, we will have Eric Gross.
Good evening, Council. I'm also here to urge you just basically to not support any AI remote-based surveillance technology because we've seen that the potential for abuse is just unconscionable. This includes any current flock cameras in the city. In addition to the porch pirate case mentioned earlier, Thornton is now investigating an officer who ran nearly 20,000 flock searches over 2 years, with just 29 of them tied to case numbers. It's also really important to recognize that multiple studies have shown that AI facial recognition and similar technologies are more likely to misidentify black and brown people than misidentify white people. Now, Axon in particular, as mentioned before, has relations and projects in Palestine, and they also work with Palantir. This company is becoming pretty well known for literally being evil. The CEO has a vision of the future where none of us have any rights. They are helping build Trump's mass deportation list, as well as potentially his list of enemies within, which could include me and many people in this room who has ever protested against ICE or spoken negatively about Trump or has spoken positively about Palestine. So the main difference between someone who supports this and me is that you might have full trust in police, and I don't. Every time we give more authority and technology for surveillance, for getting into privacy issues, it is inevitably used to harm citizens and civilians. So if you want to give the police 24/7 access to surveil us, I think we should have the same for them. That means we should have full access to their body cams and cameras within all the police facilities and vehicles, especially in a city with no civilian police oversight board. I'm going to have to skip ahead a little. It could also be that we place one, maybe not a drone, but a static camera outside the home of any public official who supports this so we can see what is being done with our tax dollars and make sure that they are upholding the same laws that we all have to. If anyone uninvolved happens to be caught on camera, that's just the cost of safety. If any unscrupulous viewer uses the footage for illicit purposes, that's just the cost of safety. If any of this sounds problematic, congratulations, you're starting to understand why total surveillance is a bad idea, especially with a fascist federal government that has been known to go in and request footage and information from these products to do literally whatever they want with it. Lastly, once police organizations come to rely on these technologies, they can become infrastructure and become nearly impossible to undo if they rely on them. I'm sure nothing could go wrong.
Thank you very much. My last speaker that I have signed up is David Finch. Mr. Finch, you may come forward. And I understand you have requested 1 extra minute due to a disability consideration, and I'm willing to grant that. So you will have 4 minutes, sir. Please be safe. I'm sorry, I don't have the sign-up sheet for you. However, I will go ahead and grant you the ability to speak after Mr. Finch. It probably got mixed up in all the other sheets. Please do forgive us. We've got a lot of papers happening tonight.
Thank you for giving me the time to shuffle on down here.
No worries. Take the time you need, sir.
My name is David Finch. I live at, excuse me. I live at 3811 West 54th Place, not too far from here. I want to first thank the city staff and the council. I've been floating an ideal of having an ADA advisory committee or council. Don't know the name of it yet. And Ann Foster's reached out, and they're doing some other things with some regulatory things that they have to comply with for all the curb cuts and all the other changes. They've been working on that city plan to make us more inclusive. And that's what I want to kind of talk about. There are some important things to know. I believe there's not a lot of cities that have really functioning ADA committees. They're very limited in what they can do. I'm hoping that we will have a direct route to the city council, which I'm going to do tonight. I do want to say, many of you have seen me around town, and I hear people whisper, I didn't know he could walk. And I'm doing that to point out something. Disability is not just making a rude comment to somebody. It's in our minds. We don't think it's a problem, but it keeps going over and over again. We see somebody that has MS, and they can walk. We didn't know that. People see me, we didn't know he could walk. And other people tell me, I'm so proud of you. You can walk. And I've never went up to them and said, I'm so proud of you. You can walk. And that's the problem. It's not overt, but it's kind of built up into our society, in our minds, the way we look at things. Two things. Change has been affected even from the city, that has affected the state and the United States. Many people are not aware of this, and this is news I bring you. It also started in Denver. There was an Atlantis community started, and they sued RTD for not having ramps on all the buses. I think they only had 10 for the fleet, obviously not enough. Atlantis also sued nursing homes to force them to be put out into the communities. They were forced to live in nursing homes, being drugged to control them. Something similar happened too in Arvada. Ridge Home was dismantled, and those people were put into the community where we all belong. So as we are building infrastructure here in Arvada, it's important to remember a couple of things. The statistics, if you look at them, will amaze you. We, handicapped people, disabled, whatever you want to call us, good terms, bad terms, whatever, are the largest growing minority in the United States. And it has to do with a little group of people that I've been around with called the baby boomers. In about 10 years, almost every baby boomer will approach the age 65. 14% of them were estimated to be disabled. That means in Arvada, we are going to add another 17,000 people that are going to be disabled. And as we're building 3,000 square foot houses and worried about how tight we're getting, and what happens is, I'm telling you, when you're 70 and you use a wheelchair, you can't use that 3-story house with stairways. You need a smaller apartment. We need to build now. We are behind the 8 ball. And that concludes my mentioning this. I will talk more about it.
Sorry, Mr. Finch. I got to be hard on the rules tonight. I'm really sorry.
Thank you.
So,
I stopped.
thank you.
We like to tease each other.
I like you, Mr. Finch. You know that.
Yep.
I'll see you soon. All right. Apologies, Ms. Hall. We found your sheet. Please come on up.
Okay, thank you for letting me come anyway. I just asked if I could come and speak in open comment, so I didn't check the form out. I do apologize. My name is Susan Hall. I'm at 2636 West 134th Circle. I'm at the other end of this U.S. House district, which is Broomfield. I am very excited because I'm running for the House of Representatives for the Unity Party, and I am going to be the first, not just the first woman, not just the first Democrat, not just the first Republican not to take APAC money if I get elected, but I will be the first Congresswoman in Colorado for a long time. And I noticed that Israel carries a lot of spyware, and we give them the money for it. And they are not taking care of the people in their country. As a matter of fact, they're starving the Palestinians in an apartheid system. I was surprised to see that Representative Pedersen said how she could not vote for one of the bills because they were not providing food for the Palestinians. Does she not know that Israel isn't even letting them get the food? Does she not know how many drones and spyware are there? So I have come to speak out against R26032. We need to care for human beings much more than we need to spy on them. We've heard from people who are talking about abuse in the schools, and I was a teacher. The teachers always would like a little more money. They buy almost all their own supplies. There's so much here that we should think about for human beings, and not just for spyware. For public buildings, for public education, for public transportation, for voting, for allowing people to find out what you're voting on. I doubt there's a whole lot of people in that other room that even know about what is the number? I forget the number. R26032 is. Now they're going to get a no. That's really nice, but it'd be nice if there were other ways than to have to come here and watch it on that little TV in the other room. I do hope that they're going to care and they're going to write to you and make a difference. And make a difference in your opinion, and that your opinion hasn't already been decided, that you will let the public influence you. Because that's what this country is supposed to be. It's not supposed to be an apartheid of those that have and those that haven't. It was supposed to be liberty and justice, just like our flag, our Pledge of Allegiance we said to our flag in the beginning. It's supposed to be caring for people.
Thank you very much. That is all the signups I have for the 3-minute public comment for items not on the agenda. So now I will move us into the consent agenda for the evening. We have 4 items on the consent agenda, and they are R26-011, a resolution authorizing a master license agreement by and between the City of Arvada and Forged Fiber 37 LLC, which is a continuance from February 17, 2026. R26-029, a resolution authorizing an agreement by and between the City of Arvada and Brandon Sand and Gravel Company, LLC, for Arvada's pavement resurfacing project number 26-STS-01B, in an amount not to exceed $6,794,380.65. R26-030, a resolution authorizing Amendment Number 2 to an agreement between the City of Arvada and Jacobs Engineering for engineering services related to the water treatment plant replacement, piloting, and process selection in an amount not to exceed $615,337, thereby increasing the total contract amount to an amount not to exceed $14,207,989, and R26-031, a resolution authorizing an agreement between the City of Arvada and Edge Contracting, Inc. for 2026 sanitary sewer open cut construction services, project number 26-SR-01, in an amount not to exceed $1,382,541. I need a motion to accept the consent agenda, guys. Thank you. Councilmember Pfeiffer.
All right. I move that Resolution 26-011 and Resolution 26-029 through Resolution 26-031 be approved.
All votes are cast. That passes 7-0. Thank you very much. Next, we have 2 resolutions on this evening's agenda. I will begin with R26-032, a resolution authorizing an agreement between the City of Arvada and Axon Enterprise, Inc. for goods and services related to police department technology improvements in an amount not to exceed $1,180,000, or
$80,369.75 in the first year. Mr. Pedrick Emerine, Senior Assistant City Attorney, you have this item.
Thank you, Mayor Simpson and members of council. I'll give just a brief roadmap for this resolution this evening. I will do the formal introduction into the record of this resolution, and then I will pass the microphone over to Chief Ed Brady of the Arvada Police Department to do a content overview of what this project and contract entails. So, without any further delay, council, before you this evening is R26-032. This is a resolution that authorizes a contract for purchase or an agreement between the City of Arvada and Axon Enterprise, Inc. for the purchase of goods and services related to equipment and technology for the police department, to include technology improvements, in an amount not to exceed $1,180,369.75 in the first year of this contract agreement. With that, I will hand it over to Chief Brady.
Mayor and members of council, good evening. I'm Ed Brady, Chief of the Arvada Police Department. This resolution in front of you is for a contract with Axon, which does a number of things. Axon, as you know, is a company with whom Arvada has done business with for a long time. The majority of this contract includes the purchase of equipment and software that the department has used for a long time that needs to be replaced, upgraded, and improved. First, by Colorado law, officers are to be equipped with body-worn cameras. This contract upgrades this equipment that is required by law. Body-worn cameras require specific and specialized software to maintain and store the videos. This is also a requirement of Colorado law. This software, which we have had for a number of years, is evidence.com item that you will see in the contract. This software is used for the department's day-to-day operations for securely storing evidence beyond just the body-worn cameras. It allows the department to provide evidence to both the district attorney's office and ultimately defense attorneys as required by law. Tasers are necessary equipment for police and are not new technology. This contract upgrades our taser equipment. The contract also includes interview room equipment for APD's physical interview rooms and a new service which includes transcription software for those interviews. This type of transcription would cost hundreds to thousands of dollars per interview without this software. New added services, in addition to the transcription services, include state-of-the-art virtual reality headsets that can train officers in force encounters, but also techniques to de-escalate situations. Draft 1 technology is included in the contract, even though the department has been trial testing this software for 8 months. This software does not replace human involvement in report writing. It helps assist with faster report writing to help with both efficiency and accuracy, incorporating information from the body-worn camera into the report. The software has built-in safeguards, so the officer must review and edit the report for accuracy and completeness prior to another approval from their supervisor. The department also has a policy related to report preparation. This contract with Axon will also enable the city to stand up the Arvada Real-Time Information Center, or ARCTIC. The Arvada Real-Time Information Center is a hub to gather and analyze information in real time to better provide emergency and city services to the Arvada community. The ARCTIC will provide better situational awareness for critical events and will provide more information quicker to those who need it. It will allow emergency responders to better coordinate a response, and it will also improve the efficiency of other city services. Under this system, we will be able to work with the fire department to better coordinate response to structure fires and wildland fires. We will also be able to detect wildland fires sooner through some cameras that are pointed west. Traffic engineering could use the ARCTIC to monitor traffic flow in real time to make engineering decisions. Utilities could use it to inspect utility lines and other infrastructure in a more efficient manner. Our streets crews can use the ARCTIC to assist decision makers on when and where to deploy plows during storms, or it could be used to proactively during storms to monitor areas prone to flooding. and the police department can use it to better coordinate responses to escalating situation. This contract includes 3 drone first responders, 1 patrol drone, and 1 crime scene drone, and the related software. The drones will only be used for official purposes, same as any other police technology or database. Flight logs will be done in accordance with the FAA regulations and open to inspection. And the DFRs do not just randomly surveil. They are intentionally dispatched to specific situations. The department has been transparent about this initiative in a number of ways. The department provided a study session for City Council on April 7th, 2026. The full article was published in the February-March Arvada report. The Arctic was mentioned in the April-May Arvada report. The department's 2025 annual report discussed it in an article about innovating for a growing community. And we will also be hosting public meetings and information sessions about the Arctic on April 23rd from 5 to 6 at City Hall, April 29th from 5 to 6 at the Westwoods Community Station, and April 30th from 4:30 to 5:30 at the Lake Arbor Community Station. This information has been shared in a number of ways by our public information officers. The total cost of this purchase over 5 years is over $5 million. The cost spread out over a 5-year period, with the cost of the first year being about $1.1 million, and each renewal year shall not exceed just over $1 million. By purchasing many services under one contract, the department was able to save $660,000 per year, or approximately $3.3 million over the lifetime of the agreement. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Councilmember Ambrose, I believe you were first.
I apologize to interrupt council. Just to complete the formality of our procedures this evening, it is staff's recommendation that council does approve R26-032. With that, we would pass the item back to council for any questions, in which both myself and Chief Brady will happily answer for you.
Wonderful. So, Councilmember Ambrose.
Thank you so much, Your Honor, and thank you so much for the report. Could you go over what our current relationships and contracts are with Axon? Sounds like we already have contracts with it, right?
Thank you, Councilmember Ambrose, for that question. That is correct. This is not new business for the City of Arvada and the Arvada Police Department. We have had a relationship and a business relationship with you, if you will, with Axon for a number of years. We're going on approximately 6 years. I was going back through our contract history just this evening, so I apologize. I don't have the exact date. I can narrow that down and get that to you. But this is, to answer the question in the general, this is not new. As we are all aware, several years ago, the state of Colorado mandated that all police departments and all police officers in the state of Colorado be required to wear and activate body-worn cameras through the course of their duties. And as a result of that legislative mandate, the City of Arvada and the Arvada Police Department did go out to bid a number of years ago. And as a result of that bid, contracted with Axon for the purchase of body-worn cameras and the supportive software, the technology required to use and maintain those body-worn cameras. So this has been around for at least 5 years. And I can also just add from my professional experience prior to coming to the City of Arvada from the 1st Judicial District Attorney's Office, I know that this technology has been in place for a number of years. In addition, this contract in the requirements for our purchasing process within the Arvada City Code, this also went out for bid, and Axon was selected as part of that bid process.
Okay, so we have had about a 6-year contract relationship with Axon for body cameras, but not facial recognition technology or cloud or any of that's not current with Axon.
So
right?
Want to add a few different things. Chief Brady kindly reminded me that even before body-worn cameras We had contracted with Axon for tasers as well. With regards to the cloud-based question, the evidence.com is the supportive software that is a cloud-based software. It has been vetted by our IT department as part of this procurement. It is required to be in compliance with what is called the Criminal Justice Information System, which is a federal regulatory body maintained by the Federal Bureau of Investigation, or FBI. It's a federal compliance that the police department has to have with regards to any of our technology, not just evidence.com or Axon. Our report writing systems, our physical evidence maintenance, et cetera, all has to be in compliance with this federal regulatory. That evidence.com has been in existence and with Arvada for a number of years in conjunction with our work, or with our requirement to have body-worn camera.
Right, I'm just trying to establish like what we currently have so that people know like what we're moving to with when it comes to, because it sounds like the public is very concerned about Axon in particular, so I'm trying to clear that up a little bit.
Absolutely, we already do have a cloud-based software. We've
Right.
had it for a number of years.
But is it serviced by Axon?
Yes.
Okay.
Councilmember Ambrose, just to add, our contract with this company, now called Axon, formerly known as Taser, dates back to 2004.
Okay, thank you very much. And I know that we do audits for this, and that the audits are monthly. That's correct, for all the access logs to the data systems related to this technology?
Sorry, which technology you're referring to?
Because I recall that there are monthly audits for the flock system, right? But there are also audits for the body camera system as well, is that correct?
There's a number of ways we audit that. Supervisors review that. Body-worn footage that isn't admitted as evidence is then purged after a certain number of days. But we do the audits primarily through supervisor review.
Okay, so it's all internal APD audits. Do we ever do third-party audits?
Not with the body-worn camera footage. We maintain and own that data,
Okay.
so that is not transferred to anyone.
Okay. And just to, a number of these questions I'm making clear for public, because there was a suggestion that, oh, we shouldn't spend $5.4 million on this, we should spend it on other things. But this is from the police department, so it wouldn't be spent on like parks or poverty reduction, right? Can you talk about the money and where it's coming from, and if we didn't do this contract, what could be done with that money?
Well, a number of, as I mentioned, a number of these initiatives we're already paying for today, between the tasers, the body-worn camera footage, evidence.com, and so there is new services as well to include the drone first responders in that. So we're paying for the majority of it with pre-existing money that we're already spending on this. The other money, we've received money from the school district for the amount of SROs that we put in our schools. And so the school district has graciously started paying for half of their salaries. So we're using money that is being given to us from the school district to help support the Arctic.
Okay, and I also recall that you're using some seizure money as well for the Arctic?
Yes, we use seizure money that we attained through seizure of criminal organizations to help outfit the Arctic Center and the equipment that we need to run the center.
So you couldn't use seizure money or SRO money for other purposes?
The seizure money has limited purposes, but this was one purpose that we could use it for.
Okay. And I wasn't aware of the ACLU standards of community control over police surveillance, that had been submitted via public comment. Have we looked at that at all?
Have you seen?
Thank you for that question, Councilmember Ambrose. That was submitted earlier this afternoon.
Okay.
I would go back through
all right,
my email.
so that was today. Okay,
Yes.
so we haven't had time to look at that at all. Okay.
Agreed, and the ACLU, yes, exactly.
Okay, great. And then when we had the community meetings on the facial recognition technology, where we didn't really have anybody from the community show up, how were those meetings advertised? Was it just Facebook, or did we put it in the Arvada Press? Did we,
I believe it was advertised in the same manner that this will be advertised. So through social media, the website calendar, news flash, neighborhood leaders, newsletters, and Arvada News.
Okay, so it was pretty widely publicized.
Yes.
Okay, great. And then what are the safeguards in place to prevent abuse like the one we've heard about in Thornton where there's 20,000 searches and only 29 of them were related to cases?
So that's related to Flock, and we do have an internal audit system on that we will be auditing to ensure that we're properly using it.
Okay. And then for the case about using AI, it sounds like AI or some other face recognition technology was used either to do an arrest or obtain a warrant. What are the standards? Do we have, like, you know, if facial recognition confirms it's one person, do we have to have other evidence before we go out for a warrant or do an arrest? Like, what is the standard and how much, like, do we have any cases where we would go out on a warrant just based on facial recognition AI or just on one thing?
Yeah, thank you for seeking clarification on that. These are just leads that go into a much larger investigation. And so we would not base one case simply off of a Flock data license plate hit or a facial recognition. We have to establish probable cause before we file charges with the district attorney's office, and that does not simply come from one piece of information. And so we gather multiple pieces of information and investigation to lead to a charge.
Okay, that's all the questions I have for now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Griffith, you were next.
Thank you, Your Honor. How long has the city of Arvada employed or utilized traffic cameras? And how long have we been, I don't know if I want to say collecting the imagery or the video, but for law enforcement specifically, how long have we been using this technology?
Well, for law enforcement specifically, we don't have any traffic cameras to speak of. The city has traffic cameras.
Okay.
Those, to my knowledge, aren't recorded, and that information is not saved. But the police department doesn't have traffic cameras.
Okay, the police department doesn't. Okay, I'm just trying to establish, similar to Councilmember Ambrose, exactly what the difference is in the technology that we have today and have been using versus what we're going to use with this proposal.
I mean, ultimately, the Arctic could incorporate those cameras to be able to monitor for, you know, critical events or situations. But today, we don't have any traffic cameras.
Okay. And then I have a question. Maybe this is for you, Don Wick. I'm curious if we have a limit on the amount of money for resolutions that we approve. Is there a ceiling for that, or?
Yeah, there is, and we can get you that information so that you have that.
And then to clarify, I think this has been said now a couple of times, but what we're approving tonight is the first year. And we'll see it again next year and the following 4 years, correct?
Yes, for the renewals.
For the renewals. So
Yes.
There will be opportunities for further discussion well after the community outreach that's going to take place after tonight, and then further opportunities to renew or discuss other options.
Correct.
Okay. I just wanted to clarify that, and Your Honor, I'd like to reserve the motion when discussion is over.
The motion is yours. Councilmember Davis, you are next.
Thank you. Caught me by surprise. I thought Mr. Pfeiffer would have something to say. So I just have a few questions for Mr. Emmerine and for the chief. So this program is born from an unfunded mandate, correct? To have body-worn cameras and the whole nine?
It depends on who you ask, is the honest answer and the lawyer answer to your question about unfunded mandate. Several years ago, when the legislative mandate that we have body-worn cameras was passed down by the state, that initial legislation did include the appropriation of funds from the state to local municipalities. However, it was not unlimited and it was not continuous. It was a one-time thing. And part of the concern from municipalities and local police departments was, you know, this is going to be indefinite. Body-worn cameras are going to be forever. We're required to have them daily for all of our officers. The technology storage requirements and realities are vast and significant, ever-changing and ever-increasing in money. So in that form, yes, I agree, it was an unfunded mandate. So as you can see here, in order to comply with state law of having these body-worn cameras, we have to spend Arvada money to comply with that law, to keep our technology up to date and equip our ever-growing police department with that necessary technology. So it is not only just the physical body-worn camera, it is the technology storage that comes with it and the user accounts for every one of our officers.
Great, well, thank you for that. I've heard some concern about the Fourth Amendment. Could you explain how our program aligns with the Fourth Amendment, please?
Can I ask for some clarification with regards to which part of the program? Because this contract encompasses a number of things.
Right.
The body-worn cameras
Yes.
we're required to have. There's no Fourth Amendment violation there.
Okay. And then you also explained, too, that, for example, if we were using drones, that if there was a chase through a yard, that that cutting through yards in a hot pursuit, there may not be a violation.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you for that question, Councilmember Davis. So the use of aerial surveillance, which is what drones do, is actually not new technology or a new concept in constitutional law. It has been litigated in the courts a number of years ago, and I apologize, I don't have that in front of me, but as you know, I presented that to council several weeks ago. It was litigated in the form of helicopters, if you will, a number of years ago. The Fourth Amendment application has a number of bodies of law that would pertain to it. The FAA component that these drones are flown and used in federal airspace is a component of the evaluation of the constitutionality of it. With regards to the specific example that you brought forward this evening, and we also discussed several weeks ago with regards to a quote-unquote hot pursuit through a backyard, hot pursuit is a recognized exception to the Fourth Amendment under both federal constitutional law and Colorado constitutional law. I will explain the answer via analogy. Just as it would be completely constitutional or legal for an officer on foot to pursue a suspect in hot pursuit, it would be just as legal to use a drone as part of that pursuit under hot pursuit. Again, constitutional law is an application of nuances and depends on the specific facts and circumstances of each situation.
Thank you for that. I just wanted to let the public know that that was the explanation you provided, Council.
Councilmember Davis, I'd also note that while the drone first responder is en route to a call, the camera will be facing forward and not down so as to not inadvertently record the property that it's going over that's not involved in the situation.
Thank you for that reassurance. That's great. Who is able to release the data? I recall you sharing that with us as well.
We own our data, and that's a significant portion of any IT contract, no matter the department, and is very significant to staff, specifically the legal department and the IT department. So I want to thank my colleagues in the legal department and IT department that worked diligently on this project. Yes, we use AxonEvidence.com to maintain and support this, but it is a secure network that we've used for a number of years. It does not get dispersed unless we tell it to be dispersed. The common example would be it is part of a criminal case that is charged We are required to provide that information to the district attorney's office. We share that directly with them in secure means. This data is not randomly shared or accessed. It is maintained in our account, and we are the only ones to access our account.
Thank you, and thank you for the responses and presentation.
Mayor Pro Tem Mormon.
Thank you, and thank you again for the presentation we had earlier and for the conversation this evening. Some of the concerns we heard from public comment, one was around the expansion of surveillance of Arvada residents. Can you talk a little bit more about how the new equipment in this new contract would or would not be used for the surveillance of Arvada residents?
Thank you. So as I mentioned earlier, this drone first responder technology is not just technology that we randomly throw up in the air to generally surveil the community at large. The drone first responder program would be sent to specific situations. As I mentioned, a structure fire, a wildland fire, a criminal event that can provide some overwatch for our officers. Again, it can be used for other city departments to improve our efficiency. And so it'll be sent to specific situations and not just a general random surveillance. And so, you know, we take individual rights seriously. We don't want to violate anyone's rights. We're not looking to surveil anyone in particular. We're looking to help out in critical events so that we can ensure the safety of our officers and the safety of the community around those events.
Thank you, and I think my second question is related to the comment you just made, because we also heard about violent crimes against children was brought up this evening, and I think you've shared, and I'd like you maybe to share tonight with how this technology could be used to help fight those crimes.
Well, first I would acknowledge the comments that were made earlier about you know, the terrible abuses on children that occur you know, throughout the state and throughout the nation. They're horrific. You know, surveillance like this can't go into a house and monitor those crimes per se. And so, you know, these are the crimes that we are looking to use this technology are things that happen in the general public domain, areas that we can send drones to, monitor, as I mentioned earlier, to ensure the safety of our officers, ensure the safety of our public, and to help with other city services. And so this is not just an overarching general surveillance that is random.
Sorry, just to follow up with that. Sorry, Chief Brady. I guess what I was asking about is I'm thinking about in helping solve missing children.
Oh, thank you.
Those kind of cases.
Yeah, thank you so much for asking that, because that is a situation that we could use this in. I mean, we've had a number of missing children in Arvada over the years. Where we start canvassing the neighborhood. We had an unfortunate incident years ago where the young little girl was in a construction zone that had flooded and she drowned. But we could have begun our overwatch and looking for her with these drones much quicker. Jessica Ridgway type situation, we can start you know, really doing a good look around the neighborhood and where they might be. And so we expect that a lot of this technology, you know, like the flock technology to hit on people who are missing or endangered, this technology with drone first responders can certainly help with that as well. So thank you for that question.
Thank you.
Councilmember Leveson.
Thank you so much, Mayor. So I would love a little more information on the transparency page we have. If you could just tell us more of what that provides to the public. And then the other thing I'd like to know is clarifying the battery life of the drones. I believe that was mentioned in the presentation. And a little more detail on the policy around the data. So do we keep it for a certain amount of time and that kind of thing?
So the drones, there's a site that people would be able to see what the patterns and the paths are. And so there's transparency in that regards. The drone battery life, I believe, is about 22 minutes. And that's why several drones are needed so that they can swap out should there be an extended incident. One can replace the other, recharge, while the other one goes up in the air. And then the third part of that question, again, was?
Yes, thank you. The data, how long it's kept for, I understand that we have ownership of it, but is it kept for a certain amount
Yeah,
of time? Or?
so videos that are used for evidence will be held in that retention policy for court, basically. So we'll hold on to that for the length of the court case and beyond. And then I will have to get back with you on the other. I think it's 30 days that we'll keep the other video, but I'm not 100% certain on that.
And then I had just one more question. So time can be what makes the difference between life or death. So if you could just speak a little bit more to how the drone first responders could provide more time or resources or help us take care of situations quicker.
Sure. Well, I'll give you an incident, and I don't know if the fire department's here. They could talk a little bit more in depth. But we had the fire up at Leiden Rock, and to my understanding, is that when they first got on scene, they didn't necessarily have the right equipment because they weren't aware of the extent of that fire. With the drone first responder, that would have given them several minutes ahead of time prior to sending those firefighters out. They might have been able to assess it differently. And so in that regard, they might have been able to address that a little bit more quickly. Regarding the police world, certainly getting eyes over a situation quicker to help better understand that. There was a situation in Lakewood where an agent was ambushed and 2 officers had responded to this person's threat. Had a drone first responder been up in the air ahead of them, those officers or agents would not have taken fire like they did. So we see a number of officer safety uses for it. We also believe that it'll help improve our response and our efficiency to that to those situations.
Thank you so much, Chief.
Thanks.
Councilmember Pfeiffer, would you like a bite at the apple?
I don't have any questions, but I have comments. I'll wait till.
All right, we'll wait for comments because I have a couple of questions. We heard reference to legislation pending in the Colorado State Legislature right now. Are we aware of these bills, and do we think they would impact this contract if we were to pass it tonight? Would we potentially be on the hook for money that we can no longer spend?
Thank you for that question, Mayor Simpson. Yes, the city staff as a whole is aware of the references to several pending pieces of legislation. I want to emphasize that these are pending. They are in various stages of the legislative process, to include only having been heard in one chamber, i.e. the House and not the Senate, or vice versa. Several of them were just in appropriations this morning, and none of them have made it to the full floor of the Colorado legislature, nor have they made it to the governor's desk. That being said, our current interpretation of these bills, I do not think it would impact this contract or this project for a number of reasons. First and foremost, again, the majority of this project is equipment and technology that we already have and are required by law to have, the body-worn cameras, for example. The virtual reality training devices do not impact citizen rights in any way, nor would they be used to interact with the public. That's a training component type of thing. Just another example. Secondly, as common practice for the legal department, as we write our contracts, we include a number of opt-out clauses that would allow us to get out of this contract should we need to. We certainly don't want to, because we want this equipment and we want to be able to use this equipment. But from a legal perspective, we have anticipated that on the front end and have ensured our city, legally wise, if you will, to provide for the ability to get out of the contract should we need to. The final point that I would give to you, as council is probably aware, not just with police department contracts, with any contracts that involve multi-year or multi-year financial obligations, they're subject to non-appropriation clauses. So if for whatever reason there's a catastrophic financial event to the city of Arvada and we don't have the ability to appropriate funds in, say, 2028, that is an opt-out within this contract. So understand that concern. I think that's an excellent question, and thank you for that question to clarify. as common practice, to summarize, as common practice as we write our contracts. And I want to thank Ms. Hemler, who was instrumental in writing this contract. We anticipate those needs and legal possibilities when we write our contracts, and we did so in this situation as well.
Thank you very much. I also want to commend my fellow council members. You took all of my questions, so thank you for that. I know Councilmember Pfeiffer has indicated he has comments. Before we make comments on any potential motion on the table, I want to see if there's any discussion council wishes to have on the item. Otherwise, we will accept a motion and comments. See no lights for discussion. Councilmember Griffith, you have reserved the motion.
Thank you, Your Honor. I move that R26032, a resolution authorizing an agreement between the City of Arvada and Axon Enterprise, Inc. for goods and services related to police department technology improvements in the amount not to exceed $1,180,369.75 in the first year be approved.
Thank you. Councilmember Pfeiffer has not hit his light to speak yet, so Councilmember Ambrose moves to the front of the line.
Even though you called me out and said I was going to speak.
I know, but you didn't press your light. So Ambrose, you got it second, Mr. Pfeiffer.
I mean, I can yield if you'd like to go first. Okay. Yeah, so I would ask that my fellow council members vote to reject the motions for 3 reasons. One is that I think that there needs to be significant amount of community engagement. I realize up until this point that we have done community engagement and advertised it well, have not had too much engagement, but I feel that people weren't really aware of like what AI means or what the cameras were or what's going on, and I'm still hearing confusion from the constituents. So I think that we need to do engagement first and then bring up a contract that is more community informed. The other thing I would like to do is to review the guidance from the ACLU to see if they have some good ideas about how we could structure this contract to make sure there is community control over these new technologies. And while I understand it's the staff's opinion that the current legislature wouldn't affect these contracts, I think that we should wait for the legislative session to finish in case it does, and then we kind of have like a clean ground to be working from in order to move forward with this contract. So I don't think this is the right time to vote on this right now, and I think we should reject this motion.
Councilmember Pfeiffer.
So I actually support it, and here's why. One, the majority of the contract is a legal obligation set by the state. And to bring up the past, I mean, we in Arvada didn't have body-worn cameras. We were one of the last police departments because we felt we did a pretty good job, and the state legislators, because of the national narrative, forced that upon us. So the majority of this contract is just to be in compliance with state law. So I don't see that we have an option to opt out of that. The second thing is the way I look at these drones. How much is a helicopter? A couple million? 5, 6, 7, 8 million? Police helicopters have been around for decades and decades and decades and decades and decades. They're just too expensive to operate for the limited use. And, now, they're looking at drones, which in a place, I kind of look at it as being like our own little personal helicopter. A couple $100,000 for a couple of them that provide safety for our community as well as safety for our public. State Patrol has purchased several airplanes to go after the motorcycle folks that are splitting lanes and so forth, and it costs tens of thousands of dollars to operate per hour per plane to go after that. This is opportunities that might not be to the level of cross-jurisdictional. I don't think these drones could be used that way, but to go after like that kind of scenario, but it could be used for Arvada-specific issues that these drones can help with. Not any different if a helicopter was over our house trying to help the police locate somebody or somebody who's lost. And then the last thing what I really like about this, or 2 more things, is that it's multi-use. So I appreciate the fact that you're gathering an asset that can be used for any of the departments within the city, which just leverages the ability to respond fast, provide intelligence, so we have situational awareness so that our employees can be responsive and quick in restoral of whatever the services may be, water, sewer, and so forth. And the last thing is the fact that you actually are saving some money. So not only do we have a legal obligation to do it, you found a way to improve our levels of service, and you save some money. So I appreciate that, and for those reasons, I'll be supporting the resolution.
Mayor Pro Tem Mormon.
Thank you, Mayor. I will be supporting the motion as well. I feel like I appreciate the education that the police department has provided to council, and I think to Councilmember Ambrose's point, though, and to the public comments this evening, I think we need to continue to do a very robust public education on this, because there's a lot of confusion and maybe some misunderstandings that I want to make sure that we clear up with our public on this as we move forward. And I appreciate the fact that this is something that we can bring back each year and evaluate and see how the program's working, and if it's something that we need to tweak or tighten up in certain areas to better address the public's concerns, then we have that ability to do that. So I'll be voting yes this evening.
Thank you. Councilmember Davis.
Yes. Thank you, everyone, for your input. So I support this, but I hear what Councilmember Ambrose is saying, that we need more education and outreach. And so I'm just wondering if we might be able to continue this to a date uncertain in order to allow for the town halls to move forward. So we need to withdraw or reject the vote but to the current motion. Ms. Morris, I'm trying to follow the flow chart, and this isn't on it.
Yeah, there's
So
already
I
a motion.
think there's
there's
already a motion
motion.
right now, and so you'll have to, your comments are limited to the comments that will support
Okay.
or vote against, like, that rationalize your vote.
I'm walking the line by saying I want to support, but I also want to wait. Am I allowed to say that?
It would be not right now,
Okay.
the procedural piece, not right now, just whether you support or don't support the motion.
Well, I do support the motion, but I understand that we need more time for the public to have some outreach and education. So,
With apologies, I know I'm breaking procedural order right after Ms. Morris has explained it to us. To this point, is there any reason why this contract needs to be approved tonight? Is there a pending purchase or something of those other nature?
So the thing I worry about is that there are some types of equipment that are part of this purchase that the state law requires us to have. I don't know what effect this will have on our existing operations and our compliance with state law if we put it off. If I could offer a suggestion, because I think the kind of outreach council is wanting is very robust, right? So what if you, as part of your motion, we can go back, you can make a motion to amend at this point, and we'll amend the motion, but require the city staff to come back at the 1-year mark and talk to you again at that point about the conversations that they've had with the community.
Wonderful. So we have a thought. Councilmember Davis, you still have the floor if you would like to perhaps, well, we're not doing friendly emotions, so we have to do an amendment to the motion, and then we have to vote on the amendment, and then how that goes would either stand or fail to the existing motion.
can I just say what Ms. Morris said?
So the motion would be, you would be moving to amend the original motion to approve the contract, to include a requirement that the city team come back to council with a report on their community engagement in 12 months.
Okay, so I can make them.
You can just say so moved.
So moved.
All right, so we have an amendment to the motion. Councilmember Lovasone, you have requested to speak. Do you wish to speak to the amendment, or would you like to wait until that vote and then speak to the original motion?
Speak to the original motion.
Okay, then we will do the vote quickly on the amendment to the motion. Councilmember Pfeiffer, I need your vote on the amendment.
Show it's lit.
Oh, now it is. Okay, sorry, it didn't. We had a delay in the system, I guess. All right, with that, all votes are cast. That passes 7-0. Thank you very much. So we now have an amended motion, Ms. Morris. Councilmember Lovasone, you wish to speak.
Thank you so much. Okay, hopefully I'm doing this all in the correct order. So just speaking to supporting the motion and the amendment, and just saying again the engagement first approach in this, doing that moving forward. I appreciate the ability to get out of the contract and the study in 1 year. And then just mentioning, when it comes to my decision-making, safety is a non-negotiable and time is one of our most valuable resources. In addition to better training to our Arvada Police Department will result in better service to our community.
All right. We have an amended motion on the table. That is now the motion we are voting on. So if all members of council would cast their votes. All votes are cast. That passes 6-1 with Councilmember Ambrose being a dissenting vote. Thank you very much. Next, I will open R26-009, a resolution repealing the current City Council rules of procedure governing meetings and adopting City Council bylaws. Ms. Morris, you have this item. This is a continuance from the February 3rd, and I believe we are continuing this to May 5th.
We are. So if council will recall, on February 3rd, when we presented the original resolution for council approval, council made a number, it had a really robust discussion along with taking into account community conversation, and we continued the resolution at that time to April 21st. So I was looking at the agenda a few weeks back and noticed that we have quite the packed agenda, and I want to leave room for council and for the public to really be able to have time to think about what they want to do and have time for that conversation in case the community wants additional conversation on that topic. So what I'm asking council tonight is to move to continue the resolution one more time to May 5th.
Excellent. Councilmember Griffith, you had your light on first.
Just to reserve the motion, Your Honor.
It's yours. Oh, Councilmember Levison, you wish to speak?
I was just,
okay.
It's yours.
I move that R26009, a resolution repealing the current City Council rules of procedures governing meetings and adopting new City Council bylaws be continued to May 5th, 2026. Cinco de Mayo.
Ms. Rush, we would love to have tacos that night, I think. Taco Tuesday and Cinco de Mayo. Just letting you know. All right, with that, all votes are cast. That is 7-0. Thank you very much. We have one item on first reading this evening. Mayor Pro Tem Mormon.
Thank you, Mayor. I move that CB 26-016, an ordinance repealing, retitling, and reenacting Chapter 94, Article 2, construction and repair of sidewalks, etc., of the Arvada City Code be approved on first reading, order published in full, and a public hearing set for May 5th, 2026 at 6:15 p.m.
Thank you. All votes are cast. That passes 7-0. Next, we have our appointments to boards and commissions. This is a bit of a round robin, so we're going to begin with Mr. Pfeiffer, and it's literally the sausage in action.
All right, we ready?
Let's go.
I move to appoint Emily Marguera to a 4-year term ending April 30th, 2030.
Oh, and
are we doing arts and
do we do all of the committee together, or does he need to do them one at a time?
You can do, they can do all, you can do that all together. Sorry.
Okay, so I'll do all of Arts and Culture Commission. So the second one is I move to reappoint Sarah Kolb and Tori Flink to a 4-year term ending April 30th, 2030.
All right. Oh, Councilmember Griffith, I need your vote.
No.
Thank you. All votes are cast. That passes 7-0. Councilmember Levison, you have festivals.
Feeling lucky that's where I started my journey here with the city. And apologies for any mispronunciation. I move to appoint Molly Maselman, Graham Becker, Uriel Balanson, Emilia Taylor, and Tracy Conway to 3-year terms ending April 30th, 2029. I move to appoint Lorraine Dew, Amanda Finkelstein, Sarah Moffat, and Tiffany Blaney Blair to 2-year terms ending April 30th, 2028. I move to appoint Emily Bornia to a 1-year term ending April 30th, 2027. And I move to reappoint Larkin Rowe and Rachael Ulrich to 3-year terms ending April 30th, 2029.
All right. All votes are cast. That passes 7-0. Thank you very much. I have to do Urban Renewal Authority. It's law that it's the mayor's motion. So I move to reappoint Eli Foray to a 5-year term ending April 30th, 2031. Councilmember Davis, you have the second.
I second. I move to ratify Mayor Simpson's reappointment of Eli Foray for a 5-year term ending April 30th, 2031.
All votes are cast. That passes 7-0. Thank you very much. Mayor Pro Tem Mormon.
Thank you, Mayor. I have Building Code Advisory Board. I move to appoint Bob Leverage, Radislaw Wakulik, and Ross Seymour to a 3-year terms ending April 30th, 2029. And I move to reappoint Bill Deckham to a 3-year term ending April 30th, 2029.
All votes are cast. That passes 7-0. Thank you very much. Mr. Griffith.
Thank you, Your Honor. I have Design Review Advisory Committee. I move to reappoint Fong Lee to a 3-year term ending April 30th, 2029.
All votes are cast. That passes 7-0. Councilmember Ambrose.
Thank you, Your Honor. I have the Housing Advisory Committee, and I move to reappoint I move to reappoint Patrick Noonan, Tim Rogers, and Harrison Wilterdink to 4-year terms ending April 30th, 2030.
All votes are cast. That passes 7-0. Back to you, Mr. Pfeiffer.
Human Services Advisory Committee, I move to appoint Kayla Herman to a 3-year term ending April 30th, 2029. I move to reappoint Laura Andes, William Morgenstern, and Allison Harmon to a 3-year term ending April 30th, 2029.
Councilmember Levison.
Thank you. I've got Park Advisory.
Oh, no, I need your vote on the first. Oh, that one. There we go, 7-0. Now it's your turn.
There we go. Parking Advisory Committee, I move to reappoint Greg Miller, Karen Miller, Stephanie Redding, and John Casillo to 3-year terms ending April 30th, 2029.
All votes are cast. That passes 7-0. Councilmember Davis.
Thank you. I have Planning Commission. I move to appoint Derek Hammer to a 4-year term ending April 30th, 2030. I move to reappoint Andrew Gay and Miriam McGilvery to 4-year terms ending April 30th, 2030.
Thank you. That passes 7-0. You know what? I could never take sustainability from you, Mayor Pro Tem Mormon. You take it.
Thank you, Mayor. For Sustainability Advisory Committee, I move to appoint Susie Post and Riley Reed to 3-year terms ending April 30th, 2029. I move to appoint Ed Talbot to a 2-year term ending April 30th, 2028. And for this one is a special one, appointing Malia Farhado to a 3-year non-voting term ending April 30th, 2029. She is a high school student that will be joining the Sustainability Committee. Very excited about that. And I move to reappoint Darlong Chang and Laurel Matre to 3-year terms ending April 30th, 2029.
All votes are cast. That passes 7-0. Councilmember Griffith, you have the final one.
Thank you, Your Honor. Transportation Advisory Committee, I move to appoint Matt Gaskins, Matthew Schaefer, and Ray Amoruso to 3-year terms ending April 30th, 2029. And I move to reappoint Mary Kelhaller and Nicholas Fraz to 3-year terms ending April 30th, 2029.
Thank you very much. That passes 7-0. All right, with that, we are 15 minutes past the 8-hour mark, and I usually like to call breaks right around every 2 hours. And considering we're about to move into public hearings, which is what most people are here for, this is a great time for everybody to stretch your legs, get some water. Please go to the bathroom. In order to give everybody some time, I'm going to call it a 10-minute break. We are adjourned for 10 minutes. Welcome back, everybody. I will go ahead and call us back to order. Before the main hearing, we do have one other hearing on tonight's agenda. It's got multiple motions to it. So what will happen with this one is I will open all of them together. We will have the conversation. Oh, 2 more minutes?
Oh, there's one other ordinance on there, the
You're
appropriation
absolutely right.
ordinance. Yep.
You're right. My eyes are going cross-eyed, and it's only 8:30. My apologies. So first, we have CB 26-015, an ordinance authorizing an additional appropriation for fiscal year 2026, ordinance number 4931. Mr. Archer.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. My name is Brian Archer. I'm the CFO for the city. I appreciate the opportunity to talk to you tonight about our first budget ordinance. In the past, we used to call this the carryover ordinance. However, since there's only one opportunity per year for council to adjust the appropriated or the budget authority, and that is through ordinance, we decided to try to accomplish three things tonight. Realizing I'm between you and the main event, I will do this very quickly. So what is a carryover budget? That is ultimately items that were budgeted in 2025, either projects or programs or goods and services that were not received that we're asking you to carry forward into 2026. What are one-time funds? You can read the definition up there for yourself, but basically these are items that we can only count on once. Tonight we are asking you to approve a few of those that we had identified during the 2026 budget, but we didn't have funding for them. And now that we have funding, we're bringing them back to you. Finally, what are new requests? As you will see, and in government budgeting, we have to budget for many items twice. So we get the approval, and then we transfer them to another fund, and then we have to budget for them again. So many of these will look very familiar to you. To set how we get to the requests that we are asking for you, I'd like to quickly show you a recap of our 2025 general fund budget. Originally, we were planning on spending about $7 million of our reserves. These were for projects that City Council and the City Manager had directed us to do. Ultimately, by the end of the year, that had flipped a little bit, and we had ended up with an additional $2.2 million above what we had expected, for a difference of about $9 million. Tonight, we're asking to carry over about $3.2 million of that. We're asking you to appropriate about $1.1 million, which leaves us about $5 million that we will put back towards the model. If City Council remembers, as part of the 2026 budget, we asked you to pull forward some of our reserves to spend on streets. We will use most likely these dollars to help offset that. If we drill down a little bit more, you will see this is how we got to our one-time revenues. You will notice that sales tax, use tax, intergovernmental, fines, and miscellaneous all exceeded their proposed budget. Property tax was a little bit below. And to highlight, intergovernmental means revenues we receive from other government agencies like HUTF revenues or road and bridge. And miscellaneous, while that is quite large, that is really transfers that happen and interest revenue. And the additional difference, about $900,000, is solely related to interest revenue. On the expenditure side, you will notice we have one area that went over, and that is in personnel. And really that was due to our estimate on our vacancies. And we estimated a little bit high last year. We retained additional employees that we didn't expect. And so that's why from a budgetary perspective, it looks like we overspent. Ultimately, we did not. And you will see savings in all of the other line items. The large savings you see in transfers are a couple of projects that we had proposed to do in 2025. Those have been delayed to 2026 and 2027. What you see in front of you is the table that we're asking you to approve tonight. Our original budget of approximately $382 million. We're asking you to carry over roughly $96 million. If you drill down into that a little bit, which we will on the next slide, you will see the majority of that is related to capital projects, in government accounting, especially our enterprise funds. We budget for those projects in the first year that they are started, but we have to carry that budget every year until they're completed. And so you will see in water and wastewater our long-term projects like our treatment facility or the work that we're doing with the sewer line replacements will be here until we're completed. And some of those projects are 4 and 5 years long. The one-time requests that we already talked about, and then the new requests. This is a blow-up of the individual funds. In your packet, there is a detail of all of the individual requests. We will not review those tonight. This is a summary of some of those requests. These should look very familiar to you. Our ERP, our Workday replacement, our computer replacement, the comprehensive plan that has started, a carryover related to some of the support from the Arvada Center. Under professional services, these are our lighting contract, our brand refresh, and some outside counsel. And then again, the capital projects that I just spoke to, of which the 93 million, 88 million of that is straight from capital projects. You will notice a 1.7 million related to streets and traffic. These are the dollars that were not spent in 2025 that we are going to propose carrying forward and spend them in 2026. On the one time, this is what makes up the approximately 1.1 million. Many of these items we presented to you again during the 2026 budget process. Didn't have funding at the time, we now do, and we're asking you to approve those. Some that are outside the general fund, I wanted to highlight a Parks Master Plan that we have funding from Conservation Trust dollars, and then the Council Chambers redo that we're in the middle of planning, and those dollars will come from PEG fees and our CIP. New items, this is rolled up by fund. And these are the details, again, predominantly capital projects that we are carrying forward. You will notice some vehicles and equipment. These are long lead items, so things like plow trucks or sewer trucks that take 2 and 3 years. We order them, sometimes they make it, sometimes they don't. Many of them didn't make it this go around, as you all know the reasons why, and so we need to carry those budgets forward. And you'll see again, the council chambers repeated here. So that is a very quick request of our budget ordinance for 2026. I'm here to answer any questions.
Council? I see no lights. Thank you very much, Mr. Archer. We appreciate you. Councilmember Davis.
I'd like to reserve the motion.
For the next, apologies, Councilmember Pfeiffer already has the motion. Oh, well, so for CB 26-015, my goodness. It feels like a presentation. My apologies, you have that motion reserved. Is there anyone in chambers this evening who would like to give public comment on the budget hearing item? Seeing none, I will close the public comment on that item, open it for council questions, discussion, otherwise. I see none. Councilmember Davis, you have the motion.
Thank you, and thank you for the presentation, Mr. Archer. I move that CB 26-015, an ordinance authorizing an additional appropriation for fiscal year 2026, be approved on final reading, numbered 4931, and ordered published by title only.
Thank you very much. All votes are cast. That passes 7-0. Next, we have the annexation and zoning for Martinez Annexation No. 1 and 2, a 1.7 acre parcel of land approximately located at 5044 Carr Street. There are 4 different pieces to this motion, so I will open them all. We will have hearing, discussion, questions, all of that, and then we will vote on each of the 4 one by one. Councilmember Pfeiffer has reserved the motion. So I will begin then with R26-033, a resolution setting forth certain findings of fact and conclusions as to the annexation of certain land into the city of Arvada, Colorado, Martinez Annexation No. 1 and No. 2 from Jefferson County R-2 to city of Arvada R6, residential 6, a 1.17 acre parcel of land approximately located at 5044 Carr Street, and amending the official zoning maps of the city of Arvada, Colorado, CB 26-009, an ordinance annexing certain land into City of Arvada, Martinez Annexation No. 1, a 0.06 acre parcel of land approximately located at 5044 Carr Street in City of Arvada, County of Jefferson, State of Colorado, Ordinance No. 4925, CB 26-010, an ordinance annexing certain land into the City of Arvada, Martinez Annexation No. 2, a 1.11 acre parcel of land approximately located at 5044 Carr Street in the City of Arvada, County of Jefferson, State of Colorado, Ordinance number 4926, and CB 26-011, an ordinance zoning Martinez Annexation No. 1 and No. 2 from Jefferson County R2 to City of Arvada R6, residential 6, a 1.17 acre parcel of land approximately located at 5044 Carr Street, and amending the official zoning maps of the City of Arvada, Colorado, Ordinance number 4927. Mr. Smetana, Planning Manager, you have this item.
As you mentioned, this is a request for annexation and rezoning of a 1.17 acre parcel. That's with a 0.8 acre parcel being the subject property and the remainder being right-of-way in order to annex the property. The applicant is requesting annexation in order to obtain water through the city. No other actions are planned at this time. There are 2 annexations, and that is because we needed to meet, the applicant needed to meet the state requirement for contiguity. Both of them will meet the contiguity requirement. The proposed zoning is residential 6, which is consistent with the comprehensive plan future land use map designation of the property as suburban residential. The Planning Commission unanimously recommended approval of the annexation and rezoning during their July 2nd, 2025 meeting. Notice for this hearing was provided through publication in a local paper, mailed notice, and signs posted on the property. We have received the signed posting log and mailing affidavit, and they are in order. The applicant is here for a short presentation, and I'm available for any questions following that.
Thank you. I'd invite the applicant to come forward. Real quick, if you will raise your right hand, that you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I swear.
All right, you may begin.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Catherine Struthers. I am an attorney at Ireland, Stapleton, Pryor, and Pasco in Denver. And it is my pleasure to be here on behalf of my clients, Orlando Martinez and his LLC, Orlando Senior Properties, which is the owner of the residential property that's driving this annexation. Mr. Martinez is here with us tonight, and we are very excited to present this to everyone. So, I do have slides. I will explain what you're looking at in this image in just a moment, but big picture, as Mr. Smetana said, this annexation is driven by a need to get water to this property. It does not have a reliable source of water, and annexation into the city so that they can connect to the city's water system is the only pathway to get water. So here is an overview of the property, including the streets that are part of the annexation and the residential property. The residential property is the blue shaded red outline in the center of the image. The yellow highlights are on the rights of way that will be part of this annexation. So this is Carr Street running north-south and West 51st Avenue running east-west. On the north, or the top of the image, you see green shading. Also along the bottom, you see green shading. The green shading is the current city of Arvada boundary. So what you're looking at is a pocket of unincorporated Jefferson County surrounded on the north and south by the city of Arvada. The residential property is about 140 feet south of the current city boundary, just south of that interurban recreational trail. So as we've mentioned, the reason for this annexation is that this property does not have reliable water. It has been served by a well, which was dug many, many years ago and permitted many years ago, and it's failing. It's no longer offering reliable quantities or qualities of water. The water from the well is now only used to water the lawn, and drinking water must be delivered. There is no other water district that can service this property. There's no other district or sanitation system other than tapping into the city's water lines. The good news is that there are already water lines in the streets underneath adjacent to this property, so on Carr Street and West 51st Avenue. And in fact, historically, the property had been served by those water mains, and so the matter of connecting to the city's water is really just a matter of feet, connecting the property to the existing water main, and that cost will be borne by the property owner. So I'll touch very briefly on the use and zoning of the property because there is a zoning change given that we're moving from the county into the city. And then very, very briefly, I'll touch again on the serial annexation and the reason why we've broken this up into 2 different parcels. So first, this property is a residential property. It has 1 house and the well. It's zoned as R2 in the county zoning code, which is a mid-density residential code. As Mr. Smetana mentioned, the property and the area around it is designated as suburban in the comprehensive plan. Moving into the city code, the most closely equivalent code for zoning to the counties is the R6 zoning code, so that's why this is proposed to be designated as an R6 under the city's code. I do just want to clarify, this is just an application for annexation, so there's no development planned as a result of this annexation. The application does not propose any development. It's just so that this property can get into the city to get water. And I should mention as well,
well, the reason that we have to go into the city to get water is that the city code does not allow a property to be served out of the city boundaries by the city water system if that property is eligible to be annexed. This property is eligible to be annexed with the contiguity requirements split up into the serial annexation, so that's why we have to annex into the city rather than just paying for out-of-city service. So as we've mentioned, we've broken this annexation up into two parts. That's why you have a couple different resolutions in front of you. So this is a map, a survey map of the property so that you can see the two annexations that we're proposing. On the top of this image, again in green, is the city boundary. The first annexation is shaded here in yellow, and I will put a caveat that I drew these lines. I'm a lawyer, not a surveyor. So for the exact lines of each annexation, you have actual survey maps attached to the application and to your resolutions. So rely on those, not on my freehand drawing here. But as a close approximation, this yellow triangle is our first annexation. It's a triangle so that it meets the 1/6 contiguity requirements under the Colorado statutes. So that contiguity is met by the northern boundary. At least 1/6 of the perimeter of this yellow triangle will be contiguous with the existing city boundary. And then the second annexation is shaded in blue, obviously the larger parcel. So you'll see there are sections of Carr Street and West 51st Avenue, and then you'll see the large rectangular residential property as part of this second annexation. Once you approve, if you approve the first annexation, then the city boundary will track with that yellow triangle, and then the second annexation will meet the contiguity requirements because it'll be contiguous with that bigger triangle of the city boundary. The exact math and for the actual contiguity requirements, again, are written on the surveys included with the application. And so this is called a serial annexation, and this is permitted expressly under Colorado statute. In order to meet the contiguity requirements, it is permissible to split the annexations into two or more separate parcels that can be heard at the same hearing, which is why we're doing it this way. So again, this is just an overview of the property. You'll see the streets that get us to the residential property. With that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Before we move to council questions, is there anyone in chambers who would like to give public comment on this item? Seeing none, I will close public comment and open it to council questions. Councilmember Davis.
So I'm an infrastructure girly. Thank you for the presentation. So you would like water service. What about wastewater service?
Wastewater is provided, and I'm forgetting the name, but I'm sorry. Do you remember?
I believe it's the Clear Creek.
It is. It is. Thank you very much. Clear Creek does provide sanitation, but they don't provide water service.
Councilmember Ambrose.
Yes, thank you for the presentation. Could you repeat again why annexation is required rather than out-of-city water service?
Yes, it is the city code no longer allows out-of-city service. Okay. That code section is 102-51 and 102-52, which provides that if a property is eligible to be annexed, in order to receive water service, it has to be annexed. Historically, my understanding is that the city did provide out-of-boundary water service, and that's just no longer the case.
I have a quick question. Councilmember Pfeiffer. Okay, I have a quick question about the annexation of Carr Street. So I see that this is it's about a 2-block section of Carr Street that we're annexing, and I completely understand why for the continuity, and it looks, how many blocks, the northern boundary, is that 51st there? How much of that are we annexing? Is that 3 blocks?
51st?
Yeah.
So the blocks are hard, right, because the residential properties are varying sizes, but we're annexing only that portion of West 51st that is adjacent to 5044 Carr, which is the residential property that needs water.
So we're annexing the southern side, but not the northern side of the street, basically the eastbound lane, but not the westbound lane.
Both lanes.
Oh, both
yes,
lanes. Okay.
Yes, it is I believe, a requirement now that if you annex the right-of-way, you have to annex all of the right-of-way.
Okay. And then I go to the team here. have we surveyed what condition these roads are in? And because my assumption is if we annex the roads, we take over responsibility for them. Have we surveyed the condition of the roads?
We have taken a look at those roads and think that it's still a good recommendation to have this property annexed into the city. And if any redevelopment were to happen on this property, we would work with the applicant to make sure the roads are brought up to standard.
Okay, excellent. And since it's to us, I'm assuming the answer to this is yes, but Jefferson County isn't fighting us on taking those roads off their hands, are they?
They are not.
Okay.
And
I didn't think they would, but
may I add also that the county is also a signatory on both applications because of their interest in the public rights of way.
excellent. Mr. Pfeiffer? Okay, well then, I see no additional lights, so you have the motion.
All right. Let me get back up to the top. Oh, wait. We're starting with 3.3, right?
And while he's grabbing the motion, is there any council discussion on these items? I didn't think so. Usually those lights light up pretty quick if there is, but wanted to make sure.
All right, you ready?
Go for it.
I move that Resolution 26033, a resolution setting forth certain findings of fact and conclusions as to the annexation of certain land into the city of Arvada, Colorado, Martinez Annexation No. 1 and 2 from Jefferson County R2 to City of Arvada R6, Residential 6, a 1.17 acre parcel of land approximately located at 5044 Carr Street, and amending the official zoning maps of the city of Arvada, Colorado be approved.
All right, council will cast their votes on item number 1. All votes are cast. That passes 7-0. Thank you very much.
I move that Council Bill 26009, an ordinance annexing certain land into the city of Arvada, Martinez Annexation No. 1, a 0.060 acre parcel of land approximately located at 5044 Street in the city of Arvada, County of Jefferson, State of Colorado, be approved on final reading numbered 4927 and ordered published by title only.
All votes are cast. That passes 7-0. Thank you very much. Next item.
I move that Council Bill 26010, an ordinance annexing certain land into the city of Arvada, Martinez Annexation No. 2, a 1.11 acre parcel of land approximately located at 5044 Carr Street in the city of Arvada, County of Jefferson, State of Colorado, be approved on final reading number 4926 and ordered published by title only.
Thank you very much. That passes 7-0. And the final one.
I move that Council Bill 011, an ordinance zoning Martinez Annexation No. 1 and No. 2 from Jefferson County R2 to City of Arvada R6, Residential 6, a 1.17 acre parcel of land approximately located at 5044 Carr Street, and amending the official zoning maps of the City of Arvada, Colorado, be approved on final reading number 4927 and ordered published by title only.
All votes are cast. That passes 7-0. Thank you very much. Congratulations, Mr. Martinez. You have your water. All right. All right. The event we've all been waiting for, everybody. CB 26-008. So let me do a few quick housekeeping items on this. Do a little bit of run a show because it's going to be a big one tonight. So tonight, we are hearing a conditional use permit. I want to begin. This is not an approval of the project. That needs to be very clear to everybody. However tonight goes, even if this council votes yes, that is on the conditional use, which determines if the use of the property is appropriate, yes or no, not the actual project itself. That's not what we're voting on tonight. That's a much broader thing, and we could look at that. That would also, if granted tonight, the project would then have to go through all the reviews, permitting, cleanups before being issued approvals from the administrative process, at which point it is then still subject to council call up for a hearing. So if and when this ever gets to that point, it would still be possible for us to rehear it at this body. So with that, I'm going to open CB 26-
Mayor?
Oh, we have one item. That's right. Councilmember Davis.
Yes, Mayor, I would like to ask to be recused and excused for the rest of the meeting for CB 26-008.
All right, if all votes could be cast. Hold on. Yeah, I don't think you do, so let me lock you out. There we go. That passes 6-0. Thank you very much, Councilmember Davis. Have a wonderful evening. All right, thank you very much. All right, with that, I will open CB 26-008, an ordinance approving a conditional use permit to allow 384 multifamily and 51 townhome units on site in the MXS mixed-use suburban zoning district for Avalon, Arvada, a 20.1 acre parcel of land located approximately at 17201 West 64th Avenue, ordinance number 4921. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor, and good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and council members. The case before you tonight is a conditional use request to allow 384 multifamily and 51 townhome units for a total of 435 units on a 20.1 acre site located at 17201 West 64th Avenue. This presentation will give a description of the site location and history of the development of the site, the procedural history, then turn to the details of the project, the intent and allowed uses in the MXS zoning district, an overview of the conditional use and site plan application process, and conclude with the approval criteria for conditional uses and staff's recommendation. Before I begin my presentation, I would like to highlight a couple of issues in my staff report. First, I'd like to discuss the distinction between the submittal requirements and level of review for conditional use versus site plan application. And Mayor, you did go into this discussion, but I'd like to go into it a little bit further. For a conditional use request, a project review letter and conceptual plan with building footprints, parking and drive aisles, landscape areas, and existing and proposed roadways are required for submittal. Also, staff may request additional technical studies, such as a traffic impact study, to be submitted with a conditional use application package. The information is reviewed by staff to demonstrate conceptual compliance with the Land Development Code, or LDC. At the site plan stage, the application requires a full, finalized architectural set of plans, including a site plan, floor plans, elevations, and landscape plan, and the application is evaluated for full compliance with the LDC. Second is the issue of whether single uses are allowed on properties designated mixed use in the comprehensive plan and zoned mixed use suburban MXS. The site is designated as mixed use in the comprehensive plan. According to page 2-23 of the comprehensive plan, mixed use is not required on a parcel specific basis. Further, according to subsection 2-1-4-2A of the Land Development Code, the intent of the MXS zoning district is to provide for a variety of residential and non-residential uses in vertically mixed use, horizontally mixed use, or single use configurations. Therefore, both the comprehensive plan and LDC contemplate single uses as allowable uses in the mixed use land designation and the MXS zoning district. The site is approximately 20.1 acres and irregularly shaped and bounded by Westwood's Golf Course to the north, Morning Star Senior Living to the south, and single-unit residences to the east and west. The site is developed with 5 to 6 greenhouses, an office building, hoop houses, warehouses, utility structures, including above-ground storage tanks, minor structures, a parking lot, and an access drive to support a wholesale plant nursery operation at the site. The site is comprised of lots 1 and 2 of the Veldkamp subdivision. Vehicles access the site from a drive west of Easley Road, which leads to a parking area at the southeast of the site. As for the development history of the site, records indicate that development on the property began in 1971 with construction of a greenhouse and office building to the southeast of the site. Over time, a series of greenhouses were constructed on the site between 1971 and 2004, along with storage, warehouse, and other support structures. There are several areas that collect stormwater runoff as well as discharges from greenhouses and hoop houses, with water retention ponds generally located between the large greenhouse structures. In 1997, the site was annexed into the city of Arvada, and in 2004, a rezoning of the property was granted to increase the allowed retail square footage to 40,000 square feet for greenhouse nursery with retail sales and 25,000 square feet per each additional single retail use. So this slide outlines the procedural history of the application. The required neighborhood meeting was held April 10th, 2025, with approximately 180 attendees. The conditional use application was submitted on May 23rd, 2025, and after 4 submittals was deemed complete on December 16th, 2025. The conditional use request was considered by Planning Commission at its January 21st, 2026 meeting. Planning Commission voted 5-1 to recommend approval to City Council, and tonight the application is before you for consideration and final decision. Now turning to the project description. The site has a comprehensive land use designation of mixed use, which intends to promote a wide range of land uses, including medium and higher density residential. The comprehensive plan does not prescribe a minimum or maximum density for sites located in MU. However, the comprehensive plan recommends a density greater than residential zoning districts for residential projects on parcels designated MU, with the goal of providing greater housing diversity and supporting transit. The zoning of the site is MXS, or mixed use suburban. Section 2-1-4-2A of the Land Development Code again states that the purpose of the MXS zoning district is to provide for a variety of residential and non-residential uses in vertically mixed use, horizontally mixed use, or single-use configurations. According to the project narrative, the project proposes 8 townhome buildings ranging from 4 to 8 units per building, totaling 51 units. The townhomes are anticipated to be a mix of 2 and 3 bedroom units. The site plan also includes 12 breezeway and corridor multifamily buildings providing 384 apartment units through a mix of studio, 1, 2, and 3 bedroom apartments. 10 buildings are proposed to be 3 stories, and 2 buildings are proposed to be 4 stories. Other proposed spaces include a clubhouse and an amenity area. All residential buildings are proposed not to exceed the maximum height of 45 feet. Pursuant to Table 2-1-4-2A of the LDC, a small urban park is required. For lots more than 1 acre, the small urban park area must be a minimum of 10% of the net parcel area. Given that 10% of the parcel area is 2 acres, a 2-acre urban park along the eastern border of the site is proposed. Including the urban park, the total landscaping proposed is 325,929 square feet. According to the site data table in the conceptual plan set, 117 parking spaces are proposed for the townhome development, with 102 covered and 15 uncovered. For the multifamily development, 796 parking spaces are proposed, with 440 uncovered and 356 covered. Additionally, the project proposes 96 parking spaces to serve the multifamily development. Primary access for the community will be taken from Easley Road to the east, near the southeast corner of the site. 2 separate access drives are proposed for the multifamily units and the townhome units. So the next 5 slides list the allowed, limited, and conditional uses in the MXS zoning district. Allowed uses are those that are permitted by right and are not subject to additional restrictions. Limited uses are permitted by right, but are subject to specific restrictions in the Land Development Code. Conditional uses are uses that may be allowed subject to meeting certain criteria and review at Planning Commission for recommendation and City Council public hearings for decision. In the residential use classification, residential uses accept live, work, boarding, lodging, and rooming houses and group homes that serve protected classes of people under the Federal Fair Housing Act all require conditional use authorization to operate. As this slide indicates, uses within the hospitality, recreation, and entertainment and commercial use classifications, such as restaurants, offices, and retail establishments, are either allowed by right or allowed subject to limitations in the code. Except for ambulance services, which requires a conditional use permit, Uses that fall under the community, civic, educational, healthcare, and institutional classification, such as hospitals, medical offices, and places of assembly, are either allowed by right or allowed on a limited basis. As for industrial processing, recycling, storage, and disposal uses, all uses under this classification except brewery distilleries require conditional use approval. Motor vehicle uses are allowed on a limited basis, and over half the utility and communication uses require conditional use approval. Okay. So this slide gives an overview of the conditional use and site plan application entitlement process. The first step is submittal of the conditional use application. A required neighborhood meeting precedes the submittal. At this stage, a project review letter and conceptual plan with building footprints, parking and drive aisles, landscape areas, and existing and proposed roadways are required for submittal. Also, as mentioned earlier in this presentation, staff may request additional technical studies, such as a traffic impact study. Once the application is deemed complete, it is scheduled for public hearing with Planning Commission for recommendation to City Council. Then, after receiving the recommendations, the project goes to City Council for decision. If the City Council decides to approve the conditional use request, then the site plan application is submitted, or at the applicant's own risk, the site plan may be submitted for concurrent review with the conditional use application. The site plan application requires, again, a full finalized architectural set of plans, including a site plan, floor plans, elevations, and a landscape plan. Staff reviews the architectural plans and landscape plan for compliance with the Land Development Code, then a decision is made on the project by staff. All development applications reviewed and approved by staff are subject to call-up by City Council prior to the effective date of the decision. So the next 3 slides enumerate the 6 conditional use approval criteria. In summary, the approval criteria are: 1, the application complies with the applicable standards of this LDC, other adopted city ordinances, resolutions, and regulations. 2, the application is consistent with the Arvada comprehensive plan. 3, the use is consistent with the purpose and intent of the zoning district in which it is located. 4, the size, scale, height, density, and multimodal traffic impacts, hours of operation, and other similar characteristics of the proposed use are comparable with existing and planned uses in the surrounding area and the zoning district regulations. 5, facilities and services will, prior or to or as part of the development, be available to serve the subject property while maintaining adequate levels of service for existing development. And 6, the application mitigates any adverse impacts on the surrounding area to the degree practicable. So based upon project analysis and review of the Land Development Code approval criteria, staff recommends that the City Council approve the project subject to the conditions of approval listed in the staff report. That concludes my presentation. I'm available for any questions that you may have, and also the applicant is here with a presentation on their project.
All right, thank you very much. I really, yes.
I was just about to do this. Okay, so before we get started tonight, I wanted to ensure that we're going through a process where council is able to make their pre-hearing disclosures and to commit to their neutrality on this particular hearing. So there's been a significant amount of discussion in the community over the last few months about ex parte contacts and due process. So council, I just want to reemphasize, council is required to approach this matter with an open mind and without prejudgment. So no member of council may participate in this hearing if they cannot be fair and impartial. In terms of disclosures, there are a number of communications outside of the hearing that are absolutely prohibited by council once an application is filed. There are 2 exceptions, 2 sort of carve-outs or exceptions. If an application has not yet been filed, then council is still able to have communications about a certain hypothetical project that might come up. The other exception is inadvertent receipt of communication that's not solicited by the council member, and that the council member is not engaging in discussion about the merits of a matter or expressing statements that would create bias about a matter. So what we're going to do right now is I'd like to go around for each council member and have each council member provide two things. So one, provide any required disclosures as required under our code, so any pre-application communications you might have had, and then two, a statement indicating whether they believe they can be fair and impartial in their decision-making for this project. And I just realized I did not complete the first one. So in addition to talking about any pre-hearing disclosures, I would just like to make sure that each council member can indicate that they have taken any written communications they may have received from a member of the community, and they have forwarded those for the purpose of putting those in the written record. So let's start with Councilmember Pfeiffer.
Thank you, Rachel. I did have a pre-application meeting with the applicant back in 2024, so November 15th. So obviously the application didn't come for several months afterwards, but it was hypothetical. So want to disclose that. The other thing is obviously we've received hundreds, if not thousands, of emails, and I think we've all forwarded them to the clerk. And then the last thing is I haven't really had any other engagement other than that one meeting and the emails. So, for me to maintain neutrality is natural. There's no reason. I've not made up my mind. I'm going to hear both sides of the presentation, and then I'll make a decision afterwards. So, that's all I have to disclose, and I guess we'll hand it to the next one.
Councilmember Levison.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I have had no pre-application conversations regarding this application. And since the application was filed, I have received many emails around this project, but they've been forwarded for the record. And I have not engaged in any communications about this project, nor have I taken a position on the project. And I'm here to listen to both sides. I've not made up my mind on anything regarding this project, and I am very committed to remaining impartial on the issues being decided by council until the evidence has been presented.
Thank you. I too had a pre-application meeting. I found it on my calendar. It was from 4 to 4:45. It was a 45-minute meeting at the Bluegrass on November 13th, 2024. So that was before it was filed. Again, like Councilmember Pfeiffer, very conceptual. I recall the meeting. It was much more about the nature of West Arvada, what we're looking for over there, that kind of stuff. No commitments were made during that pre-application meeting. I too have received many emails, and many of you have approached me in person or over the phone to talk about this issue. At that times, if you have done that, you have heard me say the words, "I cannot talk about this," over and over. Some of you have spoken to me, but I have not spoken back. I remain impartial on this issue, and I look forward to hearing the facts of the record.
Thank you. With regards to pre-application disclosure, to the best of my recollection, and I looked through my emails and calendar, I do not recall having any pre-application conversations before the filing. And then after it was filed, of course, I received numerous emails. I tried my best to forward them, but I believe I've missed some. I know at least in the past couple of days I got flooded and I did not get a chance to forward all of them, so I will say that that is the case. But I have not engaged in any communications about the merits of the project nor taken a position, and that I do believe that my mind has not been made up regarding it, and I'm committed to being impartial and listening to both sides this evening.
Thank you for the opportunity to provide these disclosures. I have had no pre-application meetings after the application was filed, and as a new city council member, I have received lots of emails, and we always do appreciate our emails from the public. Any of those emails that were sent directly to me and only me, I forwarded those to Kristen Rush, city clerk, and the rest of my council members. I am committed to being neutral and impartial as we review the facts of the case. Thank you.
Thank you. I have not met with anyone regarding this on the pre-application, and after the application was filed, I also got a lot of emails, and I did my best to forward them for inclusion to the record. and people talked to me about it, but I said I cannot discuss this unless it's in a noticed public forum. I have not engaged in any communications about the merits of the project, nor have I taken a position, and I have not made up my mind regarding the project, and I'm committed to remaining impartial on the issues being decided by council until all evidence has been presented.
Thank you. All right, we are sworn in now. Your turn. The applicant as well as members of the public, and I'm going to do the honor system. If you are in a different room but you are a speaker tonight, I'm going to request that everybody raise their right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. You are all sworn in. All right, with that, I would like to invite the applicant up to give their presentation.
Mayor Simpson, before the applicant comes up, I just want to let the council know that written notice, posted notice, and published notice has been followed according to Division 824 of the Land Development Code.
Thank you, Rosalind.
Welcome.
All right.
For the record, my name is Todd Nicotra. Address is 5050 South Syracuse in Denver. Good evening, Mayor, council members, and city staff. Thank you for the opportunity to present this evening. I am excited to be here after close to 2 years of working on this proposal. Thank you for the next slide. In the interest of time, I'm not going to introduce the entire team because I realize we are a bit late, but I will point out that everyone on that list is here in attendance, and they are all local consultants that we have worked with who have significant experience. Next slide, please. I'll tell you a little bit about our company. We own, operate, and develop apartment communities throughout the U.S. We've been doing it for about 30 years and doing it here in Denver for about 8 years. I run our Colorado office located in Denver. I'm really proud to work for this company, and I'll tell you 3 reasons why. Number one, our commitment to the community and the environment is something we take incredibly seriously. If you have a moment and you want to Google us, we're a public company, so everything's pretty out there for us. AVB, ESG, you can read about all of our solar installations, our efforts to reduce Scope 1 and Scope 2 emissions, our water efficiency programs, and more. Number two, we build quality rental housing in places that most need it. It's no secret that there's a housing shortage, and I am proud of the housing that we build to address that need. Number three, we're a long-term owner. We don't just build it and sell it to somebody else to operate. We own it for the long term. We build it, we lease it, we operate it, we maintain it. It means we have an incentive to build with a high quality, because if something breaks, we're the ones who have to fix it. Next slide, please. I think I'm going to skip over this one just because you've already seen that in the prior presentation in the interest of time. I want to make a few points that I've prepared before we talk about the next slide here. The land that we are discussing tonight is owned by the Gerace family. They have operated a business on it for 20 plus years. In recent years, they made the hard decision to close their business and sell their land. They closed their doors last summer and sold off all of their equipment shortly thereafter. The garden center will not be reopening. The land will be sold. The site will soon be redeveloped, regardless of what happens here this evening. We believe that the use we are proposing meets the criteria for a CUP and is consistent with the city's goals. City staff agrees, as seen in the staff report. The Planning Commission also agrees, as seen with their vote of support. Change is coming, and I know that change can be very difficult, but I would argue that what we are proposing is more compatible with the surrounding area than the vast majority of the uses that are actually allowed on the land today. Which brings me to my second point, zoning. The zoning on this land is indeed different from the single-family housing zoning nearby. The MXS zoning allows for a variety of uses, as you just heard. Some of those uses are intense, commercial uses, and some of the most intense uses are allowed by right, without a CUP process. That means that some very large-scale commercial projects could be built on this land without any required neighborhood meetings or public hearings. A developer could start right at the site plan process. When I look at the development code, the uses that I see on the list that are most comparable with the residential around the site are residential uses. What we are proposing here has much more in common with the adjacent housing than most other uses that are allowed by the Land Development Code on this land today. Furthermore, we are proposing to design the housing in a way that addresses community concerns that we have heard. We have held meetings well in excess of what the code requires in order to hear community concerns. We have made changes to our plans to increase setbacks, reorient buildings, and respond to community feedback. I realize that many of the adjacent neighbors are concerned. I have personally participated in every meeting, and I have read the written comments. I understand the concerns, but I firmly believe that what we are proposing and how we have gone about proposing it has led to a plan that is more neighborly and consistent with the surrounding area than most uses allowed on the land today. And the third point I want to make pertains to housing generally. It is well known that our state has a serious housing shortage. Housing supply has not kept up with demand, and this phenomenon has driven up the cost of housing dramatically. Any economist will tell you that if you increase the supply, you put downward pressure on prices. In fact, we are starting to see this play out right now in the region. Apartment rents are dropping right now. Policymakers have been promoting higher density housing, and the market has responded. So I am excited about the proposal tonight because it gives Arvada an opportunity to address the housing shortage and affordability crisis we are facing on land that is already zoned for multifamily housing. We are proposing to do exactly what the city of Arvada voted to do when it approved the Housing Strategic Plan in 2024. Back to the slides. Okay, this slide, thank you, shows some of the less visible parts of the site. I'm sure many folks are familiar with the front entrance, but this is what you see sort of further back on the site. And I think what this says is this shows the opportunity that we have to make the site more aligned with the surrounding area. Next slide, please. I want to reiterate, we're not seeking a rezoning. The land is already zoned for multifamily and many other uses. We are here to demonstrate that the proposal meets the criteria of the CUP allowed under the current zoning. Next slide, please. You've already seen this in the prior presentation, so I won't spend a lot of time on it, but I will point out housing diversity. What you see here are 4 different housing types. We have single-family housing, we have senior housing, we have rental apartments, and we have townhomes. So 4 different housing types in this neighborhood that currently doesn't have a lot of variety. Excuse me. One last word before I pass it on to Marcus, who will speak next. I am pleased to share with you all tonight something new. We are in communication with the Jefferson County School District about providing free apartments for 1 year to 5 Jefferson County school teachers at Avalon, Arvada. We did this same program voluntarily with DPS at one of our most recent projects in Denver, and it was a huge success. If you're at all curious about it, just Google Avalon Bay DPS free apartments, and you will read all about it and see some videos as well. I am pleased to announce tonight that we are working with the Jefferson County Schools Foundation to provide a similar program at Avalon, Arvada. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Marcus Packner to continue the presentation.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, councilors. Thanks very much for this opportunity. My name is Marcus Packner. I am a land use and community outreach consultant to Avalon Bay. I want to work through this presentation, but I want to start by starting on the approval criteria. As Rosalind mentioned, these are the 6 bases of your decision. We are starting our presentation as we will end it on the approval criteria. It has been the basis of something we call reflective planning. We start with the approval criteria, and it shapes every engagement we have with the community, with staff and referral agency. And we do something reflecting those comments and making it the basis of our planning. So we started with these approval criteria. The reason I'm showing you this slide, in the upper hand, right-hand side, you see the approval criteria. We are going to show you as we walk through the presentation how we are replying to each individual criterion as we walk through this. Next slide, please. I do want to note that any project should be based on two things. The first is the guiding documents, what the city of Arvada and what your planning documents say should happen at this site. Not us, not the developer, but what has been prescribed or the future land use on this site. We're going to focus first on the comprehensive plan, the 2014 comprehensive plan. Next slide, please. This is the site. You will notice immediately that this site and Morningstar are zoned mixed use. This is mixed use. It has been since 1997, since it was annexed into the site. You will also note with particularity that it is surrounded by suburban residential. This is a mixed-use node. This node, this site, is meant to be different. It is meant to be more intense. It is meant to have different uses, and it is meant to have other patterns than the single-family neighborhood that is there. That is by the nature of the comprehensive plan, what was planned for this site. Next slide, please. This goes into a little more detail, some of which was covered, but I wouldn't really want to look at that designated mixed-use areas. Your goal here is to protect these mixed-use areas, to provide a mix of land uses, including a diversity of higher or appropriate density housing. You go on in policy L32 to say high intensity, these are uses that are different, and we want residential opportunities. You specifically enumerate and focus on redevelopment and infill. Remarkably, after 50 years, this is an infill site, right, from where it started. This is a goal to protect these sites and to bring in a mix of quality housing that is different than the area around it. And as you heard earlier in 2-23, mixed use is not required on a parcel basis. Please note that if it is a residential primary use, you are encouraged to have density greater than the surrounding residential districts. That's how we bring forward the diversity of housing product. Next slide, please. You went further. In 2024, Arvada adapted the housing strategic plan. Your goal on the left, increase production of housing, specifically multifamily and missing middle products that tend to be more attainable across the board. West Arvada's reality, frankly, a stark reality, is there is very little and very challenged site to bring multifamily and missing middle housing to this area. But this site is there, it is protected. You also have an implementation plan. How do you bring this forward? Fund, preserve, assist, but here tonight, create diverse housing types to accommodate a broad spectrum of needs and preferences. We are honoring the housing strategic plan and the comp plan and bringing forward more diverse housing at this site. Next slide, please. Again, now we transition to the zoning code. Let's look at the zoning and the particularity of this. Remarkable history, pictorial here. You see in 1971, the Veldkamp site. This is the greenhouse coming in, no development around it at all. In 94, you see Westwoods, the golf course is emerging. If you go to the next slide, remarkable. 1997, this site was annexed as a node. Different uses, mixed use, retail, much more intense commercial, and you see 3 residential neighbors. We're now surrounded by 4. Westwood Links, Fieldstone, and Sunrise are all there. They're around the site, they understand that. You continue on now 2005, all the way surrounded. I want to call particular note to 2011. Why? Because Morningstar was expanded. This was added as to the same zone district, to MXS. It was rezoned in 2016. But most importantly, this comprehensive plan that is before you tonight that we are complying with was adopted and reaffirmed that this site should be mixed use. It was reaffirmed and kept separate even with the surrounding context with a single access point off of Easley. Next slide, please. Just want to show then, here's the picture we end up today. This is why this site is different. It is why we have a different intensity and a diversity of housing surrounded by all single-family residential around this very important now infill site. Next slide. I look again just at the uses, really showing them in a different way. Some of these uses that could be allowed, like a hospital or a private college with the spillover traffic and impact, all of that could happen administratively. We are following your process for a residential use, for a duplex and multiplex, going through this conditional use. On your right, and probably most notably, We are following every one of the residential guidelines. Every one for residential and non-residential. We are not asking for a single deviation. We are following the guidelines for the site and living fully within the zone district and the intent and the consistency of the code. Next slide. I just want to show this as an image because it's very important. Precedent imagery. What does MXX look like today? This is actually the adjoining site. This was zoned in 2014, a single-use residential in a mixed-use zone district, 3 stories, same qualifications, 40 foot. This is Morningstar. That is the same area and same imagery. If we look at the next slide, how are we being consistent? This is the last 5 years in Arvada CUP applications for this same zone district. We are at 20 dwelling units per acre. Look across the board here, 50, 59, 63, and 13.5. Wholly consistent, the right character, residential only, bringing forward a diversity of housing product. We are honoring what has happened in the context and the intent of this zoning and this process. Next slide. Just want to say the second item that neighborhood or planning has to be based on neighborhood outreach. We use something called concentric outreach philosophy, where we meet with the closest neighbors first and go out from there. You will see and hear so much neighborhood comment tonight. Our goal is to listen, to have tough conversations, and reflect and implement what we hear from those neighbors. This shows on the next slide how we did that intentionally and authentically. We met with each edge of the property separately before we had the required meeting. We wanted people to be unbiased and unfiltered and react to a conceptual site plan and say, this is how you make it compatible. This is the buffer. This is the transition. This is the way it will feel like a neighborhood. This is our process. We continue that and actually have continued neighborhood meetings to even as recent as 2 days ago, talking with neighbors and organizations about the site. Next slide. I want to show you finally the evolution of our conceptual site plan. This was the first site plan we showed in the first meeting. We started with that because people may speak zoning or comp plan, but they all speak site plans, right? They want to know what's behind them. This is a dramatic change from what we are proposing today in the conceptual site plan because we heard from neighbors. You can see we had parking around the edges. We had an interior park. We actually were told we didn't have great buffers, that we had a north-south layout. If you go to the next slide, you see our new site plan. Number one, everybody said, give us that linear park in our backyard and a north linear layout and really take advantage and make a trail correction to Ralston Creek. We have done so. Number two really shows this is now an east-west. We are preserving view corridors. Number three, we set, instead of four-story buildings, we only have 2, and they are in line with other 3 stories. They don't change the view corridor whatsoever. And number 4, those northwest neighbors there have a little different grade. They actually have a little higher grade. We work very closely with them to really set back and stay away from that site and find an appropriate transition. I will also note there is no connection to the west neighborhood. That is HOA property. There's a fence there. We do not touch the neighborhood. We touch it, I should say that. We don't have any roadway or pedestrian connections as that was designed by the adjacent HOA. This next slide here, I'm going to transition briefly to Andrew to go through site-wide issues that we had to address, that we wanted to address, and frankly, what we heard from the community implementing strategies on these solutions.
Right. Thank you, Marcus. Good evening. I'm Andrew Johnson with Avalon Bay Communities, 5050 South Syracuse Street, Denver, Colorado. And I appreciate the opportunity to be here tonight with you. Our conversations, as Marcus touched on, with neighbors have been invaluable. They've directly shaped our plan and helped us identify ways to better integrate Avalon Arvada into the community. We've heard clear concerns: traffic, emergency response, environmental remediation, views incompatibility, and infrastructure. We've taken those seriously, and we'll walk through each one and how we're addressing them. Next slide, please. So traffic is a top concern, top community concern here, and for good reason. The intersection at 64th and Easley is already failing today. The traffic impact study gives multiple lanes at this intersection an F level or failing level of service with a C overall in today's conditions. So that's the existing traffic today. Today, Easley traffic must cross 4 lanes on 64th Avenue with only a stop sign, meaning long waits, especially at peak hours. This bottleneck has led to unsafe workarounds, including drivers cutting through residential streets, like Torrey Court, to access 64th from Terry Street. Terry Street is that small street that you see on the right side of the graphic there. So cut through traffic to Terry Street. At times, this has even meant semi-trucks moving through that neighborhood. The previous use of the site has amplified these issues. During peak season, Welby Gardens generated 50 to 70 semi-truck trips per day, bringing noise, dust, and heavy industrial traffic into what is now a predominantly residential area. While operations tried to respect quiet hours, deliveries often occurred throughout the day. This is leading to a long history of neighbor complaints about the commercial use of the site. A transition away from a commercial use to residential hours of operation will be more compatible with the surrounding area. Next slide, please. This project directly improves the traffic conditions at 64th and Easley. Our project will provide required funding to deliver a signal at 64th and Easley. With the signal, the intersection improves to level of service B, or reasonably free-flowing, with all movements operating acceptably. That's even with our project traffic included in those numbers. So by providing for this signal, we are not only mitigating our project's impact, but improving the existing condition that's there today. That upgrade also removes the need for cut-through traffic. Difficult turns on to 64th become simple at a signal, reducing shortcuts through streets like Torrey Court. Our project generates about 2,900 trips per day, which at face value may sound concerning, but this translates to a peak traffic level of 213 vehicles per hour. That's a light, steady flow, about 3 total vehicles per minute at peak, including both north and southbound, so 3 vehicles in total in each direction. This is consistent with a typical residential collector street. Most of the day, traffic will be even lower and barely noticeable. We understand this is a point of concern, and our traffic engineer is here tonight and available to take any specific questions as necessary to explain how we are fully mitigating traffic impacts. Next slide, please. Now, safety is a top priority for us. We've worked closely with the fire marshal and deputy fire marshal throughout this process to ensure our emergency access plan meets all requirements. The site already benefits from a dedicated emergency access easement through the southwest corner of the site, which is shown on the bottom right of the page here. And that was put in place during the original Morningstar approval, and specifically to ensure safe access to the Welby Gardens site. That solution remains in place today, and our access points fully meet fire requirements per discussion with the fire marshal. We're also committed to fully sprinklering all buildings, adding another layer of protection here. The site will be safely served, and we'll continue working with the Arvada Fire and the city to ensure it stays that way. Next slide, please. Next, I'd like to talk about the site's environmental conditions. First and foremost, the site must be remediated regardless of what gets built here. Any future use will trigger that cleanup, but redevelopment is ultimately the catalyst for that cleanup to go forward. The property has operated as an industrial greenhouse for over 50 years, much of that time before today's environmental standards. While the current owners have run a clean operation, legacy pesticide use still requires remediation here. We see that as an opportunity. We're committed to doing it right, and because residential standards are more stringent, this plan delivers a higher level of cleanup, benefiting both future residents and the broader community. Next slide, please. In Colorado, environmental cleanups are overseen by the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment, CDPHE. We've coordinated closely with CDPHE since early 2025, and that engagement has continued following Planning Commission review. We submitted our formal application to the voluntary cleanup program actually earlier today. Avalon Bay will complete all required remediation under CDPHE's review and approval, ensuring that the site is fully addressed in accordance with state standards. Next slide, please. We're genuinely excited to move this cleanup forward. Avalon Bay has deep experience in environmental remediation, both in Colorado and across the country. We've successfully navigated the VCUP and other cleanup process before at projects like Ava Rhino and Avalon Governor's Park here in Colorado, among others. We also work with in-house experts and leading environmental consultants who specialize in both straightforward and complex remediation efforts. While the conditions here on this site are relatively straightforward compared to some of the more challenging sites we've seen and remediated nationwide, including former industrial and junkyard sites now redeveloped into housing, such as the one on the far right, the core commitment is the same: do it right and do it in full compliance. Ultimately, we are committed to restoring this site to a safe condition for residential use under CDPHE oversight and approval. Next slide, please. On the topic of sustainability, Avalon Bay is a recognized leader in sustainable development and a consistent sector leader in the global real estate sustainability benchmark. Our ESG and sustainability performance is detailed in our annual corporate responsibility report, which is available online. The project is designed as a primarily all-electric community with energy-efficient systems, EV charging, and other sustainable features. We are also evaluating it for green building certification, consistent with our track record. Every one of our Colorado developments that we've completed to date has achieved a green building certification. Next slide. And with that, I'll turn it back to Marcus. Thank you.
Thank you, and I'll finish up our last few slides. I just want to note the other item here we're focused on, the last approval criteria is the infrastructure coordination through referral. Your staff is remarkable, and the referral agencies. We did 4 rounds of submittals, and we have verified through that process and through all the referral agencies that all facilities and services can be provided on this site, and we will work with them to implement the roadway infrastructures and changes based on the TIS. So again, water, sewer, police, fire, all of the agencies have guaranteed and provided that services can be provided at the site. Next slide, please. I just want to show you maybe in closing what compatibility looks like. We talk about a lot of different things and what does that mean in a neighborhood, but this is what we're bringing forward. We are using the same zone district and the same CUP process as the existing greenhouse. That's the use today. It's allowed under a CUP. But this shows the before and after. On the left is on the west side of Morningstar against industrial buildings. Now on the right, then to townhomes, to other residential product, really showing the scale and compatibility matching the existing context. As we go to the next slide, this really starts to bring forward the Easley Street connection. This shows a dirt road today, a large dirt parking lot, and that's what greets the back door of the 8 adjacent properties on Torrey Court. Now we will have an entrance, and as we are always asked to do in development, a park. This park will also be a 2-acre park and the trailhead of a connection to Ralston Creek. Really a remarkable amenity for the community that now is accessed directly from this access point. The next slide maybe shows it best. This is from the backyard of an actual home, one of the 7 homes through the poplar tree, and it actually shows the existing compatibility today. Storage of chemicals and petroleum and industrial uses is transitioned now to the park, an east-west vertical to protect the view corridors to the mountains, and a residential context, native palette, sustainable, providing a diversity of housing product and really adding to the fabric of the neighborhood. Next slide, please. Just want to show one of the big things we've heard a lot about is scale. Are we being scale and compatible with the surrounding neighborhoods? We just showed you everything we've done to focus on the single-family neighborhoods, but I want to remind you about the context of the MSX site on our adjacent property. This is the Morningstar building, 515 feet long. That's what Fieldstone sees and Sunrise. That's the adjoining property that you see from 64th. We are half the scale, but following all those same zone districts. So again, being very mindful of how to transition in and blend into the surrounding context of the neighborhood. Next slide, please. I'll show this as the final slide, really showing that neighborhood context. Again, finding gentle density, appropriate density on an infill site. Morningstar is over 29 or 31 dwelling units. We're at 22 or 21 here. Really finding that way to transition, significant buffers of parks greeting the surrounding neighborhood. So again, appropriate density followed based on the feedback from the comprehensive plan and the zoning. Our final slide here, we return again to the approval criteria. We would agree with staff and the Planning Commission that we absolutely and wholly meet all approval criteria. We have met all standards of the LDC. We are in full compliance with the comprehensive plan. The comprehensive plan asks for a mixed-use node here, including single use. We are a residential single use, an allowed use on the site. The zoning intent has been here as a CUP since the site was annexed to to the city. 29 years it has allowed for this use to find that transition. As you have seen, we have labored for 18 months to work with the community. They have made us compatible. They have made our edges better. They have brought the park in. They have helped us plan the site to really find that transition. All facilities and infrastructure can be provided, and specifically and remarkably, your staff said where we need to mitigate impacts, particularly traffic and environmental, they're actually conditions of the site. They must be done. We must install the light, include the roadways, and mitigate that going through the VCAP process. Ladies and gentlemen, Mayor, thank you very much for your patience so we could work through all that. We would respectfully request your support for this application tonight, and we look forward to any questions you have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. So we do have a bit of a different order of events tonight for public comment. What we're going to be doing is we have multiple groups who have decided to pool their time, and we have 14 different groups signed up. They're allotted 10 minutes each. After that, we will open to the regular public comment, and then I will also be reading the names of those who do not wish to speak. As you guys can see, these are a lot of papers after all of these guys. So it's been an hour and 15 since our last break. Usually I try to go every 2 hours, but I don't want to break up the flow once we're in it. So I'm going to call one more break. Everybody get your stretches on, get your bathroom break, get your water, because we're going to come back and we're going to be here probably longer than 2 hours before the next break. So here we go. 10 more minutes and then we're back. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for bearing with us. I know we've got a lot to go, so here's how we're going to run the order tonight. Everybody is already sworn in. Everybody already knows the rules of the decorum. There's one rule I forgot earlier, and that is ditto. If somebody, you get up to speak, now you have the right to say whatever you want to say with your 3 minutes. I want to get that clear. However, if the point has been made, you are welcome to get up and just say ditto. And we take that with the exact same weight as everything else. You don't have to feel like you have to reiterate everything, but it is up to you. It is your choice. So with that, I'm going to call up the first group. Here's how it's going to work. People have donated their speaking time. They've pooled it together to one speaker. That speaker is allowed up to 10 minutes. There must be 5 people who have donated their time. We have already verified that all of these people have come to City Hall. So they are present. However, if you are a time donator, you do not need to come into chambers. So if you are still in the overflow rooms, whatnot, that is completely acceptable. We want to mostly save chambers for people who plan to speak, just to save with the walking time through the hallways. So the first I'm going to call up is the Protect Westwood's Neighbors. The speaker is Elena Weicher? Weicher. Thank you very much.
Ready? Mayor and Council, my name is Elena Weicher, and I live at Westwood's Links 3. My colleagues and I are here representing Protect Westwood's Neighbors, a coalition of 4 HOAs surrounding the site, along with participation from additional HOAs, RVC, McIntyre Neighbors, residents of Morningstar Senior Living, and other concerned Arvada residents. We want to begin by grounding this hearing in the legal framework and the actual details that govern your decision tonight. You have a binder with our slides for your reference. This is a quasi-judicial proceeding governed by the Land Development Code and the Comprehensive Plan. Your role is not to determine whether this project is desirable, which would be arbitrary and capricious. Your role is to apply the Land Development Code, apply the Comprehensive Plan, decide each test based on evidence in the record, make required findings under each of the 6 CUP criteria, make independent findings, not rely on the Planning Commission or staff conclusions. Colorado courts are clear on this. In Bentley v. Valco, the Court of Appeals held that quasi-judicial decisions must be supported by competent evidence in the record, and review is confined to the record. That responsibility is yours alone. You are not reviewing the Planning Commission. You must make your own findings based on the record before you. And those findings must be based on evidence in the record today. Not assumptions, not future studies, not issues deferred to a later stage. Staff recommendations, future conditions, and later review processes do not substitute for evidence in the record. If the record does not contain the evidence necessary to support a required finding, that finding cannot be made, and the application must be denied. A conditional use permit is not routine. It requires specific findings supported by evidence. The Land Development Code reinforces this framework. Section 1-1-1-2 states that the purpose of the code is to implement the comprehensive plan. The comprehensive plan is the governing standard, not an aspirational policy. The code implements the plan, and the cup tests sit on top of both. To make any finding, the proposal must comply with both the code and the comprehensive plan. Consistency cannot be established through isolated policies surrounding uses or future conditions. It must be demonstrated by the proposal itself and demonstrated in the record before you. When the code uses the word shall, it is mandatory, not discretionary. If a required finding is not supported by the record, the council cannot make that finding and must deny. There is no provision in the code to defer required findings to a later stage of the process. The 6 required findings are compliance with the code, consistency with the comprehensive plan, consistency with zoning district purpose and intent, compatibility with surrounding uses, adequate facilities and services, and mitigation of adverse impacts. Each must be satisfied based on the project itself, and each must be supported by evidence in the record. There are no exceptions and no ability to satisfy some while deferring others. The burden of proof is on the applicant. It does not shift to the public, to the staff, or to the council. Gaps in the record cannot be filled by assumptions and promises of future studies, future approvals, future mitigation. That's not evidence. While we value staff's work, staff conclusions are not findings. The council must independently determine whether each finding is supported by evidence in the record, not whether issues can be resolved later. This slide shows the core problem. Critical elements of the project are not defined in the record. If they are not defined, they cannot be evaluated, and if they cannot be evaluated, the required findings cannot be made. What you see is a conceptual plan. Staff acknowledges this. The project is conceptual, and key elements will be evaluated later at a site plan. That includes traffic performance, environmental remediation, emergency access, and site design. But the site plan is not before you, and it is not a substitute for the findings you are required to make tonight. Findings must be made on the record before you, not at a future stage. The site plan is not part of the record before you, and council cannot rely on materials outside the record to support findings. The recent site plan only reinforces the problem. It confirms the project remains undefined and compliance has not been demonstrated. You're not being asked tonight to approve a defined project. You're being asked to approve a concept with key elements to be determined later. But the code does not allow findings to be based on future submissions or future approvals. This slide shows a concrete example of what that means. The townhome portion of the site plan has no detail. That means this portion of the project is not defined in the record, and compliance cannot be evaluated. That has already resulted in a failure. The fire marshal has concluded that this plan does not meet code. That is in the record. This is not just incomplete, it's non-compliant. And importantly, this is exactly what deferral produces: undefined elements and unresolved compliance. If part of the project is not defined, the required findings cannot be made. The same issue exists with environmental conditions. This council, as we've heard this evening, values Arvada's environment, its trees, its climate, but the record has confirmed contamination from decades of nursery operations, including dieldrin, above residential standards. We heard tonight about a remediation plan that's forthcoming, but there is no remediation plan in the record tonight. The developer shows Phase 1 and Phase 2 complete and ongoing discussions with CDPHE. That is not a plan. It is a statement that a plan will be developed later. Cleanup is deferred. The extent of contamination is still to be determined, and the method of remediation is not defined. There is no defined cleanup standard and no demonstrated mitigation. Staff's approach is to allow that to be resolved later, and CUP findings require protection of public health and safety now, based on evidence in the record. Without a remediation plan in the record, those findings cannot be made. These examples before you show the same issue. As the Colorado Supreme Court explained in Condor, land use decisions must allow for meaningful judicial review. When key elements are undefined or deferred, meaningful review is not possible because the record does not establish what has been approved. An undefined project is not just incomplete, it is legally insufficient. Without a defined project, meaningful review is not possible, and the required findings cannot be made. Tonight, for each required finding, we will show what the code requires, what evidence exists in the record, and what evidence is still missing. Where the record supports a finding, we will acknowledge it. But where evidence is missing, the finding cannot be made. And we will identify where the staff analysis relies on assumptions, deferral, or incomplete information rather than evidence in the record. We are not here tonight to oppose development. We are here to apply the law. And under that law, if the record does not support the required findings, the application must be denied. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next pooled group, and I forgot to read the attendees' names who donated their time to Ms. Weicker. So those names were Michael Weicker, Scott Hallowell, Mark Doran, Jim Bartley, and Kathleen Sawada. And I apologize if I mispronounce anyone's name tonight. I really do. Our next group is going to be Trail Village with Pete Georgeless as the speaker. The donated speakers are Chrissy Georgeless, Richard Lindgreen, Martha Hammer, Charles Hammer, and Karen Schaefer. Whenever you're ready, sir.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members, and participants. My name is Pete Georgeless. I'm a resident of West Arvada, Trail Village 2 Subdivision, 17470 West, 67th Avenue. I'm a participating member of the HOA, Design Review Committee, and the Protect Westwoods Neighborhood Coalition. I'll be speaking this evening specific to Test 1 of the City of Arvada Land Development Code and the International Fire Code. Test 1 requires that this application comply with all adopted regulations, including the Land Development Code and International Fire Code. This is not discretionary. And to the extent that there are waivers or exceptions from the code requirements, those must be formally approved and supported by evidence in the record. Broad summary conclusions are not evidence and do not provide the support required for the council to make a finding under the CUP. And importantly, compliance must be demonstrated in the record before you, not deferred to a site plan or future review. So the questions before the council are straightforward. Does the project comply with all codes and regulations? And where compliance is not demonstrated, is there evidence in the record supporting a lawful waiver? The answer is no. The fire code is explicit. At the top of the slide, in IFC D 102.6 for multiple family residential projects over 200 units, the code states multiple family residential projects having more than 200 dwelling units shall be provided with 2 separate and approved fire apparatus access roads. And critically, that requirement applies regardless of whether they are equipped with an approved automatic sprinkling system. That language matters. It means sprinklers cannot be used to reduce or replace access requirements, and the code already considers that and rejected it. So any suggestion that sprinklers can offset this deficiency is directly contrary to the code. Then in IFC D 106.3, also shown here, the code requires that those access roads shall be separated by not less than 1/2 of the maximum diagonal dimensions of the site. So the requirement is straightforward. 2 access roads and required separation. These are mandatory shall requirements. There should be no exceptions to the code for close enough or conditional acceptance. The record demonstrates a clear and quantified failure. The required separation is 743 feet. The actual separation provided is 698 feet. This is a 45-foot shortfall. The fire department acknowledges this, stating that they are willing to accept it if the townhomes are sprinklered. That is not an approval, it's not a modification, and it's not a finding supported in the record. And the code already answers the sprinkler issue. It applies regardless of whether those townhomes have sprinklers or not. So this is not a compliant design. It is a known deviation from a mandatory requirement. So this is not a compliant design. It is a known deviation from a mandatory requirement. And more importantly, this is not something that can be corrected later. The required separation is dictated by the geometry of the site. The record does not demonstrate a feasible means by which the required separation can be achieved. So what exists in the record is non-compliant design with no approval modification. The functional failure, the code is not just about distance, it's about function. It requires separation so that if one route fails, another remains available. If IFC commentary explains that the access roads that come together may not satisfy the remoteness requirement, what matters is whether the routes remain independently operable under real conditions, and here they do not. As shown on the slide, while the project presents two nominal access points, both routes converge into the same internal circulation system and rejoin at essentially the same location. This creates a functional single point of failure. An obstruction, emergency event, or congestion at this location would impair both routes at the same time. So while the staff treats these as two access points, the code requires independent access, and functionally, that does not exist here. This is not a design refinement issue, it's a structural limitation of the site. The Land Development Code requires that a through connection for a site of this size, this means traffic must be able to enter from one public street and exit onto another. That is not what this project does. As shown here, all access connects to Easley, and Easley is a dead end. So vehicles enter from Easley, circulate through the site, and exit back onto the same street. This is not a through connection. The townhome streets do not change this. They still feed into the same system and a single point of access. And critically, there is no second public street for this site to connect to. So this is not a design issue, it's a site constraint. The project cannot function as a through connection, and the code requires that it must. And there is no design in the record that could create compliance. Because this is a mandatory requirement and no waiver exists in the record, test 1 cannot be satisfied. As shown on the slide, the code establishes a clear standard for any deviation. Under the International Fire Code, a modification requires a demonstrated practical difficulty, equivalent protection, and no reduction in life safety, and those findings must be documented in the record. The Land Development Code follows the same structure. Any waiver requires director approval with documented findings in the record. So the standard is straightforward. If the project does not meet the code, there must be a formal approval, documented evidence supporting it in the record. None of that exists in the record before you today. No lawful modification is cited. When a project does not meet the code, the only lawful path is a modification under IFC section 104.8. That requires documented findings of practical difficulty demonstrated of equivalent life safety and confirmation that the intent of the code is preserved. But there is none that exists. There's no request, there's no analysis, there are no findings, and there's no approval. Only a conditional comment tied to a conceptual townhome that aren't even part of this defined project. They're mentioned, but this developer is not building those townhomes. And staff approach to defer this issue to the site plan. This is not a lawful modification, and it's not a lawful basis for approval. So the project fails both requirements, and the only legal path is to exercise failure. These concerns are further exacerbated by proposed secondary access through the Morningstar Senior Living facility. In practice, this access is not independent. It runs through the Morningstar property, is not controlled by the applicant, and depends on the same 64th Avenue corridor. It is a shared access, and a shared access means shared failure. In an emergency, as we noted in the Marshall Fire and others. Shared access is essential. In an emergency, evacuation and response would compete for the same route. Any congestion or blockage affects both access paths, so it does not function as an independent access road, and the code requires independence. And importantly, this is the exact type of condition the code is designed to prevent, not prevent. So in conclusion, under the quasi-judicial standard, the council must make findings supported by the evidence in the record. Here, the record shows the fire code requirements are not met. The access system contains a functional single point of failure. The access routes are not independent. The land development code is not satisfied, and no lawful modification or waiver exists in the record. These are mandatory life safety requirements. No compliance is demonstrated. No lawful modification exists in the record. Test 1 fails, and the application must be denied. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Westwood Links 3 with Joanne Clavel. The folks donating their time are David Clavel, Rich DeForge, Kim Woberman, Cal Hencool, and Rachel Rudkin.
Good evening, councilors. My name is Joanne Clavel, and I'm from Westwood's Links 3, and I'm here to talk about Test 2, the Comprehensive Plan Consistency. Test 2 requires that the proposal be consistent with the comprehensive plan. This is not aspirational. As shown on the slide, the comprehensive plan is the city's adopted framework for where higher density development belongs, how mixed-use areas are intended to function, and how development should transition to surrounding neighborhoods. Under a quasi-judicial standard, council must be able to find consistency with the comprehensive plan based on evidence in the record. And importantly, that consistency must be demonstrated by the proposal itself, not assumed, not inferred, and not deferred to future conditions. Staff conclusions and general statements of consistency are not evidence. What I'm going to show you is that the record does not support that finding. Let's take a look at how the plan actually works. This slide shows the comprehensive plan framework that guides where higher density development is intended to occur. If you look at the pattern, it is clear. The plan directs lower density to the west and concentrates higher density in specific areas shown here on the right. Those areas are not arbitrary. They are locations with access to transit, commercial services, and employment centers, the infrastructure needed to support higher density development. This is how the plan is designed to function. Now compare that to the proposed location here on the left. This is not one of those areas, and this is not a flexible guideline. It is the plan's fundamental land use structure. Staff does not recognize this mismatch with the plan. It simply assumes consistency. So it's not just different, it's outside the framework that the plan establishes. The comprehensive plan is explicit on this point. Higher density development is directed to locations where infrastructure, transit, and services support that intensity. It's not incidental, it's a condition of where higher density is supposed to occur. Now look at the slide. This is the RTD system map for Western Arvada. There is no transit service at this site today. And as shown in the RTD materials, there's no planned expansion to this area. The focus is maintaining existing service levels. So there's no evidence in the record, none, that transit will serve this site, and staff does not identify any such evidence. Instead, this issue is effectively deferred, assuming that services will align over time, and under a quasi-judicial standard, that's not sufficient. That means a required condition for higher density development under the plan does not exist in the record. Now, come back to the future land use map. This is the city's map of where different types of development are intended to occur. And as shown at the top of the slide, the plan directs high-density residential to specific identified areas. Those areas are clearly shown on the map. Now, look at the proposed site. It is not in one of those areas. Instead, it sits within an area characterized by lower and medium density residential. So it's not a matter of interpretation, it's a mapped inconsistency, and the staff does not reconcile that inconsistency with the plan. It simply proceeds to approval, and that inconsistency remains unresolved in the record. The inconsistency does not stop with location, it also applies to intensity and use. The comprehensive plan defines this area at 6 to 12 households plus jobs per acre. That matters because the plan is not calling for residential-only development. It calls for a combination of housing and employment, a mixed-use, moderate intensity. Now compare that to what is proposed. The proposal's over 22 households per acre, more than double the plan's intended intensity, and it is entirely residential, and there's no employment component, there's no integrated service component, there's no evidence in the record that those elements will be provided, and staff relies on surrounding uses to suggest a mixed-use context. But adjacency is not integration. The plan requires those uses to be part of the development, not located nearby. So the proposal does two things at once. It exceeds the plan's intended intensity, and it eliminates the required mixed-use structure. Now let's put this in context. This slide compares surrounding neighborhood densities. Most fall in the range of 6 to 8.5 units per acre. The nearest mixed-use project, West Town, just down the street, is around 11 units per acre and is directly integrated with commercial uses. Now look at the proposed project. It's over 22 units per acre. That's more than double surrounding neighborhoods and roughly double the nearest mixed-use development. And importantly, this site is at the western edge of the city where the plan directs lower density. So it's not just higher density, it's the highest density placed at the lowest density edge of the city. There's no comparable example in the record, and staff does not identify one. Density is only part of the requirement. The plan also defines how mixed-use areas are supposed to function. As shown on the slide, mixed-use areas include employment, shopping, housing, parks, civic uses, integrated into a functioning development pattern. Those functions must be provided by the development or functionally integrated, not simply located nearby. Now look at the proposal. There's no employment, there's no retail, there's no civic or community serving space, and no integrated activity center function. So it's not a mixed-use activity center, it's a standalone residential development. And staff does not identify any integrated mixed-use function within the project itself. So it's not a design issue, it's a fundamental use and function failure, and it cannot be corrected at site plan. The comprehensive plan also requires compatibility and transition. It directs gradual transitions in density and specifically calls for lower density toward the west. Now compare that to this proposal. Instead of a gradual transition, there's an abrupt jump to 3- and 4-story buildings. Instead of compatible scale, the density of multiple surrounding neighborhoods is concentrated into one site. And instead of lower density to the west, this places one of the highest densities in the city at the western edge. So this does not just vary from the plan, it reverses it. And staff does not reconcile that reversal with a plan. It simply defers compatibility to design details in the future. But it's not a design issue. It's a land use pattern failure. The record shows 4 structural conflicts with a comprehensive plan. This is the wrong location for high density. It is not a mixed-use activity center. It does not provide a compatible transition, and it reverses the required land use pattern. These are not minor inconsistencies. They are structural conflicts with how the plan is designed to function. They cannot be remedied through site plan or conditions, and the staff report does not provide evidence that resolves these conflicts. Because the record does not support a finding of consistency with a comprehensive plan, Test 2 cannot be met. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, I will bring up Protect Westwood neighbors, Patty Shannon. Those donating their time are Lynn Pike, Susan Florick, Debbie Williams, Ron Williams, and Terry Miller.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council members. I'm Patty Shannon. I live in Trail Village Villas. Test 3 requires that the intended land use be consistent with the purpose and intent of MXS zoning district. That's not discretionary. It's a required finding, and it must be supported by evidence in the record. So the question before you is not whether residential development is appropriate in general. The question is this: can a 100% residential project satisfy the purpose and intent of a mixed-use zoning district? Because that's what MXS is, mixed-use suburban. And that definition matters. To answer that question, we start with the code. The purpose of the MXS district is to provide for a variety of residential and non-residential uses. That's the governing standard. Staff's analysis focuses on the fact that single-use configurations are allowed, but that's not the full requirement. The code allows different configurations, but the required finding is whether the development is consistent with the purpose and intent of the district. That's a different question. This is not about how uses are arranged. It's about whether multiple land use categories exist at all. If there's only one land use category, there's nothing to arrange. And there's no evidence in the record that a 100% residential project satisfies that requirement. This is a requirement of land use composition, not site design, and it cannot be satisfied later through conditions or site plan. With that definition in mind, we look at the proposal. Mixed use requires integration of different categories of uses: residential, commercial, civic, or employment uses. This project provides none of those non-residential uses. No commercial, no civic, no employment, no activity center. There is no integration of uses, and there is no evidence in the record that it functions as part of an integrated mixed-use environment. Staff relies on surrounding uses to suggest a mixed-use context, but adjacency is not integration. The plan and code require those uses to be part of the development, not located nearby. This is a single-use residential development, not a mixed-use project. The applicant argues that apartments and townhomes together constitute mixed use, but apartments and townhomes are both residential. They are variations within the same land use category. A mix of housing types is not a mix of land uses, and there's no evidence in the record of multiple land use categories. That does not satisfy the requirement in either the code or the comprehensive plan. The comprehensive plan reinforces this. It states that mixed-use areas should not be overly dominated by one land use or housing type. In fact, it specifically states that district is seen as predominantly non-residential. This proposal is not just dominated by one use, it is entirely composed of one use, 100% residential. The plan allows a narrow exception for single use, but only where the parcel is small and the context supports it. This site doesn't meet that exception. It's approximately 20 acres. It's not in a transit-supported location. It is not integrated with any commercial or service uses. Staff does not demonstrate that this exception applies, and critically, it cannot be created later. The size, location, and use of this project are fixed. The city's own application of MXS confirms this. Across the city, MXS is consistently implemented as mixed use. As shown on the slide, approximately 90% of the MXS sites include commercial uses, and residential-only projects are limited to small parcels or transit-supported locations. There are no examples at this scale, approximately 435 units, that are entirely residential. And there is no evidence in the record supporting a departure from that pattern. Staff does not identify one. So this is not consistent with how the MXS district is actually applied. The legislative record confirms the limitation. When MX districts were adopted, there was a concern that residential could take over mixed-use districts. Residential was made a conditional use to prevent that outcome. As the planning manager stated, there was concern that residential could take over these districts. That's why residential was made conditional, so council could evaluate proposals. That's an intentional safeguard. It is not residential use by right. Council's role is to ensure that residential does not override the defining purpose of the district. This proposal does exactly that. There's no evidence in the record demonstrating how the defining purpose of the district would be preserved. So what is this project? 435 units, apartments and townhomes, no commercial uses, a single land use category, and there is no evidence in the record of any non-residential uses, and it cannot be converted into mixed use through later stages of review. Even if evaluated as high-density residential, the site fails those conditions. High-density development is expected to be near services, transit accessible, and located along appropriate corridors. This site has none of those. No nearby services, no transit access, a local dead-end road, no activity center. These are conditions of location and context, not design, and they cannot be created through site plan or later review. The applicant states they are not seeking rezoning, but that highlights the issue. Rezoning determines whether a site is appropriate for a land use and intensity. A conditional use permit evaluates whether a use is appropriate within the constraints of the zoning district. This proposal asks the conditional use process to approve a high-density residential development within a mixed-use district without providing mixed use. That's a rezoning question. And there's no evidence in the record that the required findings for this district can be made. A conditional use permit cannot be used to answer that question or to override the purpose and intent of the district. For these reasons, the proposal fails test 3. It is not mixed use. It consists of a single land use category. It is not consistent with the comprehensive plan, and it does not meet the purpose or function of the MXS district. These are not design issues. They're issues of land use and location. They cannot be corrected through site plan or later stages of review, and there is no evidence in the record of integrated uses. So the required findings cannot be made. This slide shows the difference clearly. On the left is the proposed development, a single-use residential project with no integration of uses and no supporting services. On the right is what the MXS district is intended to produce, an integrated mixed-use community with balanced uses, internal circulation, and neighborhood-serving amenities. Those are fundamentally different development patterns. This proposal does not function as mixed use, and there is no evidence in the record of integrated uses or a mixed-use structure. The record does not support and cannot support a finding under test 3. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Trail Village Villas, speaker Pamela Durkee, and the folks who donated their time are Dawn Christofferson, Leanne Edge, Craig Edge, Gary Coe, and Gary Ruptek.
Good evening. My name is Pam Durkee, and I live in West Arvada. Good evening, Mayor Simpson and City Council members. Council members, Test 4 requires that the size, scale, height, density, multimodal traffic impacts, and characteristics of the proposal be compared with existing and planned uses in surrounding areas. This is not an option. It is not a question of whether the project meets technical zoning standards, setbacks, height limits, or similar requirements. The code requires comparability with surrounding areas and uses. That means you're not asking whether a 45-foot building is allowed somewhere in MXS zoning. You are asking whether what is proposed is actually comparable to what exists around it today. And the city staff's analysis largely stops at code compliance. But compliance is not the standard, comparability is. And under that standard, comparability is not met. What comparable means? Comparable means similar scale, similar intensity, and a similar pattern of development. Not identical, but recognizably consistent. And the code reinforces that standard. It requires the development to result in, quote, harmonious, interrelated combinations of compatible buildings and uses, appropriate transitions between conflicting land uses, and changes in density or intensity. Those are the code's exact words. They establish a broader, more demanding standard than simple compliance with dimensional limits. So the question before you is straightforward. Does this project look and function at all like surrounding neighborhoods? And most importantly, has this been demonstrated in the record? And it clearly has not. Developer comparison. The applicant compares this project to Morningstar. So let's start there. First, the comparison itself understates the project. It selects a smaller building rather than the full scale of what is actually proposed here tonight. Second, it compares only to Morningstar, a specialized service-oriented facility. And even within that comparison, key compatibility features are missing. Morningstar steps down to 2 stories along the western edge of its structure. It maintains substantial separation from surrounding homes, and it parallels 64th Avenue. It is not embedded within the residential areas. Those are design decisions that do address compatibility. The proposal here may meet certain dimensional standards, but it does not apply those elements in a way that produces a comparable relationship. And city staff does not analyze those differences at all. True comparison. The applicant states this project will complement the character of the surrounding neighborhood. This is the actual comparison that matters. On the left is a typical neighborhood home, 1 to 2 stories, detached, residential in scale and form. On the right is what is proposed, a 3 to 4 story multifamily building with a continuous facade. This is not a difference in a degree. This is a significant change. This is a different building type, a different scale, and a different pattern of development. Under the code, those characteristics are required to be comparable. They are not. What this actually means. This slide shows what the proposal actually does to the surrounding pattern. The existing neighborhood is composed of distributed, low-scale homes. What's proposed is fundamentally different. The entire site functions as a single multifamily block. It is not distributed. It is not scaled to the surrounding pattern at all. It is one block. That is not a transition, and it is something that can be addressed later through landscaping or architectural detail. It is fundamentally a different development pattern. Council members, this slide compares the proposal to Trail Village villas on roughly the same land area. On similar acreage, the proposal introduces approximately 7 to 8 times the number of residents. That is not a marginal difference in density. It is a fundamentally different level of intensity. City staff does not provide any analysis showing that this level of intensity is comparable to surrounding developments. Under Test 4, that analysis is required. However, it is not in the record. The applicant points to Morningstar as a comparison, as this is the closest comparable in the area, but even that comparison clearly fails. The proposal spans roughly 2,700 feet of frontage, about 5 times the size of Morningstar. It introduces around 1,000 residents in a residential-only configuration with no on-site services. Morningstar, by contract, is a service-oriented facility with fewer residents, but nearly 100 employees and significant on-site services. This is not just a difference in size, it is a fundamentally different use and level of activity, and city staff does not reconcile that difference. It is not comparable under the code. Under Test 4, the council must be able to find that the proposal is comparable with surrounding developments. That requires evidence in the evidence in the record, not just conclusions. These are the characteristics that define compatibility: scale and intensity, density, building massing, traffic and activity, transition, architectural context. But the record does not contain analysis demonstrating comparability on those factors at all. There's no meaningful comparison to surrounding neighborhoods and developments. No evaluation of building massing in relation to the surrounding neighborhoods. And while a traffic study was prepared, it does not demonstrate that traffic and activity levels are comparable. There is also no evidence of a compatible transition and no objective criteria supporting compatibility. Given the scale and impacts of this proposal, the absence of comparative analysis in the record is notable. And without that analysis, the required finding cannot be made. Under Test 4, the conditional use criteria requires that the proposed development be comparable with surrounding uses and area. The record does not demonstrate that this standard is met. As shown, the proposal is not comparable in size, scale, density, or intensity to the surrounding development pattern. And importantly, assertions of compatibility are not supported by objective analysis or evidence in the record. This is not a design issue that can be addressed later. It is a failure of comparability under the code. Many of us want development in that area. However, we do not want this one because it's not comparable at all. Therefore, the required finding cannot be met under Test 4. I thank you for your time this evening.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker represents Fieldstone, Lauren Perlin. Those donating time are Tony Rawlick, Carrie Martin, Jen Coase, Pete Lynch, and Susan Smith.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members. My name is Lauren Perlin. I'm a Colorado native, born and reared in the Denver area. I have an engineering degree from the Colorado School of Mines, own my own commercial general contracting firm of 33 years, have lived in Arvada for over 30 years. My wife and 3 children all graduated from Arvada West High School, and I've lived in Fieldstone for 25 years. As this is a quasi-judicial proceeding whereby Colorado law requires an impartial judgment based solely on the evidence presented in the record and not on feelings or desires, I'm here to address how the Avalon project fails Test 5, adequate public facilities. Under Test 5, the code requires that roads and transportation be available to serve the project while maintaining adequate levels of service for existing development. There are 2 important parts to that requirement. First, it's not enough that the project itself can be served. The system must also maintain adequate for the people who are already here. And second, that determination must be based on evidence in the record, not assumptions, not incomplete analysis, and not issues deferred to later stages. So what does adequate require in practical terms? To make this finding, the record must demonstrate three things. First, that traffic impacts are fully evaluated. Second, that the roadway network can accommodate the project's demand. And third, that adequate levels of service are maintained for existing development. And importantly, this is not a judgment call. The findings must be supported by evidence in the record. If the analysis is incomplete, if it's not reliable, then the required findings cannot be made. So let's look at the applicant's traffic study in that context. As you can see, the study provides projected trip numbers. But the key issue is how these impacts are distributed. The study assumes that only 5% of project traffic travels south on Easley Road. This is a critical assumption because it determines where impacts are evaluated, which intersections are studied, and where impacts appear. If that assumption is incorrect, the study is not evaluating the actual conditions, and the conclusions of the study cannot be relied upon. The key question then is whether the assumption is reasonable. You do not have to rely on our review. Jefferson County reviewed the study and concluded that it does not seem reasonable. They also noted that the trip distribution does not match the observed traffic counts. And importantly, they identified that the existing conditions show that more than 50% of the traffic travels south on Easley, not the 5% shown in the study. This is not a minor discrepancy. It is a 10-fold difference in the study's foundational assumption. This is not a refinement issue. It's a rejection of the assumption that determines where impacts are evaluated, and the conclusion comes from the referral agency responsible for the roadway system itself. So what does that mean for the study? Trip distribution determines where traffic impacts are evaluated. If that distribution is wrong, then the study is evaluating the wrong locations. As a result, it does not evaluate actual traffic impacts, and it cannot be relied upon to determine whether the transportation system will maintain adequate service. And importantly, that concern is not coming from us. It is documented in Jefferson County's own review. So let's step back and look at what has occurred in the record. Jefferson County identified a flaw in the study's core assumption. They requested additional analysis, including updated distribution modeling and the evaluation of additional intersections such as 60th and Easley. Under the code, referral comments must be addressed, either through revisions or a technical justification. Neither occurred. The assumption was not corrected. The requested analysis was not completed, and no technical justification was provided. So as you sit here today, the record does not contain a complete traffic analysis, and it does not contain a reliable basis to determine whether adequate services will be maintained. The record does not contain the analysis required to support the finding. Now let's step back and consider how this system functions in practice. All project traffic is routed through a single access corridor, Easley Road. There is one primary way in and one way out of the site, and the site configuration does not provide a second independent access. In addition, that same corridor serves existing residents, including Morning Star and Westwoods Links 3. And now another 2,800 additional trips will be added through the established neighborhood. And yet, the record contains no analysis of how this system performs under emergency or evacuation conditions. There is no evaluation of how residents exit, how emergency vehicles access the site, or how the system performs under stress. These are the very conditions where systems performance matter the most. And without that analysis in the record, it does not demonstrate that adequate services will be maintained for existing development. This is not something that can be deferred to a later review. To sum up, Jefferson County identified a flaw in the study's core assumption and requested additional analysis. The analysis was not completed. It is not in the record, and the required referred process was not completed. As a result, the record does not demonstrate that roads and transportation will maintain adequate levels of service for existing development. This is a required finding under the code, and it cannot be supported by this record. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Fieldstone, represented by Jim Cheatham. Those donating time are Katie Cisneros, Mario Cisneros, Maggie Cisneros, Elizabeth Crawford, and Brian Selicaco.
Thank you, and hello, Mayor and City Council. My name is Jim Cheatham. I live in the Fieldstone community. This is the neighborhood just south of the site, across West 64th, where I've been the HOA president for almost 10 years. After knocking on most Fieldstone doors, our board agrees with about 90% of homeowners to support compatible development, but not the proposed high-density development we consider incompatible with adjacent homes. Under Test 6, the code requires that adverse impacts be mitigated to the degree practicable. This standard does not require that impacts be eliminated, but it does require that mitigation be defined and that its effectiveness be supported by evidence in the record. That means the council must be able to evaluate, based on the record before it, whether identified impacts have been mitigated to the degree practicable. Mitigation cannot be deferred to future phases where the scope and effectiveness remain unknown. And importantly, staff's approach to this case is deferred mitigation to later stages. But under the code, that is not sufficient. So what does the standard require in practical terms? To satisfy Test 6, the record must demonstrate three things. So first, that impacts are clearly identified. Second, that mitigation measures are defined. And third, that the effectiveness of those measures can be evaluated. And importantly, that evaluation must be based on the record before you. If impacts are not fully identified, mitigation is not defined, or if effectiveness cannot be evaluated, then the required finding cannot be made. So for transportation mitigation, the primary mitigation measure identified in the record is the signal at 64th and Easley. But the effectiveness of that mitigation depends entirely on the traffic study. As discussed under Test 5, that study relies on a distribution assumption that Jefferson County found does not appear reasonable. They also requested additional analysis, including an evaluation of 60th and Easley, as we've heard, which is not in the record. If the traffic is distributed differently than assumed, then impacts may occur at locations that were not evaluated. Under those conditions, the proposed mitigation, including the signal, may not address the actual impacts generated by the project. So this is not defined mitigation. It's mitigation tied to an analysis that does not reliably evaluate actual impacts. And as a result, its effectiveness cannot be determined based on the record. So turning to the environmental mitigation, the record identifies multiple environmental considerations associated with the site, including pesticide contamination, petroleum impacts, soil and groundwater concerns. The proposed approach is to address these conditions through the state's Voluntary Cleanup and Redevelopment Program, or VCUP. But the record does not contain a defined remediation plan. There's no cleanup design, there's no identified mitigation measures, there's no information regarding the scope and timing of remediation. Instead, mitigation is deferred to a future process. And that's a critical issue. Past experience, future coordination, or regulatory process do not satisfy the code. Mitigation must be defined in the record before you, because where mitigation is not defined, its effectiveness cannot be evaluated. And as a result, the record does not demonstrate that environmental impacts have been mitigated to the degree practicable. Turning to stormwater and drainage, the staff report indicates that a detailed grading and drainage plan will be required at the site plan stage. Since that time, the applicant has advanced additional analysis as part of a later submittal, but that material is not before you tonight. It's not part of the record on which you are required to base your decision. And under Test 6, the question is whether mitigation is defined and can be evaluated based on the record before you, and it cannot. And even if you were to consider that later material, it does not resolve the issue. It reflects a highly engineered system that depends on specific assumptions, precise performance, and limited system capacity. It does not evaluate how stormwater interacts with the environmental conditions identified on the site. It does not provide a clear analysis of downstream impacts. And it confirms that the system relies on a controlled performance rather than demonstrating robust, reliable mitigation. So again, this is not defined mitigation, it's deferred mitigation. And where mitigation is not defined, cannot be evaluated, the required finding cannot be made. So turning to public safety and evacuation. The project concentrates a large residential population while relying primarily on a single access corridor through Easley Road. That corridor also serves existing residents, including Morningstar and surrounding neighborhoods. A secondary route is shown for emergency access, but it relies on circulation through another private development and does not function as an independent access. Despite these conditions, the record does not contain evacuation modeling, clearance time analysis, or evaluation of emergency access reliability. And staff does not provide that analysis. So under Test 6, the question is whether mitigation has been demonstrated. Without that analysis, the effectiveness of mitigation related to evacuation and public safety cannot be evaluated. And this is not something that can be deferred. These are life safety conditions, and the record does not demonstrate that these impacts have been mitigated to the degree practicable. So when you put all this together, transportation mitigation depends on the analysis that does not reliably evaluate actual impacts. Environmental remediation is not defined in the record. Stormwater mitigation is not established in the record and is deferred for future review. And mitigation of evacuation and public safety impacts has not been demonstrated. Under Test 6, mitigation must be defined and supported by evidence in the record, and that standard is not met here. And because the record does not demonstrate that impacts have been mitigated to the degree practicable, the required finding cannot be made under Test 6. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I will call up John Peterson, representing Trail Village. Those donating their time are Susie Peterson, Amy Hendrickson, Pam Knepp, Rick Getz, and Jeff Schaefer.
Good evening. Thanks for having me here today, City Council. My name is John Peterson. I live in Trail Village. My property backs up to Church Ditch and the golf course, approximately 300 feet north of Welby Gardens. I'm a concerned stakeholder, but I'm also a licensed professional geologist. I'm an environmental engineering expert in site assessment and remediation with 30 years of experience. I'm familiar and have worked in the voluntary cleanup program as well as other regulating agencies in Colorado. I have reviewed the Phase 1 environmental site assessment and the Phase 2 environmental site assessment submitted by the applicant. Welby Gardens is contaminated. It's undisputed. I'm requesting that you follow the standard processes for redevelopment of contaminated sites that already exists. That means three things. Take no unnecessary risks as the decision makers on this matter that haven't been properly mitigated or managed. Allow the CDPHE to confirm that Avalon has properly addressed the hazardous chemical contamination from decades of industrial use before you approve residential development. Make that approval contingent upon application to the VCUP, which I'm happy to hear they applied this morning. Site assessment to delineate the magnitude and extent of impacts. Development of a remedial action plan to protect existing and future residents. And the development of a materials management plan to protect the workers and the residents who will be exposed to dust and debris during construction. I ask you, who are you relying on to provide you with the information that you need regarding the environmental risks associated with this property? I have several environmental concerns that are priorities. There are 6 of them. First of all, the Phase 1 and the Phase 2 environmental site assessment documents are not what land managers use to base development decisions on. These are transactional due diligence devices that are used to protect the liability of the buyer under CERCLA. They're not designed to delineate the magnitude and extent of contamination, and they're not designed to address remediation or risks to human health and the environment. Second, stormwater is a big concern. Stormwater discharges. There's known contamination at the ground surface exposed to stormwater at Welby Gardens. Avalon's documents say that no discharges occur off-site. It's not accurate. There are discharges to Church Ditch on the northwest corner of the property, which hasn't been investigated. That discharged stormwater flows into Church Ditch, which ultimately goes into Stanley Lake, a public water supply. There are discharges to a detention pond of stormwater that hasn't been investigated. These are the primary areas where contaminants would start to accumulate from stormwater discharges. There's an underground stormwater system, vaults and conveyances, that have not been investigated. The city has a responsibility as the holder of an MS4 permit to protect the system and the environment, yet discharges of potentially contaminated stormwater still occur. Third, there's historical fuel storage. This is a concern. Samples were collected to address this fuel storage in the wrong place. They did not collect samples within the secondary containment berm beneath the tanks where the most likely occurrence of a spill would happen. They have not been investigated. Attempts to sample the groundwater down gradient was also performed, but the bedrock surface map shows those wells are not placed properly. They're not in a down gradient position. They're cross gradient in a groundwater divide. The floor drain system in the greenhouses has been sampled, but nobody knows where they go. Hasn't been investigated. The hoop houses, which are another form of greenhouse, have dirt floors. There were no samples collected near the hoop houses with dirt floors. The floor drain system has sumps, and nobody knows where these sumps are going and what their integrity is. But the site does have a septic system and a leach field. It likely receives much of the waste water from across this facility. Has not been investigated. No samples were taken in the leach field. In the Phase 1, there's historical soil piles visible on aerial photographs. This was not mentioned in the Phase 1. These are important because when spills occur, soil is scraped up and stacked in piles. It's typically common for industrial sites, whether it's waste, asbestos, all of these types of potential contaminants get stored in soil piles and they leach to the groundwater. There's some concerns about the work done so far. The soil investigation is inadequate for development consideration. There's potential areas of impact that have not been investigated. It's not sufficient to delineate the extent of impacts. The groundwater investigation is inadequate for development consideration. There are lots of dry holes and sampling that was done in the winter, the lowest time which groundwater is present. It's not surprising that there would be absence of groundwater or minimal groundwater insufficient to sample. The groundwater investigation's inadequate as well. There's poor placement of wells based on the groundwater flow direction. They're not installed in the high-risk areas. Laboratory testing is another concern. There are detection limits from the laboratory on the minimum amount that they can report. The cleanup levels are below that level. So if there was contamination above the cleanup level, the lab report cannot detect it because the method detection limit was not low enough. Chrome 6 was not analyzed on the site at all. There's a water boiler system. Chrome 6, as you may have watched in the movie Aaron Brockovich, is used as a corrosion inhibitor. It's never sampled for Chrome 6, which is a pretty hazardous chemical for humans. Asbestos was noted on the property during the phase 1 assessment. Has not been investigated, not been remediated. There's some concerns about the decisions to be made here tonight by this council. This site is planned for residential use from decades of industrial use with known chemical hazards. Arvada's approval criteria require that public health and safety are protected and adverse environmental impacts are mitigated. This is the most sensitive exposure scenario that exists in this industry, the conversion from industrial property to residential property. That's what brownfields were created for. The whole act of Brownsfield Act was created for this scenario. It's an incomplete assessment. There's no plan for remediation other than they acknowledge that they will do it. Based on the data that I reviewed, the CDPHE would likely want to see additional information before they would feel comfortable with the risks that are present at this site. And secondly, the construction activities. They're going to be exposed to this contamination. The surrounding residents from flying debris and wind are also going to be exposed to this contamination. There's no plan to address those two issues. You must deny this development plan just based on the environmental risks alone. There's insufficient data to ensure the safety and protection of human health and the environment. Don't take my word for it. Allow the CDPHE to get involved and regulate Avalon and this property as they are intended to do. Thank you.
Thank you. And a quick note, we are past 11 o'clock and council bylaws do currently dictate that meetings suspend at 11 o'clock. We do not follow this rule. We have not followed this rule for a very long time, and it is a cleanup item in our upcoming bylaws vote. However, we do require a vote to keep going. Councilmember Levison.
Thank you so much. I move pursuant to City Council Rule of Procedure 9B to suspend the meeting end time requirement until under City Council Rule of Procedure 2B.
All votes are cast. That passes 6-0 with Councilmember Davis being an excused absence. Thank you very much. We may now continue. The next speaker is going to be Mark Breeze representing Trail Village Villas. Those donating their time are Mila Lyon, Kin Lyon, Ben Lyon, Steve Leibold, and Karen Ruptak.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. First, I want to thank you for supporting this revised approach to public input. We also appreciate staff's willingness to work with us on this process. We believe it allows for thoughtful participation while respecting the city's time, and I hope that it comes through tonight. Second, I want to acknowledge staff. You have heard, and you will hear from me, that we will disagree with a number of their conclusions. But throughout this process, staff has been responsive, engaged, and professional. And while we may disagree, I have no doubt about their integrity and their focus on what's best for Arvada. Reasonable people can look at the same record and reach different conclusions. But your role is not to choose between perspectives. It is to determine whether the required findings can be made based upon the evidence in the record. But before turning to those findings, we need to address one issue directly, because it is clearly influencing this discussion. That is the idea that this project should be approved because it helps solve Arvada's housing needs. The city's housing plan identifies 2,790 unit shortage below 50% area median income, or AMI, with the greatest unmet need below 30% AMI, and more than half of renters cost-burdened. The plan is identifying an affordability problem, specifically at the lower end of the market. This plan is equally clear about what is required to address that problem. It calls for price point diversity, not simply more units. It prioritizes affordability below 50% AMI and most critically below 30% AMI. And it recognizes that housing at those levels does not come from the private market without subsidy or targeted programs. That is the framework the city adopted. Now compare that framework to this proposal. This is a Class A market rate apartment project. There are no income restricted units, and the lowest priced efficiency units have been removed in the site plan. Rents are projected to start around $1,700 at a minimum and generally range higher. This does not address the need identified by the city. At those rent levels, households must earn roughly $70,000 to $95,000 per year, well above the income ranges where the city has identified its greatest unmet need. The plan identifies need below 30% AMI and significant need below 50% AMI. Households that can only afford substantially lower monthly costs. This project does not reach those households. It does not move forward affordability, it moves away from it. And the market reinforces that. At this price point, supply already exists and is soft, with concessions being offered. This proposal does not fill a gap, it adds more of what the market already provides. This is where staff's analysis breaks down. Staff acknowledges the plan's affordability focus, but then treats any increase in housing supply as a benefit, regardless of the price point or whether the project addresses the identified need. That is not what the plan says. Staff substitutes a different standard. The analysis relies on assumptions about future market effects and possible benefits that are not demonstrated in this record. There is no affordability mechanism, no income targeting, and no evidence this project reaches the households identified in the plan. You may have also seen reference to townhomes priced around $470,000, but those are not part of this application. There is no builder identified, no pricing commitment from Avalon, and no mechanism to ensure that outcome. So housing policy does not support approval, and it cannot overcome the required findings. That brings us to your task. This is not a policy decision. Your duty is to determine whether the 6 required findings can be made based on evidence in the record now. And to be kind with respect to time, I'm going to go quickly through these here because we've already gone through each one of them. Test 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, we've presented, and in all cases, we would argue that these tests cannot be met. So at the end of the day, you're left with a checklist. We've provided one in your packet. It reviews each test, what must be found, and the issues we have identified tonight. Each required finding must be supported by evidence in the record, not by future conditions or assumptions. So ask yourself, can you make each of these findings based on what is before you tonight? Can you check off each item on the checklist? We believe the answer is no. The code does not allow approval. This is not a balancing test. This is not a policy override, and it is not a process where unresolved issues are pushed forward. The burden is on the applicant. That burden has not been met. The findings cannot be made, and the application must be denied. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Morningstar, represented by Reed Bicknell. Those donating their time are Kay Hemingway, Joel Christman, Jeannie Wright, Bob Abercrombie, and Jean Flum.
My name is Reed Bicknell, and I'm an independent living resident at Morningstar. I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you tonight as someone who lives every day with the realities of this site. Being a Morningstar resident, I experience firsthand how access, safety, and predictability are not conveniences for us, they are necessities. I would like to focus on 2 critical issues. First, the nature and limitations of Easley Road. Second, emergency access and safety for both Morningstar residents and the proposed Avalon development. Let me begin with Easley Road. Easley Road, at its northern end, going northward from 64th Avenue, is not a major roadway. It is not an arterial. It is not designed for high-volume traffic. It is a short neighborhood dead-end street about 140 yards long, roughly a football field and a half in length. Today, it successfully serves a very specific and limited purpose. It is the eastern entrance into Morningstar and provides access to our east parking lot, which is heavily used by staff, visitors, service providers, and residents. Importantly, it also serves as an entrance into the Westwoods Links 3 residential subdivision to the east. Additionally, Easley Road currently accommodates overflow parking for Morningstar, something that occurs regularly during the work week. This is a quiet, functional, localized access point. It works today because it is used in a limited, practical way. Now, we are being asked to accept a proposal that would fundamentally change that. Avalon's own traffic study estimates approximately 2,800 daily trips generated by this development, with around 200 trips during peak hours. That is not a small increase. It is a transformation. It would at least double and likely triple the traffic on Easley Road. During peak morning hours, traffic leaving the proposed Avalon site and turning south onto Easley will inevitably back up from 64th Avenue. That backup will not stay neatly within boundaries of the development. It will extend northward, directly impacting access to Morningstar's east entrance. That means that during peak rush hours, residents, staff, and visitors could find themselves unable to enter or exit the property in a timely manner. It means potential delays for staff arriving for shifts, and just generally means that during rush hours, entry and exit routes will be impacted. And for sure, some overflow traffic wanting to get onto West 64th faster will very likely go through the Westwood Links 3 residential neighborhood to get out. That is certainly not good for those residents. There's also a secondary problem, that being, where does the existing overflow parking go? Right now, Easley Road serves that need. If this development moves forward as proposed, that space disappears and there's no clear alternative identified. So, in addition to adding significant traffic, existing on-street parking that Morningstar and others rely on every day will disappear. This proposed use, placing a high-density residential development at the end of a short, dead-end local street, does not align with the intent of Arvada's Land Development Code, Strategic Plan, or Comprehensive Plan. When you look at other Avalon developments in the Denver area, such as Avalon Inglewood, they are located on major arterials with robust infrastructure and urban access. That is not the case here. This is not an appropriate location for this scale and intensity of development. Now to my second issue, emergency access. For Morningstar residents, this is not theoretical, it is more personal. Many residents have mobility limitations. Many rely on walkers, wheelchairs, or other assistance. Some have cognitive impairments. In an emergency, residents cannot simply move quickly or independently. They depend entirely on clear, unobstructed, reliable, and redundant access for emergency responders. Under the current proposal, the primary access point for emergency vehicles to the Avalon development will be via Easley Road, the same constrained, overburdened road I described above. The secondary access is even more concerning. It is an emergency-only route that runs through the Morningstar property, literally through a senior living campus with more than 150 residents. That means emergency vehicles would be routed in, around, and through a community of vulnerable individuals. This creates obvious risks, not only for residents, but for the efficiency and effectiveness of emergency response itself. Additionally, it appears, according to the Avalon, Arvada site plan, during the multi-year construction period, the north entrance to Morningstar's east parking lot, the primary access point for staff and visitors, will likely be gated and closed. This leaves only one entrance in and out of Morningstar, the main entrance off of 64th Avenue. One way in, same way out. All traffic, residents, staff, visitors, deliveries, and emergency vehicles would be forced to use that single access point. We have all seen what happens when access is constrained in an emergency. I would ask you to consider the lessons learned from the Marshall Fire. One of FEMA's key recommendations following that devastating event was clear: ensure that adequate access capacity and redundancy are in place before development begins. Before, not after. What is being proposed here does not meet that recommendation. There is not adequate capacity on Easley Road. There is no true redundancy of access. And during construction, conditions will become even more restrictive. From a senior resident's perspective, this is not just a planning concern, it is a safety concern. It affects our daily lives, it affects our ability to receive care, and in the worst case scenario, it affects our ability to get help when it is needed most. I want to be very clear, this is not about opposing development. Growth can be positive when it is done thoughtfully, safely, and in alignment with the surrounding community. Again, I would emphasize alignment with the surrounding community. This proposal in this location with these access limitations does not meet that standard. 9 years ago, the city approved this site for a senior living facility. That decision reflected a commitment to create a safe, accessible environment for residents like me. That commitment matters, and tonight I'm asking you to uphold it. This proposal, as currently designed, severely and adversely impacts the safety and accessibility that Morningstar residents rely on every day. Based on the clear lack of adequate access capacity, the absence of meaningful redundancy, and the risks introduced both during construction and long-term operation, I respectfully urge you to deny the conditional use permit. Thank you for your time, your consideration, and your commitment to the safety of the community.
Thank you very much. Next, we will welcome up Chuck Schultz, also from Morningstar. Those donating their time are Tom Thomas, Paul Hazeman, Vivian Hazeman, Loretta Chesmore, and Chuck Schuler.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Chuck Schultz. I'm an independent living resident at Morningstar Arvada, an assisted living facility. I would like to focus on one central issue: the increase to risk to the health and safety of Morningstar residents if the Avalon Arvada development is approved as currently proposed. This is not a theoretical concern. It is a real, practical issue tied to traffic, access, emergency response, and evacuation, particularly for a vulnerable and assisted living population. We are a step past a retirement community, as our average age is 85. But let me begin with your own words. In your 2024 City Council Strategic Plan preamble, you state, "This document serves as a guide for enhancing the quality of life for residents and outlines the path to fulfill our mission of enhancing the lives of everyone in our community." You also state a little bit later to prioritize policies and projects that sustain a high quality of life for residents and businesses. These are strong commitments. So I ask you plainly tonight, will you walk the talk? The core issue here is the relationship between health, traffic, and safety. Easley Road, which borders Morning Star and the proposed Avalon site, is not a major roadway. It's a quiet, short, dead-end stub. And yet, under this proposal, Avalon's only two exits feed directly onto Easley Road. That means all traffic, estimated at 2,800 vehicle trips per day, must funnel through this single constrained access point. There is no northern exit. All traffic must ultimately reach 64th Avenue. This creates a choke point that limits mobility not just for Avalon residents, but for Morningstar residents in the surrounding neighborhood. Even more concerning, Jefferson County has already indicated that their internal traffic analysis differs materially from Avalon's study. And Jefferson County requested follow-up from the city. To date, I have not seen confirmation that this has been resolved. Given that this project directly affects an assisted living facility, this is not optional, it is essential. Now let's talk about access, because this is where the risk becomes immediate. According to Avalon's own site plan, which construction fencing will most likely block Morningstar's east exit. Construction is expected to take at least 2 years, and then townhomes will supposedly be built. That leaves Morningstar, an assisted living facility, under unique regulations with only one remaining access point, the main entrance on 64th Avenue. So think about what that means in practice. To reach Easley Road, exit from the main entrance onto 64th Avenue, which is one way going west, travel west to Virgil Way, attempt a U-turn, then backtrack back east, and finally turn south on Easley or continue east on 64th. This is a significant detour just to reach a location that currently is directly accessible. During peak traffic hours, this becomes not just inconvenient, but dangerous. And for large service vehicles, including medical transport and delivery, delivery trucks, that U-turn may not even be possible. But risks do not stop at external access. With the east exit blocked, the east parking lot of Morning narrow internal lane, just 21 feet wide. This lane is bordered by a crosswalk on one sidewalk on one side, garages on the other. That leaves very limited room for two-way vehicle traffic, and pedestrians are often within 2 to 3 feet of passing vehicles. Now consider the population. The average age is 85. Many residents have mobility, hearing, and vision issues. At this time in life, the likelihood of a serious or even life-threatening accident increases significantly. Several of you have spoken about the importance of safe sidewalks and streets. I would simply ask, do those safety standards apply equally to seniors? The situation becomes even more serious when we consider emergency responses. Fire trucks may have difficulty accessing the east side of the building. There is limited space to turn around, and delays in response time could have critical consequences. So I ask, has the fire chief reviewed the specific impact of closing this access point? And if so, has that analysis been shared publicly? I want to address what I believe is another serious issue, evacuation during a wildfire emergency. We live in an area that has already experienced the Marshall Fire, fires in Layden Rock, fires in Candelas. These are not distant possibilities. They are recent realities. At this time, 2/3 of Morningstar's residents rely on wheelchairs, walkers, or cranes. Evacuating this population is already a complex operation. Now add consequences from 384 new apartment units, at least 600 additional vehicles, all funneling onto a dead-end road with limited access, and potentially dealing with no electricity, only one functioning elevator powered by a backup generator, and nighttime conditions with reduced staffing. Under those conditions, evacuation becomes not just difficult, it becomes dangerously slow and potentially life-threatening. Finally, both Colorado regulations and federal standards for assisted living facilities are clear. When conditions affect access, traffic, or evacuation change, these impacts must be evaluated before approval. This proposal clearly contradicts these conditions. It increases density dramatically, it alters access, it introduces a new traffic constraints, and it leaves only a single entry and exit point for Morningstar. The Avalon project creates a foreseeable condition where emergency access and evacuation required by regulations may be compromised. To proceed without a full evaluation would ignore these regulations. So I return to where I began, with your strategic plan. You committed to enhancing quality of life, protecting residents, serving everyone in the community. This proposal, as currently designed, does not meet that commitment. It increases risk for a vulnerable population, it reduces access, it complicates emergency response, and it undermines evacuation safety. So I ask you again, will you walk the talk? I respectfully urge you to deny this proposal.
Thank you very much. I just want to give a quick heads up because we are at 11:36 now. In 19 minutes, I will need to call a break because you guys are going to love this. We're getting close to midnight. Guess what technology does at midnight? It turns itself off, so we have to reset it. So we will be taking a break at 11:55 to 12:05 so IT can do their thing and get the technology running so we can continue the meeting. Just giving everybody a heads up now. We have 3 more pooled groups. I don't know if we'll be able to get them all through in 20 minutes, but let's see. RVC, Len Clemens, donating their time are Rich Bowling, Julie Hogan, Terry Bertle, Rick Bertle, and Julie Getz. Ms. Clemens, I know you know how to talk fast. Welcome.
Good evening. It's a hard act to follow. My name is Lynn Clemens. Actually, I'm the president of Westwood Villas HOA, and we are at 63rd and McIntyre, so we're pretty close to this facility. I'm representing Ralston Valley Coalition, and Ralston Valley Coalition would like to submit this letter regarding drainage and contamination of the Welby Gardens site. And it's from Eric Bodenstadt, who is a professional engineer, and he submitted this to the Arvada Planning Commission on January 18th, 2026, regarding concerns for Welby Gardens development, drainage, and contamination. Dear Commissioners, as a Colorado licensed professional engineer and neighborhood advocate, I urge thorough review of drainage and contamination risks for the proposed residential development on former agricultural land at Welby Gardens, 17201 West 64th Avenue. The site has documented legacy contamination with dieldrin at 0.321 milligrams per kilogram in soil, which exceeds the residential soil screening level of 0.034 milligrams per kilogram. This persistent pesticide could be mobilized by altered drainage into downstream waters of the United States, which is called WOTUS, risking drinking water quality and violating state and federal standards. Reference is made to the attached ERO Resources Corporation Technical Memorandum dated October 20th, 2025, called Welby Gardens Environmental Report Summary, which reviews baseline engineering's Phase 1 environmental site assessment dated 12/26/24 and limited Phase 2 site investigation dated 10/1/25. The memorandum notes historical, agricultural, and nursery use, and recommends additional investigation for horticultural chemicals and heavy metals, and describes sampling at 22 locations as providing a reasonable, high-level characterization given the site size, though further detailed sampling would be needed for any remedial actions. The conceptual plan assumes a historic flow path, but flows have been diverted for over 25 years due to golf course modifications, such as cart paths and berms. The proposed concrete pipe crossing the golf course confirms the historic route is no longer active. I request the Commission require, 1, a field-verified drainage study of the current outfall, patterns, and capacity per hydrology and standard engineering criteria, a 1-foot contour line survey of the project site and applicable drainage limits that is up to Ralston Creek. 3, expanded soil, groundwater, and stormwater sampling focused on dieldrin, including additional testing at greater depths and across a broader range within the project site, beyond limited depth and range in the existing Phase 2 effort, to better characterize vertical and horizontal distribution and assess mobilization risk with appropriate risk assessment and mitigation, for example, via CDPHE voluntary cleanup program, if warranted. These measures will help protect water quality, prevent adverse impacts, and better ensure compliance with Arvada ordinances and water/hydrology engineering standards. Thank you for your attention. Please include this letter in the public record, and he's available for further discussion. Call anytime. Sincerely, Eric Bodenstab. My additional comments are regarding the conditional use permit criteria 2, whether the application is consistent with the Arvada comprehensive plan. The Ralston Valley Coalition position follows. 1, this plan does not follow the intention of the comprehensive plan. This land is designated mixed use and not mixed use residential emphasis. The comprehensive plan considers these designations differently. Mixed use is seen as predominantly non-residential. Note the use of the word predominantly in the comp plan description below, and I quote, mixed use, primary uses. The mixed use category is intended to promote a wide range of land uses, including retail, office, light industrial, live work, and medium and higher density residential. This district is seen as predominantly non-residential, but high-density residential is also appropriate. At 66 and Indiana, residential uses are discouraged. Secondary uses, open space, recreation, places of assembly, and public uses are also appropriate. The mixed-use residential emphasis, the primary uses are the mixed-use residential categories intended to promote neighborhoods which contain housing predominantly, but that may also include retail, offices, and light trade. A range of residential housing types, such as single-family residences, duplexes, patio homes, townhomes, apartments, condominiums, and live-work units, should be built on a majority of any site within this category. We recommend that the city and applicant consider a comprehensive plan amendment and rezoning as was done for the townhome project in Candelas dated 12/16/25. This process would allow for a discussion on the merits of the construction of a 100% high-density residential project that includes no meaningful transit options on land intended for office, retail, and live-work units, on land which is seen by the comprehensive plan as predominantly non-residential. Also, a proper rezoning request would limit future density creep during the site development process and might ensure that the development of the portion of land designated for townhomes becomes townhomes. There is no guarantee of that with this application. A rezoning request would allow the applicant to make the case that the authors of the current comprehensive plan, the citizens who participated in the creation and adoption of the current plan, and the Planning Commission got it wrong when this land was designated as mixed use in the comprehensive plan. Number two, this site does not promote walkability or bike connections. There is no submitted plan to connect to area trails such as the Ralston Creek Trail, and the nearest grocery store is 1.4 miles away with an estimated walk time of 30 minutes, according to Google Maps. This property is bordered on the north by a drinking water canal and to the south by 64th Avenue, a busy four-lane road. These physical attributes further limit the claim of walkability by the applicant. Further, this site does not have any realistic prospects of meaningful transit options. RTD is experiencing a $215 million budget shortfall, which is a 14.3% component of their total budget. Just this month, 24 RTD managers were laid off. There is a significant deferred maintenance for the light rail system, and it's not realistic to expect any RTD service this far west in the foreseeable future. Instead, a mixed-use design that encourages local businesses and local participation in the local economy could be a viable alternative if the other issues presented tonight, such as environmental contamination, can be resolved. We do not agree with the assertion that multifamily housing provides any transition from senior living to senior family housing in two ways. Senior living facility provides a relatively low impact on traffic, as many residents don't own vehicles. This is a lower impact use than the Avalon Bay proposal. If we consider the ITE Trip Generation Manual Code 254 for assisted living, this use generates less than half of the traffic of Code 220 for apartments. Secondly, the single-family residential neighborhoods lie to the east and west of the mixed-use parcels. Avalon Bay's proposal is to the north of the senior living and as such does not physically have the ability to provide any comparable transitions as was discussed earlier. Ralston Valley Coalition contends that for these reasons, the application is not consistent with the Arvada Comprehensive Plan, as the applicant's plan does not follow the intention of the mixed-use zoning designation. Please deny the conditional use permit. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Mike Rawlick representing RVC. Those donating their time are Karen Gerbach, Rainier Gerbach, Phil Langford, Pam Smith, and Ed Yavak.
Good evening, or almost good morning, Mayor Pro Tem, and City Council. Just a few things for cleanup. When we look at the conditional use checklist, it does say the 6 approval criteria, but it also says, in addition to ensuring the application meets the listed approval criteria, the City Council may approve a conditional use with conditions to mitigate impacts, not in lieu of, in addition. So these 6 have to be met, and then you can add extra below. You can't defer according to this. You can't do it in lieu of. So I just wanted to make sure that that was on record. Safety is non-negotiable. I absolutely love that. We follow that in my industry as well. Just want to talk about the other uses that can be in mixed use: theater, recreation and amusement, art studio, makerspace, continuing care, office, general, professional, public lands, parks, schools, buildings, and vocational schools. So there's some other really interesting things that could maybe bring people to this site. No transportation demand management study was provided. This would be your multimodal study. What reductions on automobile traffic can be achieved through alternate means? Wasn't studied. Again, no response to that Jeffco traffic letter, no rationale for the 5% traffic uneasily prediction. Jeffco asked to be involved in the subsequent referrals. We can't find it. No study of Highway 93 and 64th, McIntyre and 64th, Indiana 64th intersections. Why? They're critical. Very critical intersections. Where would these 2,800 cars go? No referrals found in the application for Jeffco Public Schools. How will 564 bedrooms plus townhomes later on affect the local school infrastructure? RTD, as we mentioned, in budget crisis, $250 million budget shortfall. Unlikely RTD will expand to this area. As noted during the Planning Commission, there used to be a bus line that went out this way. It wasn't a moneymaker. It failed. Probably not coming back. Criteria 5 and 6. We cannot find a referral to CDPHE Hazmat or Water Quality Control Division. No construction water permit. I emailed Christine Forney of the Water Quality Control Division, talked about the MS4 permit will not cover construction stormwater discharge. So that's a separate thing that needs to get looked at. This should include the contamination information. No material management plan that is specific to dieldrin. If we look at dieldrin sticks to dust. We have routine 30 and 40 mile an hour winds. We'll get a little bit more into that later. High concentrations of dieldrin were found at approximately 120 feet from the houses to the east. That will be downwind houses. Screenshots are attached in that packet I gave you. Core to the CDPHE shows no communication between CDPHE and Arvada staff for this development application, and only preliminary meetings. Yes, we just heard that the VCUP application was put in today, but let's look at Kilmer. The VCUP, that was done first. In fact, Fonda was here, and he hosted a community meeting at your hosting to make sure we could talk about the merits of the VCUP, got that VCUP approved, and then did a comprehensive plan amendment. So that's the cart after the horse. This is kind of the cart before the horse. We have not seen a referral to Church Ditch Company. We did meet with the ditch manager on site to discuss the fact that there is evidence that some water drains off the property into the ditch. Also, stormwater from the northeast detention pond is planned to flow into Ralston Creek. This is a 303D impaired water and a waters of the United States. This detention pond has no current testing and will convey water from a land that is contaminated into a waters of the United States. Not a good idea. So ITE manual shortcomings. Last time we were here, we heard about mixed use creating more traffic than a single use. But this awesome PAS memo shows something otherwise. It says the ITE trip generation data and analysis methods apply primarily to single-use and freestanding sites which limit their applicability to compact, mixed-use, transit-oriented developments. And I could look at page 4. If you guys go to page 4, this is interesting as well, because it says the danger of using traditional traffic generation data based on single-use facilities is that it misrepresents the true traffic generation impacts of mixed-use developments. The consequences are miscalculating the benefits of mixed-use development, may include unreasonable development costs, exaggerated impacts, we heard that last time, and mitigation responsibilities, skew public perception, and decision-maker resistance. And on page 5, the kicker, the ITE handbook, the current state of practice resource for estimating the mixed-use trip generation would overestimate peak hour traffic by an average of 35%. So mixed use could happen here if we work on the environmental, the fire safety, and then figure out a plan that can really bring local economy together. But mixed-use traffic, it's got to get it done a different way. All right, where are we at on time? The total area of mixed use here is approximately 24.6 acres. 4.56 or 18% is Morningstar Senior Living. The other 20 acres, or 82%, would be 100% residential. That would be predominantly residential, and that fails criteria too, as we heard before. Greenhouse water, in case you hear about water. Greenhouse water, according to the Velcamp, if we have that, right here. Greenhouse water was 39.2 acre feet. That's 13 million gallons a year. I'll show you that this apartment complex will use 18 to 20 million gallons per year. So that's actually a less intensive use. And then on the number 11, market rate versus affordable. The U.S. Census says the AMI for a household in Arvada is 117,348. We heard about AMI. I just wanted to make sure you had a figure in front of you. So when we talk about water in criteria 5, Denver Water, the website says 50 gallons per day are used by a single person in the household. The EPA says 80. We'll go with 50. The Denver water goal is to reduce water for only 40. Arvada is in a stage 1 water restriction as of April 15th. Think about this as far as criteria 5, services. The goal is to reduce water by 20%. Last year, Arvada Water produced 4.6 billion gallons in a year. The reduction goal would equal 3.68 billion gallons a year. That's 920 million gallons. Not a bad thing. Arvada receives 75% of its water from Denver Water. As stated above, Denver Water assumes 50 gallons per person per day. Let's assume Denver Water statistics are accurate for Arvada as well. We know that without the townhomes, we're looking at 564 total bedrooms in the conceptual plan so far. If we assume an occupancy of 1.5 per person, that's 846 people. 51 townhomes times 3 gives us 1,000. If we assume 1,000 people times 50 gallons per day, that's 50,000 gallons per day, or 18,255,000 gallons per year. That increase in usage would be 0.4 increase of the total water use without the reduction target, and a 0.5% increase when considering the target reduction. This increase by this neighborhood would eliminate or negate 2% of the whole water savings goal of the city. Denver Water currently estimates 12 gallons per square foot of lawn per year. So when we go through those figures, if you have about 4 acres of open space, 2 for the park and 2 for your islands, you're looking at another 1.7 to 2 million gallons. That is 20 million gallons of water per year. This eliminates or negates 2.2% of the water saving goal of Arvada. The citizens are asked to do with less. 2.2% of water saved will be used by the homes in a new development. Does this pass test 5? Quote, facilities and services, including water, sewer, will prior to or as part of development be available to serve the subject property while maintaining adequate levels of service for existing development? I would say no. And when we think about cycles, climate change might just be real, right? Whether anthropogenic or driven by natural long-term cycles, a 12,000-year polar flip. If so, then we cannot assume this drought is just a short cycle. We must ask council to vote on the current conditions. The greenhouses had a water storage and recapture system that we talked about of 13 million gallons per year. We're looking at 18 to 20 million gallons. So this is a more intensive use. We have not seen evidence of a will serve letter in the application. We've heard that Arvada City will give it from a staff report, but we've not seen the actual letter. That's a gap in evidence that's necessary for criteria 5. Think about this. Arvada population is 123 to 131,000. This development adds almost 1% more people in one vote. Burdens the infrastructure, adds a 20 million gallon burden on the system, and eliminates 2.2% of the water saving goal based on 1.5 people per bedroom. That's 1 out of every 45 gallons saved is now reused. This does not pass criteria 5. When we look at other uses that could be in mixed use, I looked at Culligan, actually, they talk about office. Typical water per person in the office is approximately 15 gallons per day. That is 30 to 40% of what an average residential per person use would be. Retail stores are significantly less. And I even looked at coffee shops. I was amazed, only 1 to 3 gallons per customer, and you're looking at 600 to 1,000 gallons per day, and that's bringing in about $3,000 for a small coffee shop for the local economy. So when you think about it, while it might make sense to pause all development during times of water restriction, if we can find a better thing, fix the problems, fix the safety, fix the environmental, and then find a lower intensity type use that can actually connect in trails, connect in people, and reduce traffic through this multimodal study, we might have something here. Thank you for your time.
Time! All right, everybody, take a break. Good morning, everybody. Welcome back. Okay, we have one more pooling group, also from Morningstar. That is Katie Moisen. People dedicating time are David Hanselman, Chris Murfitt, and Tyler Nicholson. Welcome.
Okay, good morning, as everybody keeps saying. My name is Katie Moisen, attorney for Morningstar of Arvada, the senior living community immediately adjacent to the proposed development. Morningstar, as you have heard, is not just another neighboring property. It is home to 141 senior residents, many of whom are mobility impaired and reliant on consistent, safe, and predictable access for daily living and emergency services. As designed, we have concerns regarding the project's safety, access, and operational risks on a known vulnerable population. And these are my own rudimentary markups, which now I'm looking at it and it's very small, so I apologize, but I think you all are very familiar with the site as it is now. So first, as shown on the submittal, the designated vehicle tracking control area appears to be located in a location that may affect our Eastleigh Road access. If that access point is being restricted or closed from time to time, that would be a significant problem for our operations, our daily access, and our emergency access. Our front entrance is a roundabout, and it is not suitable for larger vehicles. That's the entrance on 64th. When Morningstar requires an emergency vehicle, the fire department enters from Eastleigh Road, comes straight to the front roundabout, and then it backs out toward Eastleigh. This is the most common because it is easiest for exit. Trash and food delivery enters through the 64th entrance, takes a right, and then reverses all around the property to get to the dumpsters in the kitchen delivery area. They then exit toward Eastleigh Road to avoid the sharp right turn onto 64th. Eastleigh Road is critical for our entry and exit, especially for large vehicles. Even if access is not fully cut off in this location, the placement of a vehicle tracking control area at one of our limited access points raises concerns. This is a critical entry point for our community. The presence of construction vehicles and equipment, combined with the ongoing construction traffic, could impede safe and timely ingress and egress on a regular basis. Our next issue, and our biggest concern, is the emergency route, especially in the northwest corner of our property. As you know, the proposed development adds over 400 new residential units, which reasonably translate to 700 to 800 additional vehicles. However, the proposed development plan creates strong incentives for cut-through traffic. As shown on the map, the loop around our property is used for fire and ambulance vehicles. It cannot be blocked. Our fundamental question is, how will the developer and the fire department prevent our driveways and parking lot from becoming everyday traffic routes for 700 to 800 additional vehicles? Nothing in the plan physically prevents cut-through traffic. While the proposed Avalon Bay development has a current easement for emergency access use, nothing in its proposal would limit the development's use of its driveways to emergency use only. We did request that a gate be installed in the northwest corner of our property, but we do not see that reflected on the current plan. It is our understanding that the fire department is not in favor of a gate. The developer has informed us that they will install a traffic signal. A traffic signal is not a solution to this particular problem. It may regulate flow on 64th, but it does nothing to prevent drivers from seeking shortcuts through my client's adjacent property. For our residents, this is not theoretical, as it has been pointed out. It will result in increased vehicle flow through our driveways and our parking lot, and we believe it is highly likely that Avalon Bay residents will speed through our parking lot as a cut-through, where our residents, staff, and guests are walking to their vehicles or just taking their daily walks. We believe the additional vehicles cutting through Morningstar will, 1, pose risks to our residents, staff, and guests walking to their vehicles. 2, will delay ambulances and fire access trying to access Morningstar. And 3, will introduce confusion during emergencies. This concern is only magnified by the fact that the 51-unit townhome portion will not even be owned by this developer. We are left with different management and no clear unified responsibility for access control. Colorado law requires land use decisions to protect the public health, safety, and welfare, with heightened attention to vulnerable users' safe access and emergency services. The city must condition any approval on ensuring Morningstar's access to Eastleigh is not infringed on in any way. 2, on ensuring that the only time the development parcel can use Morningstar's driveways is for emergency vehicles and not cut through traffic. I also want to address wildfire and evacuation safety, which I know has been touched on by some of our Morningstar residents tonight. This is not a hypothetical concern. Many have mentioned the Marshall fire that occurred in Superior. Now let's consider Morningstar in this context. It is a senior population with limited mobility and dependent on coordinated evacuation and emergency access. Because of the median on 64th Avenue, our current access requires vehicles to first turn west before turning and proceeding east. In the case of a wildfire to the west, the fire department has indicated to us that all 4 lanes of 64th Avenue could be converted to eastbound traffic. That solution, however, does not work very well for this site. The presence of the median prevents direct access to all 4 of those lanes, and it does limit our ability to efficiently enter the eastbound flow of traffic. Congestion, especially with 700 to 800 additional vehicles, could seriously impact Morningstar's ability to exit its property in an emergency and head east. Any approval of developer's plan must be conditioned on a site-specific evacuation and wildfire operations plan that preserves exclusive emergency ingress and egress for Morningstar during emergencies. Right now, to my knowledge, neither of those exist for our property in specific, leaving material safety issues for our residents. Finally, briefly, Morningstar does currently provide parking that meets applicable code requirements for our staff, our visitors, and our medical providers. We do from time to time rely on parallel parking along Eastleigh Road to accommodate our peak visitation periods. The proposed construction appears to limit or temporarily block access to those overflow parking areas, and it seems like it will do so for a number of years. Given that we don't know who actually will be developing the townhome project, I'm not sure how long that really will be. The townhome portion does not have a builder or a timeline, as we've mentioned, and this does create practical concerns for our operations. If parking along Eastleigh Road is unavailable, family members and visitors may need to park farther away or off-site. To close, we are asking for responsible development that recognizes the presence of 140-plus senior living residents of Morningstar of Arvada. As proposed, the project does impose safety, access, and quality of life risks on a medically vulnerable senior community. At a minimum, we respectfully request that prior to approval, the developer is required to provide the following: clear, enforceable restrictions that limit Avalon Bay residents' use of the Morningstar property to only emergency access use. These limitations must be in place for both the multifamily and the townhome parcels. That there will be no impact to Morningstar's access to Eastleigh due to Avalon Bay's development plan. And 3, again, a detailed emergency evacuation and a wildfire response analysis. Until these critical issues are fully resolved, this project appears to present risks to the health, safety, and daily operations of Morningstar's residents. We look forward to working with the developer and the fire department to address these concerns so that this project will work for both communities, keeping all residents safe. We would welcome the opportunity to have a joint meeting with the developer and the fire department to discuss, and it is my understanding in speaking with Avalon Bay's council that they may be open to the same. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you very much. All right. Next, I'm going to move us into the individual signups. As I understand it, a lot of folks have gone home. So if you are still here and you have signed up, please raise your hand now. All right. We still got some folks. So what I'm going to do is I've just got a stack. I'm going to read the name. If you're here, raise your hand and come on up. That way I see you. If not, I will read if you are for or against, and we will record the name and the position in the record. All right, let's go. Mark Gerlitz. All right, he is against the issue. Dan Grassi. Grace, come on in, sir. 3 minutes, all the same rules from before apply, and I will remind you of the ditto rule just as an option.
Okay. My name is Dan Gerace, 17201 West 64th Avenue. That's the Welby Gardens property. I'm one of the owners of the property. We've been at that site for 22 years, the family operation, and we've had a strong sense of responsibility and compliance to follow all the rules and respect the neighbors. Our family never viewed this property as a speculative investment. We purchased it to expand our business, our family business. It's required ongoing attention, maintenance, and a financial commitment to keep it operating. The decision to cease operations of the greenhouse business was not taken lightly, and there were many factors involved to make the best decision for our family and the business. My role in the day-to-day operations was in shipping and production planning, so I was directly involved with all the large vehicle movement in and off the property. So we know that there was lots of noise, vibrations, dust, and congestion that impacted the neighbors, and we would see in excess of 20 or 30 trucks a day in and out of the property. So we had multiple offers on the property, and we personally interviewed 6 candidates, and Avalon Bay was by far the best fit for the property, in the fact that they were the only developer that really stated that they would stay at the property and manage the property throughout the whole process. So we felt that they were the best choice. So I would believe it would be difficult to find a better community partner to develop the Avalon than Avalon Bay. So I please ask for your support in the application of presented here before you. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Nicholas Grass. Chris.
Hi, guys. My name, thank you guys for hearing me. My name is Nick Gerace. I'm one of the owners at Welby Gardens. My address is 8816 Eldora Street, up in Leiden. I've been part of this community my entire life. I was born and raised in West Arvada. I'm a graduate of Arvada West High School. After college, I moved back home, and I made my home in the smaller community of Westwoods. I call the area surrounding the property my home. My daughter attends Westwood Elementary. My son attends Happy Valley Preschool. We as a family decided to sell our property on 64, not for financial reasons, but for us to continue our legacies in different spaces within our community. After 78 years and the 4th generation of the business, it made sense for us to move forward with developing the property. I don't want to rehash anything. We chose Avalon Bay for several reasons, and like Dan mentioned, they're long-term holders and operators within the community. They're not a build and flip operation. Welby Gardens was my family's business, and it is permanently closed. I hope that this community will stand behind me and my family in our decision. We have done our best to be good neighbors. We have donated countless thousands of dollars worth of plants directly to our schools, churches, charities, and other organizations in surrounding communities as well. As residential neighborhoods developed around our site, the existing operation became increasingly incompatible with nearby homes. Residents have been impacted severely, even damage to their properties from our late night activities, trash, dust, and the wind. We tried to do our best to be the best neighbors that we could be. These impacts weren't necessarily the result of mismanagement, because we were trying our best to be the best neighbors possible, but I mean, I was constantly dealing with calls from neighbors on, music, trash, all sorts of stuff, and it made it very difficult sometimes to operate our business. The simple reality is that a high-intensity industrial greenhouse next to all these residential homes was not feasible anymore. So as we move forward with this project, we need to we understand the need for community and city support. We're not here to upset our neighbors. In fact, work with them.
Apologize, your time is up.
Oh, okay.
It's okay, thank you very much.
No, it's good. Thank you.
Next, we have Michael Gamp.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. My name is Michael Gamp. I'm the Chief Financial Officer for On Tap Credit Union, an institution that's called Arvada home for decades, and tonight I'm speaking on the conditional use permit being considered for Welby Gardens. We are a member-owned Colorado credit union with a core mission of serving this community, not only through financial services, but also through supporting sustainable growth that ensures our neighbors who live and work here. One of the most pressing challenges that we see every day amongst our members and staff is housing affordability. Our job market is growing, especially in financial services. Positions have increased by over 20% in the past 5 years in our company, but as growth accelerates, the gap between wages and housing costs widens. More than 40% of our occupations are administrative or computer-based, with pay rates between 80 and 120% of the area median income. Our workers represent the backbone of the community, but unfortunately they're being priced out of the community. Welby Gardens presents a significant opportunity to bridge this divide. The project's 384 income-aligned apartments and 50 townhomes priced well below the median home price gives our professionals the realistic chance to live near their jobs, to reduce their commute times, and to invest deeper into Arvada's future. It isn't just a workforce issue, it's an economic strategy. When people who serve our community also live in our community, we see higher retention, stronger civic engagement, and a more resilient local economy. We know that attracting and keeping talent is critical for every business, ours included. Housing options that match local incomes are essential for that goal. Welby Gardens represents progress not only in affordability, but in accessibility, helping this workforce become a part of the city they help sustain. I thank you for your time and appreciate the opportunity to comment.
Thank you. Next, we have Nathan Cooper. Come on down.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. My name is Nathan Cooper. I live at 16080 West 62nd Drive. Quick walk, quick jog, quick bike ride to the property that we're talking about tonight. You know, I come here as a neighbor. I come here as a member of the Arvada Chamber of Commerce. We've spent countless hours talking about finding ways to build and make way for attainable housing in our community. And I've lived in the Westwoods neighborhood long enough to understand that it is really hard to find places to live for people who want to live there in those middle incomes. My day job is I'm an executive director of a trade association in the construction business. We have employees who work sheet metal. We have lots of projects in Arvada. We have lots of projects that are permanent and ongoing in Jefferson County. And a lot of our workforce ends up coming from Adams County, from Weld County, from Arapahoe County, because it's really difficult to find places to live here, which adds to their commutes. You know, this is a vacant property. I think the proponents have laid out a really good case for why this is going to be a valuable community asset. And I can't thank them enough for bringing this forward. We've considered this as something that fits within the Arvada Chamber's pillars, and we are incredibly supportive of that. I think about the people that Michael talked about that work in this community that find it difficult to live here. The people that work at Lutheran Hospital, the people that work like my wife does as a pediatric speech therapist. It would be really difficult to find space in West Arvada, and I think while it's not perfect, it won't solve all the problems, this community needs to say yes to reasonable development, and that's what this is. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Marty Grace, I apologize.
Gets butchered way worse than that, so. Good morning, Mayor and Council. My name is Marty Gerace. I'm a third-generation owner of Welby Gardens. My wife has lived her entire life in this Arvada West community, and her and I raised our family in this community. We've also, my two sons have taken up roots also in the same community. So we are well aware that it's hard. Change is going to be difficult. Just a little bit about the Gerace family history. My grandparents started the business in 1948 on a little vegetable farm in a community called Welby. We've had 4 generations working in the business at any certain given time. In the last 20 years, we've had up to 25 members of the Gerace family working in that family business. Some have passed, some have retired, but a lot of the younger generation are moving away from the business and into other avenues for their own personal lives. Our business is very, requires a lot of physical labor, and for us to come up with the physical labor close to our facility is becoming increasingly more difficult. We've had, most of our employees would have to travel up to 20 or 30 miles to get to our facility each way just to be able to come to work. So it's become very difficult for us to continue operations at that facility. In 2003, when we bought the facility, Ben Veldkamp was the owner, and he also was a family business owner, and he sat down with the city and developed this parcel of land for uses that would fit in the development plan in the future. And this is what that future is. It is for this mixed use progress, and we're hoping that you guys will consider this project and allow our family to move on with our life and have the community be able to move on with something different and better than what we've done. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Kristen Gerace.
All right, hi, my name is Kristen Gerace. I have 2 kids. One goes to Westwoods Elementary and one goes to Happy Valley Preschool. I'm very much involved in both school and community, including the Westwoods Elementary School PTSA. I'm also the former assistant to the retail operations manager of Country Fair Garden Center and Welby Gardens. My position allowed me to be fully immersed into every aspect of operating a retail establishment on this property. We opened our full-service independent garden center in the spring of 2004. With hopes and dreams of it becoming a successful family destination similar to our other locations. We knew there would be many obstacles and challenges we would have to overcome, location being one of the largest. The property is located on the furthest west side of Arvada and was set back off 64th. But we knew we had signage and the storefront was visible to traffic. With a tremendous amount of work, creativity, dedication, and patience, the store thrived. That all changed in the spring of 2016 when the Morningstar construction began. We continued to be optimistic regarding the future of the store. Once the large facility was completed, our beautiful storefront was hidden from the traffic that traveled 64th Avenue. The importance of visibility for any retail establishment is vital for longevity and growth. Location and demographics are key to a successful retail establishment. We continued operations for a few more years, struggling to maintain and grow our customers. In the summer of 2019, we decided as a family the retail square footage would be better utilized as wholesale growing space, and we closed Country Fair. We have all heard the recommendations that this property should have retail. My personal experience of having an independent family-owned retail location on this property is not feasible. I urge council members to approve the proposed use of this property. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Lindsay Reinert.
My notes say good evening, but really, who are we kidding now? Good morning, Mayor Simpson and members of City Council. My name is Lindsay Reinert, 7502 80th Avenue, Arvada 80003, and I am here on behalf of the Greater Arvada Chamber of Commerce as the board chair. The Greater Arvada Chamber of Commerce represents nearly 600 businesses and organizations in Arvada and the surrounding communities. We are dedicated to advancing the healthy business climate and thriving community of Arvada. The Chamber's ongoing work, as mentioned before, centers on addressing Arvada's most pressing business and community challenges, including an urgent need for income-aligned housing. The Welby Gardens development helps address that reality in a meaningful way. This project expands access to attainable housing by adding 384 multi-family rental homes targeted to middle-income earners, along with 51 for-sale townhomes priced at about $470,000. That is well below the median home price of $850,000 in West Arvada, and significantly below the city median price of $609,000. These homes may not solve everything, but they do represent real progress for people who want to live where they work and where they serve. The need in our community is more housing, attainable types like apartments and townhomes, especially in West Arvada. The price point diversity is necessary, and this project supports that need. The market does adjust with more and with less housing and availability. Labor market data shows that top jobs in the 80007 zip code include childcare providers, teachers, police officers, accountants, and operations managers. These are not abstract jobs. They are the people educating our kids, keeping our neighborhoods safe, and supporting our economy every day. Yet today, roughly 62% of Arvada's workforce commutes into our city. More than 60% of those in commuters consider living in Arvada, but are unable to find attainable housing or rent within their means. That has consequences. From a business perspective, housing affordability is no longer just a social issue, it's a competitiveness issue. And when employees cannot live nearby, hiring becomes harder, retention declines, and businesses struggle to grow. Over time, that weakens Arvada's ability to attract investment and support the services residents expect and value. The Greater Arvada Chamber of Commerce respectfully urges the City Council to approve the conditional use permit for Welby Gardens. We appreciate and thank you for your leadership, and want to apologize on behalf of several of our businesses who are here tonight who just couldn't stick around. They would have loved to provide live comment.
Time, Ms. Reinert.
Thanks, Laura.
Next, we have Chris Musselman. If I'm reading that correctly, that's a great last name.
Musselman, that's right. Thank you. Good morning, Council and Mayor. Thank you so much for having us here today. My name is Chris Musselman. My address is 1225 17th Street in Denver, Colorado, and I represent the Gerace family as the real estate broker in the transaction that we are contemplating today. The Gerace family approached JLL, the firm that I work for, in early 2024. They had made the very difficult decision to close their business and sell the property. When we spoke with the Gerace family, we very quickly found that their priority was identifying a partner who wants to build something that they can be proud of. We interviewed over 100 potential purchasers for this property and looked at numerous asset classes, including industrial, data center development, hospitals, commercial uses, retail uses, and office uses. Through our process, we very quickly identified that all of those uses, almost all of those uses, either are not feasible financially today from a market standpoint, or they're massively disruptive. A data center or an office building in this area, we believe would be much more disruptive than what the Avalon Bay group is proposing. When we selected Avalon Bay, it wasn't because of any monetary reason, but because of who they are as a development partner. They are long-term owners with no plans to sell any of their currently owned assets or this asset. That is massively rare. Almost 99% of all developers in our market are merchant developers, meaning they build to sell. Avalon Bay is a community partner. I think they evidenced this really well earlier, illustrating their plan to provide free housing for a year for 5 Jeffco school teachers. You know better than anybody, and everybody said it tonight, we are in a housing crisis. Only 14% of American households can afford the median priced home in the state of Colorado at $650,000. This area has a median home value of $850,000. So only about 8% of our community can afford to live in West Arvada. You guys set the goals yourselves in 2024. Your goal is to identify opportunities to deliver diverse housing types. There is no better opportunity in Arvada than Welby Gardens today. I'll end with this. This property is going to be sold. Welby Gardens is out of business. This project is not going to become a park. It is not going to become a school. It is not going to be open space. We are going to sell this property to a private developer. You would be hard-pressed to identify a more thoughtful developer who has prioritized neighborhood feedback and mitigated neighbor concerns than Avalon Bay. For all these reasons, I urge you to approve the CUP.
Thank you. Next, we have Ed Tyrell. Is Mr. Tyrell still here? Okay. I see that he is against the issue. Lauren Perlin? Oh, you already spoke. Thank you. Ryan McCarroll.
Thank you. I would like to begin with the city's own comprehensive plan. Policy T-4.1, Neighborhood Safety and Traffic Mitigation states, the city will consider the impacts of cut-through traffic and traffic speed in neighborhoods and identify measures to mitigate the problem locations. Policy T-4.2, Arterial and Collector Street System, states the city will work to provide a network of arterial and collector streets so that through traffic is not funneled onto local neighborhood streets. These policies are directly relevant to your decisions this morning. The applicant's traffic impact analysis looks at West 64th, Virgil, Easley, Terry, and Quaker, and this studies only the 4 intersections along 64th. But it does not analyze diversion into the neighborhood streets like 64th Circle and the Westwood Links 3 neighborhood. It does not study whether drivers will avoid congestion at 64th and Easley by cutting through the adjacent neighborhood. This is a major omission from the applicant, and it is not ambiguous or theoretical. It's an obvious consequence of the site design that has real-world implications for your constituents. The study projects that this development will generate 2,875 daily trips. It also projects that 55% of the site traffic exiting northbound onto Easley will turn left onto 64th Avenue. The proposed solution to this influx of density is a signal at 64th and Easley. But that does not solve the problem created by the density of the site plan. It simply reallocates the traffic congestion pressure from the proposal into the Westwood Links 3 neighborhood. Residents of this site plan would face the same choice every day: sit waiting at the traffic signal queue to exit onto 64th, or avoid that delay by cutting through the Westwood Links 3 neighborhood. And the route is easy and obvious: 64th Circle onto 64th Drive to Terry, and then back out onto 64th. I believe the applicant's suggestion earlier tonight that the light will reduce cut-through traffic through this neighborhood is disingenuous at best. It does not take speculation or see that what will happen. Any serious or impartial review of this plan should recognize that a meaningful share of the 2,875 drivers will use the neighborhood as an alternate route. And that's exactly what this comprehensive plan says should not happen. So my request is straightforward. For this project to be approved, this site plan would need real physical mitigation plans that prevents this cut-through traffic from occurring in the first place. That means actual physical design measures, not signs or a wait-and-see approach. For example, the plan should include a right-turn-only exit design that forces traffic exiting the site to turn right onto Easley and prevents using 64th Circle as a shortcut through the neighborhood. If the city is not willing to require these protections, then the CUP should not be approved in this current form. You cannot pass the buck on this issue and remain consistent with the comprehensive plan. I urge you to please keep your constituents' safety, quality of life, and the city's own adopted policies in mind when you vote tonight. Remember, you are not accountable to the shareholders of the Avalon Bay. You are accountable to the constituents, and the responsibility lies with doing what's best for the citizens of Arvada.
Thank you. Next, we have Robert Slay. All right, Mr. Slay is for the issue. George Hutter? Oh, there you are, Mr. Slay. That's okay. I apologize, I spoiled it a bit.
We're all tired, right? So my name is Robert Slay. I live at 6128 Quail Court, Arvada. I'm here tonight in support of this project, not as a developer or a paid advocate, but as a 35-year resident who's watched Arvada grow. West Arvada has virtually, no rental housing west of Ward Road. On April 6th, I searched Zillow and apartments.com for zip code 800007. There were 3 listings at or under $3,000 a month in an entire zip code. That's not a metaphor, it's a market failure. The Greater Arvada Chamber of Commerce has voted to support this project. The apartments are projected to serve households earning 75 to 120% of the AMI, teachers, nurses, tradespeople who already work here but have nowhere nearby to rent. Townhomes projected at $470,000 versus West Arvada's average home price of $850,000. Several opposition claims don't hold up against the official record, and I think we've gone over most of this already. They keep saying the project fails the mixed-use standard. The city's own Director of Community and Economic Development, Jessica Garner, directly rebutted that at the Planning Commission hearing. She confirmed the Land Development Code clearly allows horizontal mixed use, and under that reading, this project complies. On traffic, the city's transportation system plan identifies over $170 million in corridor improvements on the roads surrounding this site, including a transit route connecting Candelas to Old Town along 64th Avenue, directly past this development. This project adds the density that makes these investments worth doing. Dieldrin, a banned insecticide, is in the ground on this site right now. It was there before Avalon Bay arrived. It'll stay there afterward if this project is denied. Approval with a condition 4 forces full CDPHE supervised remediation to residential standards before a single building permit is issued. Denial removes that requirement entirely, and there is no other mechanism that compels cleanup. The contamination on this site is actually a reason to approve this project, not deny it. The signal at 64th and Easley was actually approved when the Morningstar development was put into place, and I think Morningstar, I don't know if they actually paid it or not, but were asked to pay $38,000 for the traffic light. I don't know, but it's scheduled and has been scheduled for years to be put in. It just hasn't happened yet. Staff found this project meets all 6 approval criteria. 5 of 6 commissioners agreed after a hearing that ran deep into the evening.
Mr. Slay, I apologize.
Oh,
That
I'm
is your
sorry.
That is
I
okay.
would have quit. I'm done anyway.
Thank you very much.
You guys have a good evening.
You too, Mr. Slay. All right, next we have George Hutter. All right, Mr. Hutter did not signal for or against. He simply wished to speak, but he is no longer here. Anthony Super. All right, Mr. Super is for the issue. Sherry Donnelly. Ms. Donnelly is against the issue. Karen Bigelow is for the issue. Tyler Knapp. Oh, I believe this one already went. Did you already go, sir? No? I apologize. You were on a different issue. Please come on.
Yes. So thank you, Mayor and City Council. It's been reiterated a few times, but I think it's worth saying again, Arvada faces an affordability crisis, and housing is a direct impact of that. The average home price in 2023 was $606,000. And as we've seen, West Arvada is actually much higher than that. And so there's almost no starter homes that exist in Arvada. And that is especially true the further west that you go. And I've actually seen this myself. So I was actually able to afford a home in Arvada because I was able to purchase a condo and turn that into from a starter home into a home itself. Unfortunately, I've seen the opposite. My brother could not afford a home in the Denver metro area. And so his decision was to move to Byers, which is an hour west. That was the most affordable option for him. My brother on the other side has also seen the same thing. He's a school teacher and cannot afford to live where he teaches. So this has a very direct and real impact on the community. And beyond that, density is extremely important for the city itself. StrongTowns.org talks about this constantly. It is something that is very important for the city in terms of efficiency. Utilities are much more efficient, things of that nature. And I want to conclude by talking about Austin, Texas. It has been notoriously one of the most expensive places to live in Texas until this year. The average price of a home has actually decreased by 6%. And that is actually cheaper than it would be in 2019. And that is a direct response to the amount of building that has been done in Austin. That includes multifamily housing as well as single-family housing. But the point is, more building, actually, the market will respond to that. And so I would urge that, for those very reasons, that you approve the motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Glenn Fieldman. All right, Mr. Fieldman did not indicate for or against the issue. Harrison Wilterdink. Thought I saw you were still here.
My name is Harrison Wilterdink. I live at 8430 Clarabelle Drive in Arvada. I am a volunteer for YIMBY Arvada. We are an organization that is deeply interested in how we create housing for people that want to live and work and play here. And because of the packed schedule, I do want to say that individuals who also wanted to come and speak, Stacy Lyles, Anthony Super, and George Hutter, had to leave for their own personal lives. I'm a little bit representing them here. I would like to encourage City Council to support this conditional use based on the reasons in the City Staff Report, as well as Planning Commission's approval recommendation rendered back in January. I'd also like to speak on why the kinds of homes being proposed here are important in providing opportunities to ordinary folks, including somebody like myself. Way back in 2013, I was fresh out of getting a master's degree from the Colorado School of Mines, employed part-time in an entry-level engineering role, and starting to make payments on accumulated student loan debt. I was living south of Golden, but for my job was commuting to a small industrial office about 5 minutes east of this project site. I did search for apartments in this part of Arvada. I found very few listings, none that would have worked for my situation at the time. However, if this project had existed back at that time in 2013, there's a very high chance I would have lived in one of its smaller, more affordable studio apartments or found a roommate and split the rent on a bigger unit. Coming back to the present time, my life has changed quite a bit, but I don't think the housing story for someone in a situation like mine has. Back in January for the Planning Commission hearing, I did a quick Zillow search of rentals in the area. It yielded less than 10 results. The median list rent was over $3,000 a month, and that is only affordable, cross-referencing our most recent housing needs assessment, affordable for folks making more than 150% of our area median income, in part because those particular units in that search were condos, townhomes, or single-family homes, all being put up for rent. This matters because at the neighborhood meeting for this project about a year ago, the builder told us they expect their rents to be in the roughly $2,000 a month range, depending, of course, on the market conditions by the time the project gets built. That rent would be affordable to a two-person household making about 80 to 120% of our area median income. In other words, it would create new and meaningful options for normal, everyday working people that are currently in short supply in this area. A very similar story goes for the for-sale townhomes proposed in this project, which has already been touched on in other comments, so I won't go into detail because I hope you get the point. I again encourage you to support the conditional use permit. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wilterdink. Our next on our list is Stacy Lyles. We've just heard that she's no longer here, but she is for the issue. Sherry Tussey. All right. She is against the issue. Kurt Lichty? Welcome.
It's a hard one. Hello, everybody, and good morning. Let's see, I don't know where to put this. I was born at Lutheran Hospital, 1962, went to Colorado State, industrial construction management major, and there's just a myriad of things that I'm concerned about here, and they've all been mentioned. And I want to thank all the white shirts in the audience for their excellent presentations. I'm just overwhelmed with how impressed I am with everyone. Everything that you talked about were things that I thought about, and a lot of things were things that I didn't think about, okay? But we're talking a lot about affordable housing, and I'm all for affordable housing. But it doesn't make sense to have affordable housing in a place where there's no mass transit, there's no shopping, there's no job availability. You know, I mean, like the closest place to work, close that a lower income person would work at would be like the King Supers or in the area there, Westwoods. And it's my impression that Arvada is lacking 2,800 housing units that are affordable, which is at the 50% median income range. And this development just will not be affordable. I mean, $1,700 for a one-bedroom, I can't see that happen. I'm a landlord, and I've got 2 properties, and, you know, that's a reasonable one-bedroom kind of rate, and I just don't know how somebody that's making $50,000 a year could afford that. Arvada is already saturated with high-density units, and it's my understanding that 1,000 additional units were going to be built on the Amazon site. Is that true? I'm not sure. Can I ask questions or no?
We are not allowed to respond at this
That's
time.
okay. Sorry, I get it. So that's what I've understood, and I think we know that it's getting very saturated. On my way here, I was driving down Ralston Road, and I just can't believe what's happened. I mean, I grew up here, and like everybody says, oh, that used to be a field and this and that. But I think the affordable housing needs to be in the place where there's mass transit and there's a lot of work to be had and that kind of thing. And that's just not the case out there, right? There's a myriad of problems with this project as it stands right now. And this is one of the biggest ones right here. I live right there.
Please speak into the microphone.
That's where I live, right there. Okay? And we're going to have 2,500 cars running through here because when they can't turn left on Easley Road, they're going to go down 64th and down Terry and come out this way. Right there is where the bus stop is for the kids. Easley Road does not have any sides.
Thank you, sir. All right.
Anyway, I just want to finish. Easley Road is a bike
Sir,
lane only.
I can't.
And
I've
it
set the
has no
rules.
access.
Thank you. All right. Gina Hallisey.
Hi there, my name's Gina Hallisey. I'm the HOA president for the Maple Valley neighborhood in West Arvada. I've come before you many times before sharing community concerns about incompatible development, especially in West Arvada where most of the larger pieces are still available. Big block. As representatives of the citizens, you all were elected to govern over city issues such as this, with the guidance of the comp plan in compliance with the LDC and mixed in with some common sense to achieve the best outcome. I hope you will utilize all 3 of these tonight, even though we're all tired. With most infill sites such as this, it is difficult to develop when the surrounding area has been built out for many years. It needs to be the perfect puzzle piece to achieve compatibility, and you have heard me say this many times before. Throughout the decision-making process, council must first and foremost protect the health and safety of citizens. The environmental issues on this site, especially the presence of dealdrin, which is very toxic, needs to be addressed thoroughly prior to any land disturbance. Assuming that CDPHE or a VCUP will do that is blind faith. I would also add that the city should require any proposed development should demonstrate protection from any contaminants entering our natural resources, such as the Ralston Creek corridor and other important habitats. I live adjacent to Maple Valley Park and the trail, so I see firsthand every day the enjoyment the community has from being outside on that trail. I believe, along with many other citizens, that this corridor is the true gem of Arvada for those who live here, along with those who visit Arvada to utilize the trail. The Ralston Creek Trail is what Arvada is known for. Many residents probably don't know the name of their Arvada City Council members, but I guarantee you they know where the Ralston Creek Trail is. So you better believe it is important to citizens that you protect it. Improper mitigation of environmental concerns could come back to haunt the city, so the developer should be required to mitigate the environmental issues prior to any development. Deferring issues won't solve them later, and what happens if these big issues can't be resolved in the site development plan? Is it fair to kick the can down the road and make all the parties spend time and money fighting over issues that realistically can't be solved? This is a mixed-use site asking for 100% high-density residential surrounded by low-density single-family homes, and the senior center shouldn't even be considered as compatible with apartments. It's really more of a low-impact operation like the single-family. So bottom line, you can't put a square peg into a round hole. It won't fit. So if they want to do residential, 100% residential, they should apply for a rezoning. It shouldn't be a CUP. Thank you.
Thank you. Is Mr. Finch still here? I don't see him. All right. He says he is both for and against the issue. Always keeps it interesting. Stephanie Smith? All right.
Hello, thank you for having me here. My name is Stephanie Smith, and I live in 5930 Virgil Court. I'm here tonight to speak out against the Avalon Wellbe development. My husband and I are Arvada natives. Outside of a few years in college, we've lived here our entire lives. We currently live in the Trails neighborhood that's at the base of Tabletop Mountain. During COVID, I purchased a home from my mother and father, who built that home in 1993. For all intents and purposes, this neighborhood has been my family's home for over 30 years. During that time, I have watched the roads lined with tall cottonwood trees disappear and our neighboring farmland turn into homes and athletic complexes. I understand the need for development and fulfillment, and I have learned to appreciate the late night sounds of enthusiastic crowds cheering on their home teams, as I am often among them. I also am a Boulder Valley educator, and I witnessed firsthand the devastation and destruction caused by the Marshall Fire. I was one of the first volunteers to show up at the Flatirons Omni Hotel with boxes of donated clothes for families that have lost everything. I cannot put words to the expressions on those parents' faces, so paralyzed with shock that they could not remember the size of shoe that their first grade daughter wore. The environment in that hotel will never leave me. It will haunt me forever. I'm here tonight to tell this council that I do not want that destruction and devastation coming to my home. Our community has an extensive network of above-ground power lines. Our community is infamous for our high winds. Our community is currently under high fire danger today in April. Today, if there was a fire, if it were to break out, it would result in massive traffic jams, endangering thousands of lives. The Wellbe development would only drastically increase these traffic jams. In event of a major emergency fire, nearby, nearly 1,000 residents would be attempting to exit through the one road. Well, the record shows that a traffic signal might be installed on 64th and Easley. There's no mention of the record of traffic that will happen on 60th and Easley, where my family and my community and my HOA will be leaving. In closing, I have 2 children in their 20s that are desperate to find affordable housing near our home. I understand the need to build high-density housing. I also know Arvada very well. I know that there are plenty of run-down buildings and dilapidated lots along well-established roadways with public transit that are much more suited for development and high-density housing and do not pose the safety risk that this Wellbe project does. I would add that as an educator, I do not appreciate Avalon's token mentions to provide housing for teachers while we are all aware that Jeffco is staged to eliminate 150 teaching jobs, and their starting salary would not in any way allow those young teachers to afford homes in this community. Lastly, I would also urge the council to look at this land as a mixed-use land. We all know that we have an issue right now with our young people riding bicycles all over the place, and this would be a great addition to our community.
Thank you. Mr. Green, I see you're here. Come on up, Jordan Green.
All right, all right, all right. Wake up. Good morning, council. I am Jordan Green and reside at 5210 Garrison Street. I've been torn on this project. Similar to several previous and upcoming projects, there is a trend of converting mixed-use zoning to purely residential, eliminating our much-needed destinations, third places, and tax-based potential. In addition to financial resilience, and regardless of vertical or horizontal, if done right, mixed use also addresses overall sustainability with reducing VMTs as proven by our park system and proximity metric. I personally would prefer a true mix of uses, and it sounds like our neighbors in White would too. However, we do need more housing, specifically variety of housing and building where infrastructure already exists. Makes sense. We are an infill community after all. Density is a spectrum, and the higher end of that spectrum does make the most sense around transit, hence transit-oriented development, or TOD. It is also ideal, though, that neighborhoods or certain area spans include a variety of housing, not only to match the housing needs across the various stages of life, but also meet the economic demands of the area and region. Therefore, I think both are true. There is also a common sense aspect of the market where people want to live within proximity of opportunities and various needs, wants. On the flip side, businesses want to open up shop where people are, hence the dynamic nature of cities regardless of home rule. This dynamic relationship fails when people get pushed further and further out. I mean, how free market am I, or any of us, if we're trying to control what gets built to this level? And if Western Arvada is ever going to see more commercial destinations as they supposedly desire, there arguably needs to be more people in an area to support it. This hits on compatibility, but what is that exactly? Well, compatibility does not equal the exact same thing. Compatibility is instead complementary, like Budweiser and Clydesdales, or ADUs and STRs. Being able to raise a family, age in place, and continue investing in a community is complementary to any community. Now, traffic is a valid concern because mobility options don't currently exist in the area. However, the sprawling northwest part of our city has contributed to more traffic congestion through the area and region than this development will. I wonder if that development received the same level of opposition. Additionally, 64th is a major thoroughfare, and allowing growth of any kind along this corridor would make transit more viable, expanding that network. If we're serious about addressing traffic congestion, the number of people is not the problem, but instead the lack of mobility options are. What should come first? Morningstar could probably use some transit service too. Environmental concerns are also valid, but after reading through the packet, that seemed to be addressed, so thank you, planning. Emergency evacuation is another valid concern, and that too can be addressed through planning and community support, such as the northwest corner of this parcel is Violet Way, public right-of-way. I wonder if true mixed use would be subject to the same
Mr.
concerns.
Green,
Thank you.
Getting lost myself. All right. Last on the sign-up list to speak is Susan Rains. All right. She's against the issue. Now the stack of the people who didn't want to speak. Bear with me, everybody. Mary Hawkins is against the issue. Lauren Stelly is against the issue. Ann Earl is against the issue. Phil Less is against the issue. Mary Maisner is against the issue. Kimberly DeLees is against the issue. Zachary DeLisa, against. Emily Madison, against. Vince Gibson, against. Maria Gutierrez, against. Marika Jacquette, against. Kim Carl, against. Elizabeth Witecki, against. John Witecki, against. Rice Kessler, against. Stephen Cast, against. Greg Hendrickson, against. Teresa Donahue, against. Deborah Berger, against. Jody Thompson, against. Claire Deneen, against. Michael Speck, against. Jane Goldman, against. John and Margaret Carter, both against. Barbara Carvetti, against. Kathy Jorgensen, against. Julie Hogan, against. Candace Gerace, for. Gerace. Veronica Kaiser, against. Michael Hogan, against. Jeff Galasso, against. Nilly Galasso, against. Andrea Castle, against. Phil Lunnan, against. Elaine Lunnan, against. Rod Killian, against. Patricia Killian, against. Dave Kranz, against. And Michael Weicker, against. Oh, and Lee Spiegler, against. Is there anyone else in chambers who would like to speak at this time? Then I will close the public comment portion of this hearing. It is 1:09 a.m. And I'm going to present a couple of options on the table because it is pretty late
and I think we are all pretty conked out, and we have not even begun deliberations at this time. Now, historically, we've gone until it goes, and we can do that tonight. That is option number one. We can finish this thing out, all of us. Option number two actually belongs to the applicant. It is your choice. Since you are the applicant, you may decide if you wish to continue forward at this time, or if you would like to continue into a future date and work with the team to get a date. Option number three is the council's prerogative. We may also choose to say we want to keep going with this, or we don't feel we are in the condition to make a fully thoughtful decision given the late hour. So at this time, just throwing everything on the table, I will invite the applicant up either for your decision on a continuance or your decision to move forward.
Can I ask a question around that?
Absolutely.
Do you have anything to say about that, Rachel?
So either way, there will be a motion that council will have to vote on.
Yeah.
So it is important to understand what the applicant's position is, just because it's their application, they're bringing forward this evidence, but the council will get to vote either way.
Mayor.
And I'm not making this up, Mr. Pfeiffer. Ms.
Okay.
Morris and I were texting.
Well, but I think if we suspended our rules and out of the respect of everybody here, I think we need to keep pushing through.
And that will be for the council decision. It is up to the applicant before we weigh in.
It's just the first time I've experienced that. That's
I know.
Good morning. Thank you very much. On behalf of the applicant team, I think based on the lateness of the hour, we would respectfully request a continuance. However, I will certainly note, based on Councilor Pfeiffer's comment, if you all would prefer to go ahead, we are certainly here to honor that. But I think in fairness to us and in fairness to going through the list of questions and a rebuttal and being able to go through that thoroughly, which we would like to do, we would request respectfully a continuance of the matter.
Okay. Councilmember Pfeiffer, do you wish to speak again? Okay. All right. Well, at this moment, we are for discussion on the continuance. It is the applicant's request to continue the hearing to another date. That is an option available to us within the rules. Mr. Griffith?
Thank you, Your Honor. I have a clarification question for our city attorney. Would the applicant still be held to a 30-minute rebuttal given a 6 hour, I don't know, 6 hours, 4 hours worth of public comment?
That's a decision that you would need to make as part of this process. So there's a couple of different things along those lines. So are you going to provide that rebuttal time and then cut that off, or are we taking in additional evidence and public comment? So you could make a decision either way on that issue.
Thank you for that clarification.
Just one thing that I forgot to add.
Sure.
It's late. So it depends too on the reason why the applicant wants to continue. If they are having some additional conversations with the community, then both may want to come back and provide feedback to council. So that could be a factor in your decision about how to leave the evidence tonight.
Yeah, I have a couple of thoughts. Am I able to make general thoughts on this, or is it just questions right now, Mayor?
I think it's just voting on the continuance.
Right now, we're just on the continuance, but I think Councilmember Griffith is correct in that we need to know exactly what we're continuing to. So you may share your thoughts.
Two concerns. One is that there's a lot of folks here that have been waiting for a long time for a decision. That includes the applicant. In a continuance scenario, the applicant would come back. Community members, I know that you're here to express your opinion, and I know that getting numbers of folks to come to a meeting is difficult. And so a concern that I have is that if we do have a continuance and there's a later meeting, would we have the folks still that came here tonight present in that meeting, even though there would not be a speaking opportunity, in my understanding at that point.
Correct, unless new evidence was reintroduced. And then if they wanted to add new evidence, then we would reopen the public comment. However, if we were to move forward with only rebuttal, we obviously, everything is on the record. We maintain our notes, we don't lose them, and then we are able to resume the process, essentially.
Yeah, generally I'm on the fence. I could see both options being viable.
Councilmember Pfeiffer.
Well, I mean, I've always hated that these go really late because you know, the reason there was a time limit in the rules is to avoid being too tired to make good decisions. But I've been through, I don't know, a dozen plus of these, and I don't feel comfortable enough postponing it and still having the robust conversation fresh in my mind. And I feel that if either the applicant or the public who have expressed their concerns, I think that fades over time. And so I'd rather push through and continue and for the hearing to continue to resolution.
It's open to any other council member to weigh in, or all right. Well, I mean, we don't have a motion on the table right now, so we would need a motion to continue. If everybody wants to keep going, then we just invite the applicant up for rebuttal. Councilmember Levison.
I would be very, very fine with continuing the conversation. I knew what I was signing up for when I ran for this role, that it could be late nights, and I agree with Councilmember Pfeiffer with it being fresh in our minds. It is late, but personally I had caffeine and protein, so bring it on.
All right.
Let's go get it, you know.
I
think one of the things that I would say for the applicant, I appreciate that we did hear from them, but I think you heard a lot of the same things over again, so I would hope that there's an opportunity then to distill 4 hours worth of information into a few key points. So I'm just putting it out there.
All right. Looks like we're going to continue through. So as a heads up to the crowd, the technology resets itself again at 2 a.m. So we're going to be guaranteed a break here real soon. And then council, let's keep it snappy on the discussion. I want it robust, but at the same time, let's not aim to set new records, people.
That's great.
All right. Mr. Pochner, you have the floor.
You bet. Thank you, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. Also, thank you very much to the community that showed up and spoke tonight. I actually think it's really important to go through it. I'm going to promise you I'm not going to reset the technology, and I'm actually going to work very directly to actually limit our rebuttal. There were a great deal of statements made, and I have full respect for them. But there are so many questions that I hope we are asked by council, because we have a remarkable panel of experts here. And frankly, there was so much questioning of the city process and city evaluation that I think there needs to be really a discovery of that. But I want to set everything aside and just refocus where the mayor started this conversation. We are asking for a conditional use permit. We are simply asking for approval of our proposed use. This is not a site plan. It is not a project. It is none of those items. It is simply a use. So as you look at those 6 criteria, or the tests as it was called by the neighbors, which I fully honor, I want you to remember, does the use residential, which is specifically enumerated and called out for a CUP, comply with the standards that are involved there? So I again want to reset that. I also just want to draw everyone back to a process. We are an applicant who made a process and an application for a CUP. The city has a requirement of everything that is required, and they can ask for additional studies. We provided all of that. We went through 4 iterations and really worked through a process to come to with a proposal that meets all of that criteria. As you all noted, I don't know if I can show a slide. There certainly were many slides shown here tonight, but I just want to show the approval criteria. It was slide 8 in our presentation. But I'm going to actually start in the middle of the rebuttal or the middle of the commentary from the neighbors because it's so important that we look at this. So slide 8, if we will look at test 5, which is actually a test, and I'm going to have to put my glasses on because I have very tired eyes here. But it's actually the criteria about adequate facilities. I actually want to read this to you because what was shown on the screen omitted the 3 most important words to this entire discussion and why we are talking about a use. Facilities and services including sewer, water, stormwater, gas, electricity, police, and fire protection, and roads and transportation will, and then it was dotted out, will, comma, prior to or as part of the development be available to serve the subject property. Prior to or part of the development was not included in that standard. That is not a paraphrase. This is the standard. The very basis of this process is to show that all utilities and services and power and scale can be provided now or part of the development process. So I just want to call your attention. The example was then given immediately thereafter. That Jefferson County called out our traffic study. I just want to be clear and note that that was about a traffic distribution going southbound on Easley, south of 64th and continuing south. They said we think it would be more than 5%. We amended the TIS based on that study, and it did not result in any changes. The process worked. The very example that was cited of where we failed is actually the best example of how it worked. The referral agency said, please look at this intersection again, how you're distributing traffic, look at it going southbound. We did so, we updated the traffic study, and there were no changes to that traffic study. So everything that was said was a flawed analysis, a flawed look, that people are gonna get trapped. No, we did absolutely the required studies, and we met the code, and then there were 2 specific recommendations. Add the light at 64th and extend the north and south turn lanes, and we are implementing those. That takes you right after that, understanding prior to, the application mitigates any adverse impacts. Mitigating is not deferred compliance. Mitigating is requirements that have to be mitigated for the surrounding neighborhood. 2 specific again, traffic and environmental. We're going to stop for just a moment because I want to actually go to the environmental issue. I want to say in front of everybody here, and certainly you as decision makers, the environmental issue, that's a shared value. The site is contaminated today. Nothing to do with the proposed use, it is contaminated today. There were different experts, different people who testified about the process. Could it have been more complete? I want to draw you to what the solution is. Go to the VCUP. Submit an application for a VCUP and let the agency in the state of Colorado that regulates environmental remediation run the process. That's what more analysis would have gone to the same conclusion. Go to the VCUP. We have submitted an application for the VCUP. We are going to file that VCUP. We work through that process all the time and completely agree with every comment that was made from an environmental condition. We want to protect everybody, to study the groundwater. All of those are parts of the VCUP process. That is a mitigation, any adverse impacts of the existing community, the surrounding area to the degree practicable. Additionally, I want to note, it's a condition of this approval. We can actually not move forward with any development, anything like that, until it is fully mitigated to a residential standard. Again, back to the use that we are requesting. So I just want to use that as a couple of examples of how important this language is, prior to or as part of the development. Then we refocus this conversation where we've really started tonight, and we'll probably have a couple of comments from our attorney as well. I just want to go back to the approval criteria and what you saw in the staff report, the Planning Commission, which is part of the record, and all of our presentation. We are unequivocally wholly compliant with every approval criteria. Staff agreed with it, referral agencies, every one of these can be met. I want to particularly note the Arvada Comprehensive Plan. This is zoned mixed use. In your code, section 2-23, it says specifically it can be a single use. It can be just residential. It then cited a number of sites around the city. Just set that aside for a moment. The most important comparison and the most important precedent is right beside us. It's the same zone district. It's the same comprehensive plan district. It is mixed use. It is mixed use suburban on a zoning. It is Morningstar. It is more dense. It has more intensity, and it was a single use that was allowed and is precedent and shows that. We then showed 5 other sites that you've done in the last 5 years that are single use because that meets your code. I would concur with everybody in here. We'd love to see some vertical and horizontal mixed use. Why? After we did a full analysis of the site, could we add a coffee shop? No. The reason you cannot on this site, if it was at the hard corner of 64th and Easley, you could add that. But when Morningstar came in, that changed the ability to add a non-visible, a behind-the-scenes retail component. You heard that directly from the Gerace family today. Their retail market closed, really was affected once Morningstar was built. So we agree, we'd love to have a mix of uses. It's simply not possible here, but we're meeting the code. We're bringing in a diversity of housing. So I just want to go to a couple of those items to really show how compliant we are. Zoning intent and zoning district, this is a zone district that allows residential and non-residential uses. It specifically allows this residential use, and then it puts zoning restrictions on that. Height, percentage of landscaping, all of those, we meet all of those requirements. But again, it's just the use. Is residential allowed? Unequivocally, residential is consistent with the zone district. It is a use that is specifically allowed. I would note, and I hope this question goes back to staff, when they showed the different uses that are allowed, it was very close to say conditional, limited spacing requirements. It did not say that 2 uses are required. It is a use that is required to go through the conditional use permit, and that's why we made that submittal. So lastly, I'm just going to stay here, and I think our attorney is going to address 1 or 2 things on process. I do want to particularly note the Morningstar concerns. I think they are of incredible importance. They all mean things, all the comments do, but I want to address that. First of all, we have access agreements with Morningstar. We've actually talked a number of times to their attorney as recently as today. Our council has, and we will continue those conversations. There are actually restrictions that we cannot close that access point. We couldn't agree more. We fully believe that that should be a gate that is the emergency vehicle access. So we support the things that Morningstar is saying. We want to work through those details on the site plan. I do want to also call to your attention something that is so important. When Morningstar was rezoned in 2016, it was conditioned, the approval was conditioned upon including these emergency access for the development of this parcel. It was specifically done for this very interest. So we have worked with the fire department. They have said we've met all requirements for emergency access and want to do that, and of course we want to provide that. I will note there is no access to Umber Court just to the west of us because the HOA controls that tract of land, and they have not been willing to give us that tract of land to provide a connection to Umber Court. Hence, we are limited to 64th and Easley. There is another roadway to the west of us, but we don't have access to that. That is controlled by the adjacent HOA that you heard from tonight. So again, folks, we are proposing and showing, and actually went through an incredibly detailed presentation of how we worked with the community to address their issues. That wasn't required. That was really to show the reflective planning, how we've worked to get the right scale, the right height, the right density on this site. So with all of that, I know I have a list of 47 items that were brought up. We would love to ask people to ask us questions, to come back and forth with us. If there's any questions about the environmental cleanup or traffic specifically, any questions that you have, I'm going to turn to our attorney and then I'll come back and close up.
Legal counsel, land use counsel for Avalon Bay. I actually don't have anything left to say, really. Marcus, as usual, covered just about everything. I would direct your attention back to criterion 3, just confirming, words matter, right? And when you all adopted your land development code, you made really intentional decisions as to how you wanted to treat certain uses. So for example, in section 2.1.4.2, you set out the purpose of the MXS district. It expressly states that it's to provide for a variety of residential and non-residential uses, so that's across the whole district, in vertically mixed use, horizontally mixed use, or single-use configurations. The or is really important here, right? That is how we show that we are consistent with the purpose and intent of the zone district. And then I would just add, we omitted an important piece on this slide, so apologize for that. But the intro to the entire approval criteria is going back to what Marcus just said. A conditional use shall be reviewed for compliance with the following criteria. We're talking about the use. We're not talking about the site plan. We're not talking about the project. You have an entire land development code to guide your decisions as to projects and site plans. Here, we're complying with the code. We're talking about the conditional use. And I'll turn it back to Marcus.
I think lastly, I'm going to close here on the third one, which is about the scale and the height and the density and comparable comparisons to the surrounding neighborhood. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a remarkable neighborhood. This is a very challenging infill site because the neighborhoods, a single-family neighborhood, 4 different neighborhoods, have grown up around a mixed-use node, a node that had higher zoning and higher intensity and higher planned uses. What we have done is listened and facilitated conversations with all of the adjoining communities to hear how to scale, how to transition, how to buffer, how to provide that 2-acre park, how to provide that green space, how to provide a connection to Ralston Creek, one of the most valuable assets in this great town. All of those things have come from the community, and they are embedded in our conceptual plan and will be in our site plan. But tonight, it is about the use. Residential. Does residential meet all of these items? Is what we are showing, can we adjust that to meet it? Absolutely. And what verifies that are all our studies and all our analysis and staff saying that we have met all the requirements. That is part of the record. It is part of the challenge. I'm going to stop there, honestly, because we'd love to hear questions from all of you. There's been, I think, now 6+ hours of testimony without hearing questions. We'd love to go through that. I will say unequivocally, as a 25-year practitioner of land use, we unequivocally comply with the approval criteria. This is a very straightforward use. It is a use that is actually called out and is so much more compatible than the existing use that is on the site that went through the same process. With all of that, we look forward to your questions. Thank you again to all the participation, and we would very much appreciate your support for this application. Thank you.
All right, council, here's your crack. Let's see those lights. Councilmember Pfeiffer.
All right, it'll be all over the board like usual from me. So not necessarily you, but maybe staff. So prior to 2020, the designation was different prior to 2020. And in 2018, we used like residential medium density, residential whatever heavy density. I'm looking, some of you weren't here, but maybe Rob can go over, because was this a PUD or what was this area prior to these new zoning codes?
Yes, at the time Morningstar went through the process, it was a PUD. The Morningstar piece actually came in for a rezoning. It was originally, well, actually a comprehensive plan amendment as well. That whole area at that time was neighborhood and community commercial, the entire Welby parcel. They came in and requested a comp plan amendment to allow residential on the frontage and basically a rezoning to PUD-R to accommodate the residential use along the frontage, with the remainder being, I believe, PUD-BP, so business professional.
That sounds a lot more familiar, because I know we're using mixed, it's not always been mixed, let's just call it that way. Maybe for the applicant, just a general question, why not rezone it? Like rezone it to residential? Because we do have those zones.
Yeah, sure. I think the process that we went through is really communicating with the city, doing a pre-app, talking about the recommendations and what the plan suggested. And it was suggested that this was the right process to go through a CUP. We also think it is wholly consistent to go through that. I actually think that this gives us a more predictable process. We're talking about all the elements. We started with the site plan, sir, as you know, and we showed in all of that. It actually allowed us to have a more robust discussion from the get-go with the community.
More robust? I'm not sure I follow that. So you're saying because you didn't want to rezone to residential, keeping it the current zoning lets you have a more robust conversation. Sure. So maybe...
Yeah, no, I'm happy to. Thank you. So
that.
The way we looked at it from, as you know, conditional use permit, and then it has a conceptual site plan that you show, and then you move forward with the blessing of council to a site plan process, right? A rezoning is really more of an envelope. Is this use allowed? Can that happen there? This is actually a specific use. So we said, hey, the community really wants to talk about transition, that zone. Where's our open space, the roadway connections and traffic? So we actually thought this was a more open and immediately working with the neighborhood about how to work with them on those transition buffers and setback issues.
Okay. So help me through your thought process on transitioning between the two. I see that you have a park on one side. You're pretty close to the road on the other side. I'm talking about the east and the west. Help me understand that, because we refer a lot to Morningstar, and I remember that conversation. So your height is kind of where I'm going.
Sure.
Where do you see that transition from single story, two story to what you're envisioning this use to be?
Sure, and I'll probably have maybe our architect or team talk about that a little bit. I think you are right, sir. We looked at kind of a north-south transition and also an east-west transition. On the height, I think you mentioned specifically, we actually thought it was important to transition away from the height of Morningstar with our townhome product. That's a lower product. It actually steps back, allows a little more spacing there, allows that drive aisle there, really respects that use and separates that use in more that way. The transition from east to west, we absolutely believe that's so much about the buffering, the park, the transition, and at the request of the community, they said, we want this to be east-west. We want to preserve those view corridors, so we completely changed the line up of our building so it was more east-west to really preserve those. We did, sir, then step back. We looked at ways the park really did it on the west side of the site. As you probably know, there's a 10 to 12 foot fence there, and you actually can't see, you can see over that and just see the top of those buildings. So we really started with the east part of the site, purposely working with them to site the park as that transition zone before our buildings. I think the other thing I'd note is that entrance, that primary focal point, the neighbor that you heard from, we also moved our leasing center and our amenity zone there right behind that as well to, again, really not have any height and separate those. We have 75-foot average separation from those houses just to the east of us.
Okay. And then, well, you brought up the townhouses, but I also heard you're not building them, but you said you are.
No,
you just made a comment that said your product. So I'm
Sure.
assuming you're referring that you are building townhouses or you're not.
No, I just, for the use, as was in our application, is 385 multifamily units and 51 townhomes. Mr. Nkocha started our presentation by saying that's not what Avalon Bay builds, that we will sell those townhomes, but those townhomes will be built. If the conditional use moves forward, that would be allowing for 51 townhomes on this.
So it would be built with the overall site?
Built with the overall site, yes, sir.
As
yes.
one builder, so they're going to build it, but they're going to sell it. They're just not going to operate it.
We would sell to a different builder for that site, yes.
Perhaps I can clarify. Thank you. So what we will build ourselves is the rental product. That's what we do. That's our specialty.
Okay.
Our plan all along, and as we've shared with the neighbors as well, is to sell the southern piece to a for-sale townhome builder. We don't do for-sale product ourselves, but we know that there's need for diverse housing, so we said we would find a partner. And by the way, we've spoken to several. We're not yet ready to make a decision on that, but we've spoken to several townhome builders who would build that. So at this point, we're going through our site planning process as well, of course, at risk, right? But we're only site planning the apartments because that's what we will build. We are also site planning the infrastructure for the townhomes so that a townhome builder can simply buy lots to build on.
Okay.
I hope that clarifies that.
It does. And I don't know who wants to answer, if the city team does or you all, but one thing that gets me on a size this big is a road. I mean, there's no roads. I mean, this is a parking lot that folks will drive through to get out. Why didn't we do a road? Why didn't we enforce a road somewhere in here? I don't know who can answer that. It just seems that's a lot of parking lot to get out. And I'm just worried about the kids running to go to the pool or the park, or how does somebody on the far left of your screen leave? And so I'm thinking,
So
I mean, there's a
there-
lot of driving through parking lots.
Sure, no, there are drive aisles throughout. A 20-acre site like this, or 16 for the multifamily piece, for the rental piece, is a pretty typical size for a rental community. And so it's not uncommon for a rental community to have drive aisles and parking aisles like this, through which the residents must drive to leave the main exit. It's not uncommon.
I think I understand that. I think maybe something else with this is the fact that, and I'll have more questions probably around this, but you have a townhouse product on the south side that technically has no roads, or I'm going to assume they're private alley roads that would be mixed into there, and they would be an HOA, and they would have to maintain them. So it's kind of like private property. So everyone on the apartments are going to go through the sub-community's alleys to get out?
No, there's a main entrance.
Well, I see one by the pool, by your
Right.
thing, but I'm just trying to figure out like flow. Like I just want to leave. I have my apartment way over by the golf course, and I just want to leave.
Right.
So I'm trying to figure out, like, I'm driving through the drive aisles to get out, and then the egress ingress you were showing, there was really two. They're the two on Easley. One
Yes.
is it forcing traffic onto these townhouses that are for sale on that have private alleys and private roads that you're saying is a way for this community to leave. And then there's the other one that's by the clubhouse. So are they, I'm just trying to figure out like your two egresses here. I just don't get how you're leveraging private roads from a sub-developer. Help me through the mental process on that. That you have not signed yet.
Sure. I mean, there are two connections to the public right-of-way to Easley. One of them would be primarily for the multifamily residents. The southern one would be primarily for the townhome residents. And again, we intend to build the multifamily, but also install the infrastructure. So we would actually build those roads. And of course, this is all part of the site planning process. We're working on the details with staff as to whether those roads are private or public. I imagine they would be private.
Well, yeah.
But
if the HOA is plowing them and doing their thing, I think I would be upset if I bought a townhouse and all the apartments are going through the alley when I'm trying to back out. Or I'm assuming those are alley garages. I'm just assuming they may do that. That's the big thing, right? So something more to tease out there that worries me when you look at some of your criteria you've been referring to about, the infrastructure. The other question I have is on the west side, southwest corner. I see there's a little sliver that's been thrown in there to access the back road into Morningstar. That's not something that when I approved Morningstar, because I was here, that was not to be there. So maybe you can explain what that is, because that's yet another entrance into the Morningstar parking lot.
So that's an existing easement today that is there, an agreement between the property owners that allows for emergency access. So and we've worked with the Arvada Fire Department on this, so that the fire department, if they need to access the site from the southwest, can enter that way. Now, it's not improved today with that actual connection, but it would be as part of the site planning process.
Well, that leads me to my next question, which is the other two easements that were added for Morningstar onto the Wilby Gardens property, which is on the, just on this map, it's just above it, there's an ingress, where they have the deliveries. And then you have the entrance that gets onto Easley. So those were supposed to solve the fire entrance, which are the two middle red ones, really, and maybe the other top red one. But the bottom red one was not part of that I recall. But why are we deciding now to add yet that? I think you're referring to like 3 emergency exits onto the Morningstar property.
So we're not proposing to add a new one that doesn't exist today in terms of an easement on paper. And in our meetings with the fire department, that is a useful additional one because of the separation from the entrance. So I think the fire department wants us to have that one.
Okay.
Just to clarify, those two middle there are now after working with the fire department. So if there is a fire at Morningstar, they don't have to turn around, that they can make that. So that's actually to the benefit of Morningstar and why those easements are there today. So we have, our attorney here has those easements. So those were added, sir, really for Morningstar at the request of the fire department, how it flows around the site today.
Okay. I think you answered the question. Maybe it's for the city. The Jefferson County referral, I don't know if I saw that, but I'm assuming we responded. It sounds like you talked to them a little bit. Is that all solved?
Yes, the referral was done. They provided a revised TIS this month.
Okay.
Which added the 60th and Easley intersection, and also changed the trip distribution to 40% heading south.
Versus 5%?
Versus 5. Yeah.
So was this your presentation not accurate when you said 5? Somebody said 5%. Where did I see that? Was that somebody else's?
No, sir, that was, I was correcting that Jefferson County said we saw that there was only a distribution of 5% going southbound, and they asked us to do a study and redistribute that. Okay. We agreed with them. We did exactly what they asked, updated the TIS, and also studied 60th south there of 64th on Easley, and the study did not result in any changes from that, and that was accepted.
Okay. You talked about the easement. We got that one going. Change on the northwest corner. Yeah, but it's different. I don't know what that was talking about there. I'll come back to that one.
You should read my notes, yeah.
Yeah, my notes, I'm in, like when I say change, I put a triangle, so I'm in code. I asked about the road. It just seems like there should be a road, so I've asked that question.
I just wanted to answer, and sir, not at all disagreeing with the, could you organize around a road? I think what is important is from a site layout, from a multifamily, this is a very common layout and most importantly, for fire apparatus. Fire apparatus have to get to each building, and part of that requirement is really the ability to move around that. Now, could you come up with a centralized road or somehow that then doesn't connect to another roadway? We only have easily because of Morningstar and the restriction on the west. So that was what it is, but you organize around fire apparatus and how they can safely provide fire service to the site. Yes, please.
Councilmember Pfeiffer, the one other thing I just wanted to add to that narrative and the question about the roads. So our original site plan, actually, you would have seen a more kind of noticeable road that ran around the exterior of the site. And what we heard at our neighborhood meetings was having that traffic near the neighbors was not a desirable outcome. So that's why the roads are a little bit more internal to the buildings now. We think that's more ideal. There's a little more landscape buffer around the edge, and then the buildings, and then roads and the traffic inside. So we think that's ultimately a benefit and matched what the neighborhood was looking for. As to the matter of how the townhomes relate to the apartments, yes, it's all private roads, but there will be cross-access easements over both. And any agreement we make with a for-sale townhome buyer would have cross-access easements. Absolutely, our residents will be able to use both access points in perpetuity, as will the townhomes. And that's just part of the agreement and how things will be structured. Although I understand the concern about whether, townhome owners would like that or not like that, for instance.
And would Morningstar still have access to those easements as well if they don't want to gate it? I mean, I hear you want to gate it, but at the end of the day, that whole gating easement thing doesn't really work, right?
Sure.
But,
so sorry,
no,
I
go ahead.
interrupted.
No,
The easement that Morningstar has for access onto our site onto the Welby Garden site is actually at the top right of the page, basically between the two top rightmost red dots, allowing them to egress onto Easley Road there. That will remain in effect forever. The other red dots, basically from sort of the top middle of the page and down, are all, the two red dots at the bottom are strictly for emergency access. And so those will remain in place because the easement that exists provides that access, or it is a right of the Welby Garden site. They benefit from that easement, and it's strictly for emergency access. And those will remain in place.
Okay.
It is not for general access. It's fully our intention to, by whatever mechanism the city is okay with in terms of communicating that that is not an area for general access, is exactly what we intend to do, whether it's signage, whether it's a gate, and certainly we look forward to working with Morningstar to resolve that as well.
Okay. That's all the questions for now. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Councilmember Griffith, you are next. Just be aware that we'll have the brief break for the technology reset in the middle of your questioning, but I think we can get one or two knocked out before that happens.
Oh, man. Wow, thank you, Your Honor. I have a clarification question for staff, probably planning department. So a conceptual site plan is required for conditional use permit, is that right?
We have requested it in order to be able to get the higher level understanding of if a project of some type is something that can be supported by staff. So we do dig a little deeper than just is residential appropriate in this location or whatever the case may be, to try and understand that we can successfully say it is viable on a property, but we do not require final studies. We keep it at the preliminary level at this point because we realize we want to get that basic information that yes, this is a project that could be accommodated on the site before we come to you and you potentially approve it and we get to the site plan stage. What we don't want to do is have a conditional use approval and then determine that it can't be accommodated on the site. So we go a little further as a policy than the actual land development code requires.
Thank you for that, Mr. Smantana. To further ask, the decision that we're making tonight on the conditional use component, what elements of the concept site plan that we're looking at are relevant to that decision?
Basically, that higher level review that basically just says, based on the preliminary analysis that has been done, we believe that this project can be accommodated on this site. And then that would be up to you to decide whether you feel the same way, obviously. But we feel comfortable, based on the criteria and the information that we have, that we can support this project based on that preliminary information.
I have to be honest, it's a little fluffy for me. I would love like some specific things that we are to look at and things that are relevant.
Councilmember Griffith, in my presentation, I talked about our submittal requirements for the conceptual, for the conditional use. And so for conditional use, we require a project review letter and the conceptual plan with building footprints, parking and drive aisles, landscape areas, and existing and proposed roadways. That's what's required for submittal.
Okay, so the arrangement of those things are relevant to the decision that we're making?
Correct.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate that clarification. That was the only question I had at this time. Thank you.
All right. Councilmember Ambrose, do you have a bunch of questions or just one? I'm looking at that time.
I have a bunch.
All right, then you know what? I don't want to break you up after one question, so I'm going to call us a break. 10 minutes, stretch those legs. I'm going to be going outside to get some night air, and we will convene back here shortly after 2 a.m. All right, welcome back, everybody. It is 2:04 a.m. For those of you who were around for the Amazon hearing, congratulations, we have just passed it. All right, Councilmember Ambrose, you have the questions.
Thank you, Your Honor. I have questions for the applicants. Will the park be accessible to the public?
Yes, it will be. It will be a public park.
Okay, and then can you show me the trail connector where it connects to the Ralston Trail?
It's not really depicted on this this graphic here. Really, that's been shown in our site plan submittal, which is ongoing right now too. But where it's located is just at the top of the page and to the left, kind of in between where the park area meets the detention areas, where we anticipate that trail connection being. Now, I will note that achieving that trail connection is fully something that will require the coordination with the city, and we're very interested in achieving that, but we'll just have to work through that coordination process through the site plan with Parks and Recreation group with the city.
Okay, thank you. And this next question, it might be a little too early in the process for you to know the answer, but how many of the housing types are planned to be fully ADA accessible?
2% in accordance with ADA requirements.
2%, okay. And then can I I see somebody's from fires here, so that's great, because I'd like to hear further discussion on the fire modification that the two access points are 45 feet short. Is that right? And what the modification process is the fire department is going through and how you all are making these modifications and
All right, good evening, everybody. So as they had indicated, the way that we measure things is within the site envelope of this particular development. So as you see here, we have 1,324 feet in between there. So half of that, based on what they're indicating, needs to be 743 feet. Obviously, that 719 does not meet that. So we're looking at approximately 94% compliance with that overall separation. When you look at modifications, there's multiple ways that you can do things, but primarily what we're looking at is two things: a practical difficulty based on usually site constraints, which there's no physical way to get separation of additional 44 feet. The other is
that when we take things into consideration to reduce whatever that minimum requirement is, we look and determine whether that lessens the life safety of a development or the surrounding community. And 50 feet, we are willing to accept that as an acceptable level of meeting that requirement of 50%. We're 45 feet off, and we were okay with that.
Okay. And the IRC code is for for the fire department to be able to respond to a fire. Is it the same code that you use to assess evacuation for wildfire?
So there's a common misconception of wildfire evacuation, or just evacuation in general. The fire code does not address evacuations. What we're looking at is fire apparatus access. How do we get onto a site? The recently adopted Wildfire Resiliency Code does not address that either. The International Wildland Urban Interface Code does not address egress concerns. So right now, as it sits within this jurisdiction, or really most others in the Denver metro area, there are no regulations for evacuations.
Okay, so thank you very much. That is helpful, and that's kind of what I suspected, that the IRC addresses egress and not evacuation. So do you just work with each applicant to address evacuation based on local assessments of what should be done, or how do you make those determinations?
We don't take that into consideration because that's not within our code.
Okay. So that's on the city then to make sure that there is enough evacuation routes in the event of a wildfire?
Well, if we had a tool at our disposal to say what that is supposed to look like, then we would absolutely try and get that, whether it's the fire code or the wildfire resiliency code, the land development code, something to that effect, but there is nothing available at this current juncture that tells you what those benchmarks need to be in order to evaluate evacuation capabilities.
Okay. That's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Great. Mayor Pro Tem Mormon.
Thank you. Okay. Okay, I guess I'll start with the mixed-use designation piece. And I understand the what has been presented about how that a single parcel, as we are looking at, does not need to include all mixed or several mixed uses. It can be a single use. I understand that. I guess my question, though, related to that is we've had other properties, and I think, I could be mistaken, but I think it's Tri-Point and Candelas that was most recent in this situation, where we held them to having more than one use on that property. So could I have an explanation for what is the difference between this property and that, as an example?
So this property just has a standard zoning of MXS on it, whereas the Tri-Point property up there off of Candelas and McIntyre, it's late, I think that's where it was, that was a PUD, and it had an overall development plan that kind of overlaid over that PUD zoning that called for that mix of uses. This, there is no requirement for the mix of uses. There was another layer of plan that required the mix of uses.
Thank you. I appreciate that answer. So we heard one estimate of the water use for this property. Does staff have an estimate for water use?
Not at this time. As they got further along in the site plan process, they would size out their meters and would be taking a look at all the different types of units that would be on the property to determine the water usage.
Okay. Okay, and then, so given that there's no public transit in this area currently, and this is a high-density project, and we have this idea of having compatibility with public transit, could one of the mitigating conditions of a project like this be that the new apartments provide a
circulator bus that connects residents to transit?
That's a new one. Let me look into it and get back to you.
Okay. Just a wild, crazy idea that I had at 2 a.m. Let's see. Oh, and then, so the comparable to surrounding existing developments, could I get a little more explanation for how is that defined, and kind of what would be, could you provide an example of a project that would not be comparable on this site to existing surrounding development?
Good morning. I can answer the first part of that question. So this came up, and the question was, do we define comparable in our LDC? Where are the definitions in it? And comparable in itself is not defined. But we have a provision in our code that talks about if words aren't defined, the director shall have the authority and power to interpret or define such words, terms, and phrases. It then references to all the secondary sources that planners can consult in terms of what they can use to formulate their definitions. So one of those sources is the Planner's Dictionary by the American Planning Association. I think I've had that right, yeah. And so it sets forth a definition for compatibility, which is kind of what we're using in comparable compatible. And it's long, so I'm gonna try and go quickly, but it's design which utilizes accepted site planning and the elements of architectural composition within the context of the surrounding area. Similar adjacent land uses or square footage shall not necessarily constitute architectural compatibility. The characteristics of different uses or activities or design which allow them to be located near or adjacent to each other in harmony. Some elements affecting compatibility include the following: height, scale, mass, and bulk of structures, pedestrian or vehicular traffic, circulation, access, and parking impacts, landscape, lighting, noise, odor, and architecture. And then it also defines a standard, and it talked about the standard as minimizing the effects, and they include regulation about buffers. But essentially what this comes down to is it's capable of existing together in harmony. It does not mean the same as or like for like. And we've seen that on a couple other applications, so that's why we talk about the definition. It's not like for like.
Mm-hmm.
In terms of the second part of your question about specific examples, I'll pass that on.
Thank you.
So a good example would be, an example would be a use that isn't allowed, because contemplated with uses that are allowed or conditionally permitted is that they're comparable. That's one reason why they're either allowed or conditionally permitted or allowed on a limited basis. So in the MXS zoning district, because there are so many uses that are allowed, they can be considered comparable. So, not just a residential use. So all residential uses in the MXS zoning district are conditional uses. So they're considered comparable. Any allowed uses are considered comparable. So medical office. But uses that aren't allowed would be inherently not comparable uses.
Okay, appreciate that, thank you. All right, I think I just have a couple more. Okay, the spillover traffic into the neighborhood to the east that was shown. Yes, so that was West 64th, or Torrey Court, right? That goes down and then connects to West 64th Avenue. So how is that going to be mitigated to prevent the residents from taking that route?
Sure, and sir, you're absolutely correct. Torrey Court turns into Terry, right, and comes out to 64th there. So easily, if you're left of the screen, Virgil, Easley, Terry, and Quaker were the four intersections that we studied, along with 64th, and looked at all of those. So the traffic distribution, it did not show a change in level of service for Terry and 64th, primarily because a stoplight is being brought to this condition at Easley. Today, there is not a stoplight, so you see a lot of people go internal to try to dart across, I hate to say that, across 64th. So we actually think it becomes much more predictable to utilize Easley because there will be a stop sign or a stoplight. But I do want to note that we certainly have noted from the neighborhood there are ways that we could put other conditions on this site. We would call it a pork chop that would limit the flow directly eastbound. So on that site right there, you could put a pork chop that if I were leaving the multifamily units, I would only be able to turn north, which is southbound there, and not directly into the neighborhood. We are fine with that. The traffic study didn't say that was necessary, but that's probably not the point. The point is to not have that cut through traffic from our site going to the existing neighborhood. We think that's a completely reasonable control and would be happy to consider that and implement that at the site plan level.
I would be interested in pursuing that.
You bet. And I'm so sorry, on that lower image, it actually shows that. So that's the pork chop there that would restrict our movement not to go eastbound. It would allow people to come into the site to make a true left into the site if you're going northbound, but then you wouldn't be able to go into the existing neighborhood.
Okay, thank you. I think that's all my questions for now. Thank you.
Councilmember Levison.
Thank you so much. My first question is, why was a lower density not considered or is not being considered?
Sure. I think just looking at the typology and to provide of a diversity of housing product, the very justification for this zone district is MXS, to have a higher diversity of product. And actually, specifically in the MXS zone district, it says, and the guidance is, there is not a density cap, but to provide a better diversity, it should be higher than the surrounding residential zone districts. So it's actually suggested to be higher to provide that. As you know, Councilor, there are 5 neighborhoods immediately surrounding the site. All are single family or patio homes. We wanted to provide a differentiation, a diversity of product attainable by design, and that's what drove our layout on the site.
Perfect. Thank you so much. This one's for staff. I just love a little clarification on the density of the surrounding area. I think 6 to 12 was mentioned, but what exactly is our density in the single family area considered?
So for in the single-family neighborhoods, I believe to the east and west, they're around 3-ish, 3 to 3.5. Sunrise Ridge to the south, there are some areas where there's cluster homes that are over 7 DUs an acre. But the overall, because there's a mix of townhomes, I think townhomes, duplexes, and single-family homes in that area, the overall density was something like 3.1 units per acre, but again, some of those clusters are as high as 7 dwelling units per acre. And was mentioned, Morningstar, though, was about 30 dwelling units an acre.
Okay, so just to clarify, of the single family, it was maybe up to 7. We've got Morningstar, which is about 30, and then this one would be, again, it's late 22 to
21.
21, thank you. Okay. My next question is on the note of infrastructure. Is there plans for transit in that area to connect like the Candelas area and the west side? Is that something we've got in our comprehensive plan or we're talking about?
There was there is a discussion in the current comprehensive plan that talks about a circulator system. Obviously, that hasn't been implemented, and it's something that I think it was contemplated that the city would have to work with RTD to create that circulator. Obviously at this point, RTD is contracting service rather than expanding service. So it's an aspiration that's in the plan, but obviously something that hasn't been moved forward.
And then my other question on the infrastructure is just to clarify my understanding that there is already traffic concerns in the area. We have been discussing having a light. I believe it was mentioned to Morningstar. So there's already traffic concerns in the area?
Yeah, that's correct. The current level of service for that intersection is failing. The city team has prioritized this intersection through our CIP process. We are actually going to be building the signal this summer ahead of our pavement WIG, because we're also going to be doing some repaving efforts in this area. And so if this development were to move forward, they would be reimbursing us for those associated costs to build that signal.
And then my last question is on the code compliance. So we've talked about the fire code. It was mentioned the independent access versus not independent access. So if the way I understand it is we've got 2 exit routes should there be a situation, but would the Morningstar be considered independent access? How does that fall into our code?
Yeah, so when we look at the Morningstar development, the reason that northern access point from Morningstar's property onto Welby is because it created a long dead end, and there was not a turnaround for our apparatus. So we had to have that easement that went from Morningstar to Welby so that we could get out of the development. If this development does go through and they get that western access point from Morningstar, in theory, that existing one could go away because we could use that development as our means out of the Morningstar and conversely into this development.
Okay, perfect. And I think I actually have one more question. So it was also brought up income restricted units option. Just wondering, was this considered where you fall with that?
Sure. We do not propose right now any deed-restricted units or deed-restricted affordable housing. Right now, the market rate, as we look at this, is really in that attainable 80 to 120% AMI. It's workforce housing, so we really wanted to do it. That was part of the impetus of working with the school district to provide those 5 units there as well. We also will say, and I think it was a particularly note, that diversity of product, the townhome, now the average median sales price, as you know, in Arvada is $610,000, right? A townhome is $469,000. We will be bringing a more attainable for sale product in addition to that market rate affordable rents on the site. So we do not have any deed restricted affordable because we really think that's where the market is today and look for opportunities to provide that more attainable housing.
Thank you so much. That's all I have for questions.
Thank you. Councilmember Griffith, you wish to have another bite at the apple?
I'll be quick, Your Honor. Thank you.
Go for it.
I just wanted to confirm, I heard one of the members of the public mentioned the transportation systems plan had a transit route that went on this segment. And recently heard there's a great podcast that we have at the City of Arvada, and there was a TSP episode. And so it reminded me of that. I think that this transit line, which once again would be an RTD collaboration effort, which they have no plans to do, but I think it's identified as one of the key priorities in our transportation plan. I think it might be the second key priority, actually. I just wanted to confirm that with staff because I think it's relevant to the conversation about what future transit might look like for this project.
Thank you for highlighting that. That's correct. It is a priority in our transportation system plan, and it's also something on the minds of our Transportation Advisory Committee, who are also trying to advocate with RTD to continue to extend service.
I would just note when the comprehensive plan was adopted, there was a bus route on this line here. There was a bus route that went away, and what your code actually recommends is transit supporting housing types. We are that housing typology that supports transit. We are the type of use that helps bring transit back into an area. So we couldn't agree more with what you were talking about, that being a priority, and the advent of this type of housing adds to the likelihood that there could actually be transit on the site.
Thank you. I have no further questions. If anybody's interested in that podcast, it's called Inside Arvada, and it's great.
Councilmember Pfeiffer, you wish for a second, go.
Yeah, just one question. The water, I always get lost in this water discussion. Did they bring water, or do we have water?
Our water supply plan and our current master planning efforts around all of our water infrastructure considered the comprehensive plan when we did our forecasting. So for redevelopment within our current bounds, we're contemplating that with our existing supply allocation.
Even if we didn't know the density? Because we didn't know the density in this process, right? Because there's no cap. So I'm trying to understand how we accounted for that density then.
I know we coordinated exclusively with our planning teams. I don't know if you want to speak to that.
Yeah, there were some assumptions made across the mixed-use areas, but because of the height restrictions and the bulk restrictions and setbacks, we kind of worked through that with our water team and tried to come up with a rough density that would be in all of the mixed-use areas.
All right, thank you.
All right, my turn. There was a concern brought up during the presentations that I just want to start with to make sure. During construction, would it easily be blocked to traffic at any point?
I mean, maybe if there's just a very temporary construction, the easement allows for a temporary interruption. I just want to be sure it showed a traffic control device, which you all have one in your back parking lot. It's that mat that you drive through. We could very easily not put that where Morningstar residents would have to drive across that, but more in our drive aisles. So no, we do not anticipate that there would be disruption to Morningstar. We would coordinate every step of that with them and fire, as is required in our existing easements. We cannot change that, and we very much look forward to working with them.
Okay, great. And could you quickly define temporary? Are we talking hours, days, weeks?
Just mean to move that over and allow that. So I think there's conditions in that. I think temporary, if that happens at all, is just to allow that opening to happen.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. In terms of the light, one, love the pork chop idea.
Yes.
Also support that. So in terms of the light, I guess my question is more about timing. You mentioned that you expect about 3 additional cars per minute. Now, I realize this is very early in this status, so we don't have signalized timings yet. I understand that. Approximately how many cars can stack up here? Because we've seen this issue pop up in a couple other places. I'm thinking notably about the light that passes by the neighborhood to feed onto 72nd, right over there by Vanderhoof when the schools are going in and out. And so with basically my question here is, how many cars can we reasonably expect to stack up during peak hours before the light turns again? Because this is a side road, and obviously 64th is a major throughway, and that'll dominate time.
Yeah, the second part of the TIS recommended extending that lane, that turn lane, to 150 feet. That generally queues about 5 cars there in that extended turn lane.
Okay, and so are we expecting the light to turn every minute, every 3 minutes?
Ben Leach with HKS, the traffic engineer on the project. Ultimately, that'd be on city staff to determine the timing, but in the study, just the optimal signal timing that we used, I think, was 120-second cycle length.
Okay, so 120 seconds, so approximately 6 cars during peak hours. And it's a 5-car stack lane. The reason I'm pointing this out is I have concerns that if people are trying to enter to go into work, shift change, whatever, if we're going to create people can't get in, and then we've accidentally caused a backup into 64th. That's my concern there.
We will continue, Mayor, to look at that. The one thing I would note in that traffic study, we already account for that background, that existing traffic that's already there. So then looking at our additional traffic, what the study said is in 2027, when we would anticipate being open, that's when we would change that level of service. So bringing in this light in advance of that actually improves the level of service over what is there today and currently. So I actually think it would go the other way with that improvement happening really before we can open, then we actually would see an improved condition there. And no, we don't believe there would be any restrictions for the folks entering into the Morningstar site.
Okay, I just want to make sure I'm understanding clearly. So obviously with the installation of the light before there's additional traffic, before people move into homes, obviously there's going to be a massive improvement with that. But including, I just want to make sure the data bears out that with the additional traffic, the additional 3 cars per minute during peak hours, you're still anticipating an improvement at the intersection.
Correct. That projected queue could fit in the storage that would not block that first access into Morningstar.
Okay. Okay, thank you. I just wanted to make sure on that. And then I guess the rest of my questions, my colleagues covered a lot of what I was thinking. So the rest of my questions actually probably go back to the team for the mixed-use suburban zoning, because we had the first sentence read to us, but I'm going to read the whole thing from the city paragraph. Intended to provide for a variety of residential and non-residential uses in vertically mixed use, horizontally mixed use, or single-use configurations. The MXS district may be used to provide for neighborhood and community serving centers such as suburban office, research or medical campuses, shopping centers, or developments with a mix of residential and non-residential uses. It doesn't say or all residential uses. And so I realize we put in there the CUP in order to not have our residential take over all of our mixed-use spaces. We created this as an option. I fully recognize that. So then I guess my question is, in terms of similar projects, like Timberline Farms comes to mind, what is the zoning that exists on those parcels?
That particular project was done as a PUD. But the projects that have similar zoning, so the MXS, Marshall Point is MXS zoned, and that's all residential. Family Tree at 52nd and Lamar, that's MXS and is all residential. I'm forgetting another one.
Okay. I mean, I see them on the slide. And so
yes,
we have these, and these are the entirety of those zoned parcels, because obviously we have both Morningstar and this proposal inside the zone, so they share a single sort of zone. Are these parcels the entirety of their unique little parcel zone?
yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
so these are 100% with MXS?
Yes, yes.
Okay. And, okay, trying to think here. And then Morningstar is part, yes. Sorry, I'm a verbal processor, everybody. You have to go with me. I apologize. Are these the only ones we have that are 100% residential in use, or are there more, but these are the ones that are highlighted? We were just on the slide. We're just going to go all the way around again. There we go. Oh, this is good. Okay.
We actually are showing here uses that are consistent in the mixed-use category, but are single type of uses that are across that. So across different platforms like office or commercial, where that is the only land use that is used there. It's actually very consistent across your mixed-use zone districts. We have called out residential because that's what we are, but it's actually single uses across the mixed use can be allowed. And so I think we're just showing here, just in the 64th context of 64, where that happens in many different locations where the single use is utilized.
Thank you.
Yep.
All right. I think that's all my questions. I'll open it for council discussion.
I can make the motion.
Or a motion, if there's no discussion and I see no lights.
Bear with me. Computer fell asleep.
Just before we get into that, and you can keep looking for your motion,
I
I just wanted to do a quick reminder for council, and I know we've talked about this, and I know you know this, but it's early in the morning. We've been at this for a while, so I wanted to offer this. As you go through your decision and you articulate your rationale, just remember to connect your decision-making to the criteria specifically and explain that rationale. You can agree with conclusions that are in the staff report. If you are going to vote no and find that there is not evidence to support a specific criteria, go ahead and identify that criteria and explain your rationale there as well.
Well, I mean, there's two ways we can make the motion, and I'm just going to go with one, and we'll figure out where it goes. I move that Council Bill 26008, an ordinance approving a conditional use permit to allow 384 multifamily and 51 townhouse units on site in the MXS, mixed-use suburban zoning district for Avalon, Arvada, a 20.1 acre parcel of land approximately located at 17201 West 64th Avenue, be approved on final reading numbered 4924 and ordered published by title only. This motion is based on the finding in fact and conditions adopted by the Planning Commission. So I'm going to stop there. And I do want to speak to my motion. I guess I can just do it.
No, you go ahead and speak to the motion. We are officially in comments.
Okay, so I feel that I think your development and the proposal for conditional use met most of the conditions. I'm kind of going to basically 1, 2, 3, 4, and 6 seem to be compliant. I will stop on 5. And it's weird that I said approval because I'm probably going to be denying my own motion. I struggle with the roads. Being representative of the western part of the city, and knowing our issues and seeing these type of developments play out with limited access has not been good for the future residents or the residents that exist. I don't think the road network itself is not good. I can't envision that possibly 2,700 to 3,000 vehicles going on the turn at Easley and 64th Circle, even with a pork chop, that much traffic is going on that road. Even some could go just maybe, 100 feet south of there, but those are going to be townhouses. And I'm just envisioning what we're doing and why we're doing it. And then if there is an evacuation, I really worry about it. We have created similar development where we had only one exit or one hybrid exit with some fire ingress because the fire truck needs to get in. But this day and age in Western Arvada and having the highest winds and the highest fire probability, it just worries me that movement of people that dense in an area can evacuate. I also feel that the impacts, in a way, you are adversely impacting the community, so it could actually be criteria 6 because you're forcing that traffic flow to go through, let's just say, a single point, really. You can say all day long that other point, but I just don't think that the majority of the traffic is going to go that way. Just knowing human behavior. And I think the flow of the communities, because I think of all the other apartment complexes we have multiple ins and outs to these complexes because of this reason. So therefore, I am not going to support my motion. I'll be voting against it. I know that's why it was weird. I had to think about it for a while, but I'm going to let you all have the option to chew at that. But I'm going to actually go against my motion, and I'll be voting no for the reasons I stated.
Never ceases to entertain. There are other council members who would wish to comment on the motion. Councilmember Levison.
Okay, bear with me, it's my first time doing a quasi-judicial and everything. So, according to the criteria we have, I think it really comes down to intention. And for number 2, don't feel I can confidently say that the application is consistent with the intention of the comp plan. With hearing that Welby Gardens started in the 70s when there was nothing around it, and then it's residential. It's become clear that this area is not compatible with what is existing, and I'm very concerned around the difference in density. Although Morningstar is at 30 and this would be 21, the density is my main concern with this. And then for number 3, the use is consistent with the purpose and intent of the zoning. Although there is not a prescribed minimum or maximum for the site designated mixed use, our comprehensive plan also mentions that our goal is to have high density residential in the transit corridor. So to clarify, I do support this being residential. I'm just very concerned about the density. And then number 1 would be the code compliance. At such a high density and the fact that we do not have code around a wildfire, I'm also concerned with that. As I've said before, safety is a non-negotiable, and I am have a safety concern about there being an emergency in that area. Finally, with the traffic already being an issue and there not being a transit option, I think this is a special situation, but I just don't see compatibility. So on 1, 2, and 3, and it being based on the intention.
Councilmember Ambrose.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'll be voting for this motion because I think that I was compelled by the fact that when Morningstar was developed, there was like access for emergency access built into that for the development of this parcel, and hearing from the fire department about that access and how that would be granted. Also hearing back about the road study, how that got feedback from Jefferson County, and it was done again to see what the impact would be. I am concerned that there's no standard for wildfire evacuation, but that is not the applicant's fault, that there isn't really a standard that they can be held to and what they need to build to make sure that this residential parcel would be safe enough for a wildfire evacuation. And I also feel that this is like very narrow and like, can this be residential? Yes or no? That's what we are voting on right now. And I heard from the applicant about how this used to be retail and it didn't work. Can't really put retail or have other kinds of development there with Morningstar blocking the access. So it makes it really hard to figure out what else could be there that would be possible. And to also actually for it to be developed because in order to develop it to deal with the environmental mitigation that has to be done, there has to be something profitable put in. You can't develop it into a skate park or something like that if you're going to spend lots of money making sure that there are no contaminants that are getting into nearby watersheds that are very concerning to the residents. So with the studies that the applicant has done to see, well, what's possible, what can we actually spend the money on and it'll be worth it for us to develop, and retail not being a possible, possible development, I don't see what else this property could be in order to have the environmental mitigation done. And so that's the appropriate amount. And then I was also compelled by the fact that that this is the kind of density we need to have in order to have transit. So it's kind of a chicken and an egg problem. If you don't have enough people, you're not going to have a bus line. But then if you have high density without a bus line, so which one are you supposed to do first? How long is RTD supposed to lose dollars before there's enough ridership to justify it? So, or do you make demand there? So I think for those reasons, I'll be supporting this and find that staff comments largely answer community concerns.
Councilmember Griffith.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you all for being here, and thank you for your very organized comments, staff, applicant, community members. Wow. I know it's almost 3 in the morning, so I'll be as brief as I can. I am going to be supporting this. Not something that I arrived at lightly. Very much listened very carefully to everything and tried to take it all in. I'm going to tell you why, some of the things that I'm thinking here quickly. The biggest thing is when I think about my preferences, you know, I'd prefer a mix of uses. I'd prefer to adequately address the needs for affordable housing, and I'd prefer to increase our density and diversity in places that make sense so that our community can be complete. I'd also prefer to preserve the things that everyone loves about the communities that they live in Arvada, and I think that's a critical component to good governance. The problem here was highlighted by our staff, the applicant, and the community members, that this isn't about preferences. This is about analyzing the specific relevant facts and the approval criteria and finding the application for a conditional use to be deficient in some way or not. And looking through the staff report and listening carefully to all of the evidence that was produced here, I don't see, without a shadow of a doubt, that staff is off on their recommendation to approve this project. I do acknowledge that it's not ideal for a number of reasons, but the simple question is whether or not the conditional use meets those criteria, and I believe it does. So I'll be supporting.
Mayor Pro Tem Mormon.
Thank you, Mayor, and also I echo gratitude to everyone who's shown up tonight to speak on this. This is a difficult one because I think there's been very valid concerns raised this evening, and I feel like staff and the applicant have done also a very good job in trying to address those concerns. So I believe I will be supporting this as well this evening, or this morning, sorry. I think I share the concerns of especially around the transportation piece, whether it's the lack of transit or the congestion that can be created by adding this many road trips in this area. And I think, you know, back to the underlying question of, you know, is this appropriate for residential property? This property, is it appropriate for residential use? And I think that we've seen tonight that there are challenges with this property and challenges with trying to find other uses. And so I do feel like that residential is the appropriate use for this property as a truly infill project. And so my hope would be that as we move down the path, if this is approved tonight and we look at the site plan, that we really are honing in on some of those really specific problematic areas, especially around the transportation and the traffic piece. And some of the other issues that were brought up as well tonight. I think it's understood as it was presented as well for the environmental concerns with the property, that making sure those are addressed and properly tested before we move forward with approval of the site plan. So I heard that tonight, and so I believe that, and we'll be supporting it with the understanding that we will have a lot more checks to occur before moving forward.
You guys don't make it easy on me, do you? All right, just so everyone understands the rules, comes down to me. Whenever you have a 6-member body, because we do not have the odd member to make it a 4-3, in this situation, a 3-3 is a failure and a 4-2 is a passage. So that makes it tough on me. And I won't lie, I'm still sitting here wondering which way I'm going to go on this one, because it comes down to, as we noted, words matter. Words have very specific definitions. And so I'm looking at this. I agree with Councilmember Pfeiffer that that there are many concerns with this site plan, with the impacts on the surrounding area. I'm really struggling on number 5, particularly to our roads. I recognize the applicant cannot solve wildfire access for all of us. However, West Arvada has continued to build, and we have not improved the roads. This brings us a light signal on Easley. However, at the same time, we're just continuing to add without actually having a plan in place on how we get to the major roads to solve the congestion to begin with. And it's been decades of this particular ongoing, and so I'm really struggling. That said, on the other side, because my brain's going both ways right now, I do believe residential is appropriate for this parcel. And I'm also trying to separate out my own feelings on this issue, because we have to remember our jobs up here are not to impart our own desires and feelings onto these criteria. They are to interpret what we have and to act as judges, not emotional. So I come back to item number 3, which ironically Councilmember Pfeiffer thought had been met, and that was the one I've been wrestling with all night. Specifically, the use is consistent with the purpose and intent of the zoning district in which it is located. This is why I was asking questions about a single-use zoning in an MXS, so bringing you all on my logic train here. This is a unique site. Many of those parcels that are single-use, we are observing to be inside of shopping centers, they are in commercial areas, or they are in true all residential areas, and it seems to make some sense. When this site, we redid the land development code and over a process of 2018, 2019, we voted on it in 2020. So when we did all of this, this was specifically named to be MXS, not R24, which would be the appropriate land use zoning if we had envisioned high density residential on this site. So given that, trying to put it all together, why did we pick MXS? Like, why? That's the question that I've been wrestling with all night with this particular hearing. We have obviously, Morningstar was there. There was a residential component there at a higher density, and that makes sense. However, we are also looking at active greenhouses, which were commercial. That would make sense for an MX because you had the commercial element and the residential. However, we have this thing where we also grandfather, if we have a different vision for what something can be in the future, i.e. we know it's this now, but we know it won't be that forever. We apply the zoning that we want it to become. And so with that, why did, the greenhouses would have been grandfathered in. So why did we not apply R24 at that time? That's the question I have been wrestling with all night long. And do the facts of the case overcome what I suspect was the purpose and intent when we passed those zonings? It's been 6 years, forgive me, I don't quite remember. But what was our purpose and intent with item number 3 when we passed that zoning back then? Did we intend to keep this in some form of commercial use? And that's, like I said, that's where I've been struggling all night. I do agree retail is not feasible on this site. I can think of one example where street visibility is not impacting business, and that's Colorado Tap House. They do a crazy business, and they are not visible from the street. And so would the right project along the trail, along the canal, bring forward a potential for a true MXS, which is some residential, but some also commercial element, perhaps an amenity that the community could enjoy? I don't know if I've seen enough evidence tonight to convince me that that is not possible. And so given that, and I'm not saying no to the developer, I'm just saying I need to see more evidence that something like the Colorado Tap House or some other amenity is just not feasible in this location. So with that, and because I also do have some concerns about our roads, I just need to see a little bit more. It's not a no, it's a we need to do a little more work. And so, and Mr. Pogner, I know you are good at staying on this and coming back to us and meeting the project. I know you were up to that task. So with that, I will join Councilmember Pfeiffer and Councilmember Lovasone in saying I need to see more in order to get there. Okay?
Real quick, Your Honor, could you attach yours to
Yes.
criteria?
To criteria 3. That is where I've been struggling with the purpose and intent of the zoning district. I still think we meant for something to be there that was commercially related when we applied that zoning district. So with that, I will call the vote. All right. Councilmember Levison? All right. You need to see the votes. The motion fails with Mayor Simpson, Councilmember Pfeiffer, and Councilmember Levison being dissenting votes. Thank you all. It is 2:57 in the morning, and you know what? As far as I know, the record for the longest council meeting is 3:05. We're about to open public comment. If somebody wants to come and keep us there, that's almost fun. All right, I will close the public hearing portion of this evening's agenda. Do we have anybody in chambers who would like to speak at public comment at this time? All right, seeing none, are there reports from City Council? Seeing none. Mr. Wick?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Morris?
Nothing from me, Your Honor.
All right, we stand adjourned.